will start at 10:30 and it will continue till 12:30. And today's keynote speaker is Professor Uma Kanjilal. She will be joining virtually from Delhi. And after the inauguration program, we have a technical session 1, which is chaired by Professor Parvathamma and Dr. Bharati from Usmania University. She is associate professor. She is moderating this session. After this session is followed by lunch. And then after lunch, we have 2 sessions. Session 2 is chaired by Professor Vishwamohan, and the theme of that second session is interdisciplinarity in LIS research. And Professor Vishwamohan is chair of this session, and Dr. Achila Munigal, she is the moderator for this session. And the next session will continue from 3:30 to 5. This session is on technology, impact of technology on LIS research. This session is being chaired by Professor Madhusudan from University of Delhi. And Dr. J. Vivek Vardhan will moderate this session. And this is about today's program. Yeah. I thought I would briefly tell about today's program before actually the program commences. Thank you.
All the best, madam.
Thank you, Bharti.
Very good initiative.
Thank you so much.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, sir. We are honored by your presence in this seminar, sir.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, sir. Hearty welcome to Professor Uma Kanjilal, ma'am, from IGNO. Ma'am, good morning and welcome to the seminar.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm very happy to have you with us today, this morning.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. We are waiting to hear you. And kindly bear with us. The program will start by 10:30, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
హలో యాదగిరి
మేడం నమస్తే.
నమస్తే, బాగున్నారా?
ఫైన్ ఫైన్ మేడం, ఫైన్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ప్రొఫెసర్ పార్వతమ్మ మేడం.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, fine madam. So you are at Gulbarga only?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. I'm seeing you now.
Yeah, after a long time.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
had
Thank you.
discussion, but
Yeah.
virtual.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Thank you.
Okay.
Screenshots, everyone on better. Multiple participants can be shared simultaneously. Screenshots on better. Screenshot
Respected Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, and also the President of today's function, and respected Professor Limbadri Garu, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, and respected Professor Lakshman Rao Garu, today's guest of honor for this inaugural program, and respected Professor Sudharani Garu, Director Academic of our university, and respected Professor Ghanta Chakrapani Garu, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, and our respected Registrar, Dr. G. Lakshmareddy Garu, all the participants of the seminar, and all the faculty, teaching and non-teaching members of the university. I welcome you all to this national seminar on changing contours of LIS research in the information age. I'm Dr. J. Saroja, Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. It is indeed a glorious moment for me to extend a warm welcome to you all to this national seminar. I welcome all the guests of the inaugural and valedictory sessions, keynote speaker, chairpersons, moderators, panelists, paper presenters, and all the staff members of this university to this seminar. So before I introduce the theme of this seminar, I would briefly explain you about the preparations that have taken place for this seminar. So actually the department has submitted an online application to the Indian Council of Social Science Research in 2019 itself, in November 2019. And in December, in the first week of December, we got a sanction of rupees 2 lakhs for conducting a physical seminar on this proposed topic. However, the seminar was scheduled in the month of March. But however, as we all know, with the onset of COVID, lockdown was imposed by the government, and it was not possible to conduct the physical seminar. So again, we requested the ICSSR to for the postponement of the seminar. And almost 3 times the seminar was postponed. And in the month of January, again in 2021, ICSSR requested us to give the dates to conduct the seminar as the cases were receding. But then again, the second wave has come, and then again we had to postpone the seminar. So even today, when the schools and colleges are reopening and the vaccination is being administered on a large scale, but this indicates the signs of restoration of normalcy after the COVID catastrophe. But still, the fear of third wave still persists among the people. So under these circumstances, our university has suggested to conduct the seminar in virtual mode. And ICSSR has readily accepted our proposal and has sanctioned some amount to meet the contingencies of this conducting the seminar through virtual mode. I thank the funding agency for accepting our proposal and releasing the grant. And our university also has released a matching grant, and not only to conduct the seminar, but also to bring out the proceedings of the seminar in the form of a seminar volume. And I extend my sincere thanks to the university also. So actually, today we have invited Professor Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to be the chief guest. But due to he has to attend some official engagement in Delhi, so he expressed his inability to participate in this inaugural session. So there is a slight change. Our Vice Chancellor, sir, he will be the chief guest of this function, and Director Academic, she will preside over this inaugural function. And then coming to the theme of this seminar, most of our library science professionals who are here, they know that it is Dr. S.R. Ranganathan who introduced the PhD program at University of Delhi for the first time in the year 1950. And in 1957, the first PhD was awarded to Dr. P. Krishna Rao under the supervision of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan. And then since then, the number of PhDs have increased immensely. And due to the advances that are taking place due to information and communication technologies and internet technologies, a lot of the libraries, they are witnessing several changes in terms of the collection, in terms of the services that are being offered, and also in terms of the demands of the users on the library and information centers. And several new concepts have crept into the subject, and some of the traditional concepts, they're losing their identity in this digital era. So it is with this, in this background, it is thought that it is appropriate time to revisit, re-examine the different change in contours of LIS research, and hence this theme is proposed for this national seminar. And then this major theme, it is again subdivided into 6 sub-themes. The first sub-theme is status of LIS research. The second sub-theme being the interdisciplinarity in the LIS research. The third theme is on impact of technology on LIS research. The fourth theme is areas and methodologies followed in LIS research. The fifth theme is about research ethics. And the sixth theme is on impact of COVID on LIS research. So apart from these 6 sessions, we have also planned a roundtable to discuss on the topic issues and challenges of encountered in LIS research, and also the future of libraries. So I think with the active participation of our learned professionals, and I think we will be able to come up with fruitful suggestions and outcomes from this seminar. I thank all the participants for joining this seminar. And at this juncture, I also express my sincere thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, our Registrar, Dr. Lakshma Reddy Garu, and our academic team led by Professor Sudharani and Professor Kanta Chakrapani Garu, our Dean Faculty of Social Sciences. And I express my sincere thanks also to Professor Uma Kanjilal, who accepted our invitation to be the keynote speaker, and also my sincere thanks to Professor Lakshman Rao Garu, who accepted to be the guest of honor for today's inaugural function. Thank you, one and all. And may I now request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, to our President of this function, Professor Sudharani Garu, to preside over this session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Saroja. Respected Vice Chancellor, Chief Guest of today's function, and Professor Kanta Chakrapani Garu, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, and the Seminar Director, Saroja, Dr. Saroja, and the guests, the keynote addressee, Professor Uma Kanjilal, and Professor N. Lakshman Rao, the guest of honor. So, this is a certain responsibility on me. The outset, I congratulate the Department of Library Sciences for conducting this national seminar. It is at the right juncture what I could see that when university entered into the 40th year of its foundation, since 1982 to now. So a series of events have been planned by our Vice Chancellor and our team to celebrate the success of Ambedkar Open University in the arena of higher education, catering the needs of thousands and thousands of millions of learners in both the states, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So this seminar, what I could see is the beginning of this series of celebrations. And I congratulate the department also, Library and Information Science, which started in 98. Now, so far, send 35 batches of UG, BLIC program and 22 batches of the PG, MLIC program, which is indeed a very incredible thing, incorporating itself into the interdisciplinarity of nature. And keeping in view of the latest developments, it introduced several courses on the electronic resources in science and technology, electronic resources in social sciences and humanities, public relations, and LIS professionals, etc. So this is indeed in tune with the theme of the seminar, changing contours of library sciences, incorporating the changing needs of the society. So I'm sure that more than 25 research papers have been received by the department to deliberate upon these 2 days of seminar. And the theme is also rightly chosen, changing contours of research in LIS in information age, that too in the context of the post-pandemic situation. So when I'll just give my brief opening remarks and then proceed to the program. Libraries have been the great democratizing in the equalizing force in the society, and library professionals adopt the changing needs and technological innovations, and keeping in view of the digital divide, also we need to think about it. And the professionals, educators, researchers can do a lot in this sector of not only delivering the services, but also in disseminating information in multimode. So we have seen the power of libraries in Telangana context, where a century back, they acted upon as the knowledge dissemination and the awakening of the people. So the starting of libraries in 1901 in Krishna Devaraya Andhra Bhasha Nilayam, and several other Vijnana Chandrika Grantha Mandali, and at Hanmakonda, and several other places. In the context of the several restrictions, libraries acted upon as a kind of force which awakened the people towards the knowledge society, and also disseminating in them the freedom, the power of freedom. So when we come to the theme of the seminar, one thing is to be taken note is a digital divide in the which is very phenomenal in accessing the technology, and LIS education must address this gaps. So hence, and with the changing times, the library and information science in LIS education, educators play a crucial role in training the students, library professionals, and certainly shape the contours of the networks and digitalizing the people. So with this very few remarks, opening remarks, I proceed to call upon Mr. K. Nageshwar Rao, research scholar, BLSC, who will introduce the guests. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we introduce the guests of this function, I request Dr. Ratna to offer felicitations to our guests of today's inaugural function. First, I request Ratna Kumari to offer felicitations to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sitharama Rao garu. And I request our Nageshwar Rao garu to offer the memento to our guests, to our Vice Chancellor. And I request Nageshwar Rao garu to offer felicitations to our Director Academic, Professor Sudharani ma'am, and also to present a memento to ma'am. And I request Ratna to offer felicitations to our Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Ganta Chakrapani garu, and also present a memento. Yeah, since this being a virtual seminar, we are not able to offer felicitations in person to our guests, Professor Lakshman Rao garu, as well as our keynote speaker, Professor Uma Kanjilal. But ma'am, kindly accept our felicitations in a virtual mode only. Thank you so much. Now I request Nageshwar Rao garu to introduce the guests of today's function.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my pleasant privilege to introduce guests of today's National Virtual Seminar. I am K. Nageshwar Rao, working as an assistant librarian in Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and presently doing research under the supervision of Dr. B. Saroja, Department of Library and Information Science, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. At the outset, I would like to say a few words about our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor K. Sitharama Rao garu. Professor K. Sitharama Rao is an active member of various academic and social service organizations, active participant of human rights and Telangana statehood movement. Dr. Rao has published 10 books and more than 77 papers in Telugu and English in leading journals and edited volumes. As the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, he initiated various academic and administrative reform measures to introduce minimum standards and quality in educational programs and efforts to mainstream open distance learning system on par with the traditional higher educational systems. We are very fortunate to have Professor R. Limbadri sir. Sir is not available here in this occasion, but we are just remembering for accepting our request for this national seminar. Thanking you, sir. In our absence also, we are saying our expressions and thankfulness to you. Now, I would like to invite Professor K. Lakshman Rao garu. He needs no introduction. He is fondly referred to as Guru Pitamaha by library science professionals. Presently, he is in the President, Telangana Library Association, and member of Advisory Board, National Library, Kolkata. He is in panel for Technical Support Group for RUSA, Government of Telangana. He is an eminent professor and actively involved as a member of various selection committees, curriculum committees, expert committees, and advisory committees in academic environment. Professor Rao is an active member in several editorial board of journals. He received Parvathaneni Gangadhar Rao Memorial Award and IIT LIS National Level Award, namely IIT LIS Potiwale Best Teacher Award 2006. Professor Rao is a member of all library fraternity. We are happy to have with us, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I take an privilege to introduce Professor Uma Kanjilal Madam, presently Vice Chancellor in Indira Gandhi National Open University. She has more than 33 years of experience in open and distance learning systems. She served as Director of Center for Online Education and Director as IUC TIFED and Director as ACIIL and Dean of School of Social Sciences and University Librarian in Indira Gandhi National Open University. She was Fulbright Scholar and one of the National Coordinator of Swayam and Swayam Prabha Program. We are honored to have you with us today, ma'am. It is my privilege to introduce Professor E. Sudha Rani, ma'am. She is a senior faculty in social sciences in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. She is an eminent academician. She has, to her credit, several publications. She is not only an expert in her subject, but has addressed several forums on gender studies, Dalit study issues, and distance education, etc. Professor Genta Chakraparni sir is known to one and all for his dynamic activities as an Indian sociologist, distinguished journalist, and popular political analyst in Telugu media. Sir served as the first chairman of Telangana State Public Service Commission. As chairman, TSPSC, he introduced several reforms and IT initiatives to modernize the conduct of examinations and processing of recruitment, thereby transforming the youngest state public service commission in the country into a model public service commission in the entire country. He is a visionary known for quick implementation of ideas and activities. Thank you, sir. You are here with us today. Now, I would like to say a few words about Dr. G. Lakshma Reddy, sir, as a Registrar of the University, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. But for his constant support and motivation, this seminar would not be possible today. Thank you, sir. You are with us today. Thanking you, one and all. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Nagesh. Thank you, Nageshwar. This is called as DLIC for introducing our chief guest and other guests of the seminar in the inaugural session. And now I call upon Professor Genta Chakraparni, the Dean, Faculty of Social Science and Director, CHSTD, to give his message on this occasion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Outset, respected Director Academic and President of today's Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor K. Sitaram Rao Garu, guest of the inaugural function of this seminar, Professor Lakshman Rao Garu, a good old friend of mine and is the Telangana State Libraries Science Professionals Association Chairman, President, and Dr. G. Lakshma Reddy Garu, Registrar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, and Uma Kanjilal Garu, Pro Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and keynote speaker of today's seminar, Deans, of various faculties and directors of various departments at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, teaching fraternity, and more particularly the participants of today's seminar. First of all, at the outset, I'd like to congratulate my colleague, Dr. J. Saroja Garu, for bringing almost 30 delegates to a joint platform, common platform with this virtual seminar. As she explained, this seminar is supported by Indian Social Science Research ICSSR for a direct seminar, physical seminar. But as all of you know, we are passing through very difficult times for the last 1.5 years. We are under either lockdowns or maintaining distances. So the faculty department has decided to convert this seminar into virtual mode. Of course, though it is virtual, I think this is the first interconnecting forum of various academicians across the country, as well as within the university also. So far, we are fully depending on fully under lockdowns and several other restrictions. The theme of seminar, in fact, is very interesting. Though it sounds like a library science seminar, this is useful to every researcher, every social science researcher, as well as other humanities researchers also. As the theme paper and the thematic note mentioned, the contours in research is changing very rapidly. In true sense, the contours are static, and until and unless there is a serious kind of calamity or serious kind of planned change, they won't change. But in the scenario of education, due to the advent of information technology, or now in the pandemic, the contours are changing very rapidly. Not only for the researchers, even for teachers and education institution managements and policymakers, we have to keep note of all these changes. This seminar, in fact, really focusing on the real issues, particularly the changing patterns of researchers and changing dynamics of researchers. This is useful to every researcher. Earlier, research used to start from a library and used to end with a library. But unfortunately or fortunately now, the research is starting with Google and ending with Google. I'm here not finding fault with all these internet-based researchers, but definitely we need to check the information available on the Google or any other virtual platform. Definitely we have to go back to the library and refer a book to make sure of that information what we have collected. Here, of course, the platforms, the virtual platforms also doing a lot of research to support academics and to support researchers, and they are developing, their own backbones, bibliographical backbones, as well as virtual books and articles. At least 10 to 15 different platforms. They are now become virtual libraries for researchers. So in this context and in this changing context, definitely the researchers from library and information sciences should be deliberate, elaborately, all these issues, and also discuss the emerging challenges with information technology and with other other aspects also. Because if you discuss, deliberate, and bring up certain remedies to existing challenges, and I think it will be useful to other researchers also and other academic fraternity also. I hope this 2-day seminar will definitely give all of you a right perspective and right direction, and it will come up with good ideas and perspectives to share and implement. I welcome all of you to the Faculty of Social Sciences. As all of you know, Library Science Department, particularly Faculty of Social Sciences, is the largest faculty of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University in terms of number of courses, programs, and students. Among all, Library Science Department is a very dynamic department. They are doing a wonderful job, particularly in introducing programs as well as research programs and bringing out certain projects and also seminars like this. As our Director Academic rightly said, this is the first initiative to celebrate our 40th year of existence. I hope in future, we will have several such kind of academic debates, discussions, and programs. I wish you all the participants. I wish this seminar will be a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, Tekapani, for your the inspiring and encouraging words and message on this occasion of the threshold of 40th year celebrations, the importance of the seminar. Now I call upon Dr. G. Lakshma Reddy, Registrar of our university, to give his message on this occasion. Yeah, he'll join on.
Good morning to all. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, and Professor Sudharani Madam, President of this function. Today's keynote speaker, Professor Uma Kanjilal Garu, Guest of Honor, Professor Lakshman Rao Garu, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Chakrapani Garu, and Dr. Saroja, and dear colleagues. I'm happy that Department of Library and Information Sciences is organizing two-day national virtual seminar selecting an important topic, that is changing contours of LIS research in the information age. I take pleasure to acknowledge the remarkable contributions of the Department of Library and Information Science, not only in the development of university, but also in LIS profession. Today, libraries are facing changes due to impact of ICT, changing user needs, and changing information environment. Use of disruptive technologies is resulting in transition from print to digital and offline to online. There is an apprehension that the role and future prospects of library professionals are at stake due to rapid technology changes. In view of this background, I am sure that this seminar will provide a forum for library professionals to discuss about the various challenges faced by them and come up with solutions. With these few words, I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshma Reddy Garu. Yeah. Thank you, Lakshma Reddy Garu, for your message and encouragement. Before we proceed upon calling our chief guest, Professor K. Sitaram Rao Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor for the University, we'll have this a brief release of the souvenir prepared by the Department of Library Sciences. Thank you, sir, releasing the souvenir, and thank you, Chakrapani, for this. And may I now call upon our Vice Chancellor and the chief guest of today's function, inaugural function of the seminar, Professor K. Sitaram Rao Garu, who is a guiding force in all the activities to all of us for the progress of our university, and especially in the hour of NAC accreditation. He's gearing, the university is gearing up for the NAC accreditation. And so he is a guiding force for us in this also. And the seminars of this kind will definitely enhance the prestige and of our university. And thank you, sir, for all the activities of the university and the hour of NAC accreditation. And I call upon you for delivering the chief guest address.
Yes. Good morning, all. President of this inaugural session of today national seminar on changing contours of research in library and information science in the age of information. Professor Sudharani, and also chairman of the seminar, Dr. G. Saroja, Head Department of Library and Information Science, and also in charge Center for Online Learning, and presently seminar director also. Professor Ganta Chakrapani, good friend of mine, long time, Dean of Social Sciences, co-chairman of the seminar, and also Director Center for Staff Training and Development. Then other guests are there, especially guests of honor of this inaugural session, Professor Lakshman Rao Garu, President of Telangana State Library Association, Library Professionals Association, and he is known for his very popularity as a popular person in library and information science, known for his various activities. And keynote addressee, respected Madam Professor Uma Kanjilal, Pro Vice Chancellor. Now, she is well-wisher of our university since long time. So, once again, I welcome you all. Join my colleagues to this national online seminar on behalf of Ambedkar Open University and also on my personal behalf. I welcome you again to this very important national online seminar on research in library and information science. So, really, I was not prepared as a chief guest. To be frank enough, I am being elevated at the stage as a chief guest because of our good friend, Dr. Limbadri, was not available as a chief guest because of his preoccupied appointment in New Delhi. So, I'm not going to give a big address. I am also going to give a message, like our friends done before me. So, this is no doubt this is very interesting seminar, and it suits to the present context. And this seminar is going to be organized for 2 days in 6 sessions with many themes, sub-themes, and a special roundtable on issues and challenges to be faced by the research in library and information science, this fast-changing age of information. So that is very interesting roundtable they are going to have this 2 days. So though this department has started as part of Faculty of Social Sciences in 1998, our university, its progress is very good. It started with just 300 students. Now it went up to 8,000 in BLIC and LIC and other research program. So this is very interesting progress they have made. So I feel this is most important task taken up by Department of Library and Information Science at this juncture of university celebrating 40th year. We are going to have a year-long programs. Then till next August. But starting these year-long programs with this online seminar by the Library and Information Science gives me very happiness. I am so delighted to associate myself with this 2 days seminar. So for this seminar, though it is postponed for many times, finally we were able to do this in this form. It is supported by CSSR and also State Council of Higher Education and also our university. These 3 partners together, collaboratively, we are doing this event, but definitely it will have its own impact. And I'm also happy the organizers of the seminar presented books to the guests on the dais. That is very healthy practice. Library science people always do that. Instead of giving mementos, giving books are very healthy practice. And that will be definitely. Last time also, when I was here, I suggested them to make this practice as a continuous one in their future events also. So, coming to the topic of seminar, as our president of this session said, the libraries are not mere centers of collection of books and storehouses. They are centers of social activity. It is historically proved also. In our Telangana itself, in Hyderabad state, when anti-Nizam struggle went for a long time, these libraries have become centers of activity. గ్రంథాలయ ఉద్యమం ఆనాడు జరిగిన గ్రంథాలయ ఉద్యమం చాలా గొప్ప ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు. కాబట్టి these centers not only exposed the youth of this state to knowledge society, and also these centers have made them aware of their own problems and finding out solutions to their problem. So in future also, even though a lot of technology is coming in future they are going to be digital libraries, and even the persons, those who want to have a book in library, I think they can access directly online also. If all books are digitized, that will be very easy. But even then, in many European countries and also in America, the libraries have become very important activities. People gather there as hold meetings, on tables, especially senior citizens come there. This type of activities. We have a rural library foundation, an organization in America. It is also in Canada. It is established by our NRIs. Sudhir is there. This rural library foundation has taken up many activities to strengthen the libraries in rural, especially in schools. I used to say always, even at the 10+2 level, high school level, these libraries need to be strengthened. Every educational institution of a senior secondary school must have these 5 important centers. They must be this library, and another is computer lab, science lab, and sports unit, and then a social service unit, NSS like type of a unit. If these 5 centers are strengthened, the 10+2 level schools or colleges, definitely they will play a very important role changing the ideas of youth who are coming up to the college level. So this is very important activity. Rural Library Foundation taking up that activity in the our Telangana villages also. I am also one of the active member in that, and we have also contributed a lot working of library in our high school, in our village also. Apart from this, with the introduction of new National Education Policy 2020, there is going to be major changes in our higher education institute. Apart from the technology-enabled learning, role of information technology, and online learning and all that, the future higher learning institutions is going to be multidisciplinary educational research units or organizations or universities. Multidisciplinary education and research. Even our national education policy also visualizes to convert all single disciplinary universities like technology universities, teacher education universities, agriculture universities, IITs or NITs. They wanted to shift themselves towards multidisciplinary orientation and introducing the various other social sciences, humanities, languages and all. if that is the case, apart from this routes, future, the blended mode of teaching, learning, evaluation, and research is also going to come. It is inevitable. You cannot avoid. You cannot simply depend upon one single mode of the conventional classroom teaching, face-to-face interaction and all that. Definitely, distance mode, supplying, apart from studying, supplying study material, supplying audio, video lessons, and also this online education is also going to become very important mode with interactive modes. Interactive modes including in the teaching, learning, and also in research. So this blended mode and interdisciplinary approach towards teaching and research, these are going to be the definitely order of the day in future. So we have to gear up ourselves to the fast coming changes in our higher education system. Library science is no exception to that. So library science, definitely, library and information science, they will play very important role in the future of information age, in the changing contours of using technology in teaching, learning, and research. So, but however, the topic taken up by the organizers this online seminar mainly is on research. Though it is a research related to library and information science, this methodology of research, which is going to be discussed in the next coming sessions in this seminar, will definitely useful to other social science students also. As our Dean Social Sciences said, definitely this research methodology is going to be discussed as part of this seminar, useful to other social science also. So I once again congratulate the Department of Library and Information Science for taking up this topic for the online seminar, and which is not only interdisciplinary in its nature, it will be useful to other social science also. And I once again welcome all the participants to this two-day seminar. Definitely, it will be a grand success, and the participants will carry with a lot of puts with them, and definitely they will enjoy these 2 days meaningfully discussions. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much. Wish this seminar will be a grand success. Thank you once again. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech on Chief Guest address. You touched upon several aspects of the role of information technology in the education institutions, and especially the thrust of national education policy on digitization and multidisciplinary education research orientation. Definitely, we are into the lines of the national education policy. In blended mode is being adopted in our university, and all the universities, I'm sure that the conventional universities are also falling into the lines of our open university system, reaching the with the different media to the learners and propagating the higher education in the country. May I now call upon Professor N. Lakshman Rao, President TSLA, Hyderabad. Sir has been a great source of support to our university, the Library and Information Sciences, and he's also the editor, the content support to the university. and several training programs also when I was CSTD director. Sir attended and inspired our teacher faculty with many more inputs. And thank you, sir, being with us on this occasion of the national seminar, two-day national seminar. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Good morning to everybody. Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of the University. Madam Sudharani Garu, Director Academic. Professor Chakrapani Garu. Dr. Lakshma Reddy. Dr. Saroja, Head of the Department. First, let me congratulate Dr. Saroja for organizing such a program on the occasion of the 40 years of celebration. I just wanted to quote what Dr. Chakrapani has said out of his experience. Only one sentence he made, the library's importance. Research starts with the library and ends with the library. That's a great sentence. It just gives you a lot of motivation to the librarians to work and also to the researchers so that they will be able to move forward to the library and make use of the library. As a matter of fact, the libraries have changed the contours of the research in every subject. Initially, we had one discipline, then it became interdisciplinary. Today, it is a multidisciplinary. Thanks to the technology, the way the knowledge is being generated. I would like to quote Mr. Schmidt, who was earlier in Google. He said, the knowledge that is generated from inception till 2003 is being generated in 2 years, just 2 years. So much of information is being generated. It's not possible for any individual or anybody to identify what they want, relevant, updated information. It's very difficult. The technology has brought out a lot of changes, such as search engines. Later, a lot of search engines have developed, federated search, research, and then ultimately, I remember those days. Probably our friends who studied in Osmania University while doing the research, they must have seen spending months together just to do literature survey. And today, what is happening? All 100 years, 50 years, 30 years, whatever you want, all is available in one database. And in 1 hour, you can search and download into your pen drive and go and sit at home and then identify which are the documents which are useful and relevant to your research. So therefore, the technology has brought radical changes in not only research, but also in the library environment. And library environment, the technology is able to support much more than what it was doing earlier. As a matter of fact, if we look into the libraries, I just remember on the basis of Professor Chakrapani Gari statement, Shankar Dayal Sharma, the earlier president, has said, the universities cannot run without the library, whereas the libraries can run without the library. So that is how he made an importance, he stated the importance of the library. If you talk about the library science, I would like to say Dr. Ranganathan brought a first revolutionary change. Earlier, it was moving very slowly. Dr. Ranganathan brought a lot of changes and a lot of principles, theories in every field of library science. And then second revolution is during the use of the technology. So once we talk about the technology facilitated not only the quality of education, but also research. When we look into the research, earlier it was very difficult. Today, using the technology, we can understand what was the past research, what is the present research, and even we can gauge what is going to be the future research. So that is what is happening. Every individual sitting in the library or using the library resources will be able to identify the research, what is happening and what is going to happen. And fortunately, the research is also now supported with the funds by the government and other agencies, and also team research. The team research possibility has come up because of the technology. Part of the research is taken in India, part of the research is taken in the US, part of the research is taken in Canada. Like that, in different parts of the country, sitting there, and part of the research is taken, and then they compile, and then they make the research output at the faster rate. So this is all possible because of the technology. And when we talk about the library role, it has brought the changes. Like an example, as I was talking a literature survey, today, identification of the topic starts with the literature survey. And unfortunately, earlier, or most of us, we were only taking the suggestion from the concerned teacher and we were moving forward. And we have used the literature survey in identification of the topic. So therefore, what was happening, it was not relevant. The same thing is happening in library science also. Still, we talk about the survey, use of e-resources, HR promotion, staff promotion. These actually, I have seen some of the research projects where there is no e-resource in the library, in the college library, but they talk about the research of use of e-resources in a college libraries. So therefore, I think along with the subject, along with the changes that are taking place, not only in other subjects, but library science also, we need to go for the latest topics related to the latest changes that are taking place in the library. It may be a lot of things are happening. Like when we talk about today, the e-resources, hardly we do any research on how do we manage e-resource, how do we develop, and how we are providing access, what are the changes that are taking place. Unfortunately, we don't do much research on that. Only thing we talk about the use of e-resources. Similarly, when we talk about the article processing charges, open access, and how many of us we are doing research on this? Today, if you want to publish an article in a prominent journal, where you may have to pay in an open access journal around $10,000 to $20,000, which an Indian cannot afford. So the librarian will be able to help in identification of the open, where minimal or without. For example, PLOS publishes a lot of journals where you can publish without the APC or article processing charges. And unfortunately, we are not in a position to make use of the library. And the reasons are two reasons. One is the libraries are not there in the schools. So therefore, we only come to the college or the university, and then we start looking into the library. That is one area. Second is most of the administrators, they ignore the library services and the library budget to the library, and also hardly library staff is there. We can see most of the libraries, they don't have a librarian in the country. Maybe more than 50% of the university librarian posts are vacant. So naturally, we cannot expect a better service. And this is where one has to understand. And the only thing, as Professor Chakrapani Garu has said, library and Google. Yeah, when we say library and Google, we generally say, why not we use the Google? But Google gives, the moment you search, it gives you millions of documents. How far a researcher will be able to identify which document is relevant and updated? It's very difficult for him, because the Google plays a lot of mischief. Now, whatever they want, for example, in a commercial area, whatever they want, that comes in the first page. We feel the first page means it is really authentic and the best document, but it is not true, right? So that is how, what happens in Google, it doesn't give you authentic information, because there are a lot of information which is not authentic, and Google several times it misguides. So the librarian can understand what is the authentic document, and which document is more relevant, which document is updated. So the library, definitely Google gives you a lot of background information, but for a researcher, Google will not be able to satisfy its need. But most of the academic administrators and even public libraries also, they say, you have the Google, why you want, right? But it can, as I said, it can give the basic information, but it never satisfies the researcher's needs. And at the same time, as Chief Guest was saying, libraries have changed their role. One of them is they have become the community centers, where people come, share ideas, and also learn ideas. And second is, now they have become the centers for skill development. Unfortunately, in India, the public libraries are almost closed. In Telangana, we say a lot of things, but there is no recruitment for decades. There is no purchase of books for years, except the fund that was given by the Raja Ram Mohan Library Foundation. And unfortunately, most of the unemployed who are preparing for the examinations, they don't have a facility. They pay anywhere 1,000 to 3,000 rupees just to sitting place, and then they read their own books. So therefore, The libraries are ignored not only here. We have in almost 19 states the act, but unfortunately, what is happening, except Karnataka and partly Tamil Nadu, no state is able to provide the best possible service. This is because I would like to say the politicians don't understand, as the academicians understand, the value of the library. You take an example, about 20 years back, the act has come in Uttar Pradesh, but still today it is not implemented. It is not only UP, but almost every state. It is not implemented, except a few South Indian states. And unfortunately, Telangana is going from bad to worse. Maybe the reasons are different reasons are there. And at the same time, when we look into the library support, we would like to say that the starts, as I said, for every researcher, what the subject is immaterial. They will be able to get the support for starting from literature survey. And also, they will be able to help in the contents. When we do the research, we also take not only the survey, but also we take the contents from the documents. And what documents gives the updated information? This information can be got from different databases, and from databases we go to the primary source. This is where the librarian can help the researcher. Unfortunately, earlier we were forced to search each database differently, but today we have a facility like a discovery service where in one go we'll be able to search all the databases and we'll be able to get all the relevant documents in one go. And then ultimately, as I said, we can sit at home or sit in the room office, and then we can search for what is relevant, what is not relevant. And at the same time, earlier there was a problem of language. Today we have a machine translation, and this machine translation gives any document published in any language that can be translated into English or any other language. So this is where the librarian can help in the translation services. Then most important is the similar research may be going on at different places in the world. So the librarian can also help where the different researchers are working on the same topic. Similarly, which institutions are working on the similar topic or similar area. And also which are these journals publishing articles in the same area. All this data can be provided by the library, whether it's a small library or big library. The trained librarian can provide all these things. And most important today, the moment anybody goes to research, they will say, in which journal you have published, what is the impact factor? The library can guide which journal can be published and what will be the impact factor and what are the standards and norms that the journal looks for. Because every journal, they just don't publish and they look for the standard as per their norm. So the librarian will be able to help what are the standards they look for and what is the impact factor, how do we move forward? And especially in the context of open access, the open access journals are there. And today what is happening, open access, I was talking about $10,000 to $20,000 to publish an article. We are able to find the changes that are taking place. Now, one change is open access and guided open access. That is, in case if your article is not up to the mark of that particular level, they will help in publishing to the second level or third level of the journal. So this is where guided open access, and then ultimately today the changes are coming in like Plan S, where you publish, right? And also every published document must be easily accessible at free of cost. But here there was a change that I would like to say, read and publish. This read and publish helps every institution to publish the articles in the standard journals. What is this read and publish? They charge 3% to 4% extra than subscription, and this 3% to 4% enables the researchers of that particular institution to publish their articles in a limited number. But at the same time, the journals don't publish unless it maintains the standard. So therefore, the read and publish concept is one of the innovative concept which is prevailing for the last few years. Then now the changes are coming in. Plan S. Now we are talking about one nation, one subscription. I I doubt whether it will come or not. But this is where all these areas, from starting from publication up to the research to publication, the library can play a key role. Here, most of us, we struggle to publish the journal in the journal, but at the same time, in the meanwhile, somebody does the same research and publishes, we lose the credibility or credit of research output. This is where today the reprints have changed as a preprint. Preprint where unedited document will be published and which is available for everybody. Once if it is edited and accepted by the journal, that comes under the copyright. So the changes that are taking place, due to the technology, a lot of changes that are taking place. And these changes make only librarian to understand because he is in that particular field. It is in the not in the way of accessibility and also publishing. The librarian support enables every researcher to move forward at a faster rate. Instead of 3 years, I think looking at technology environment and availability of the resources, the PhD can be even done in 2 years. If you have a good guide, good supervisor, the time for the researcher, the PhD can be done in 2 years. The reason is the technology is able to, even for example, citation. Today, we have so many standards like APA, MLA, and today you use the Mendeley, automatically the citation can be brought into the normal standard as per the prescription APA. And this is where what is happening earlier, we were struggling how to write A is first, alphabet is first, number is first. But today what is happening, just using the Mendeley or EndNote to citation. This is where the librarian has to conduct continuously a orientation program to the research scholars of the university. And today, already the decision is in the process that college teachers also will be permitted to guide the PhD. So this is where the librarian takes a primary role in helping the supervisors to start with, especially the new supervisors. Old supervisors don't need any guidance, but new supervisors who are going to guide the research, especially as I was talking about the teachers from the affiliated and government colleges, they need to be taught. I'm not saying taught may not be taken in a wrong sense, but to guide these guides, how do they move forward? What is the technology? How do we search? And what are the relevant databases? How do we download? And what are the databases like Scopus? How we will be able to make use of the Scopus, etc. Then this is one area. Second area, it is not just research, but also when we look into the education also. Today we have lots of it. Today we need not cry saying, oh, I don't have money, I don't have books. Yes, you purchase the books. But in addition to that, especially in the humanities and social sciences, you find millions of books. We can take an example of Internet Archives, where you have 586 billion web pages are there. All are free. If you take the journal article like Sci-Hub, what we talk Sci-Hub is a pirated. Why should we worry about pirated? We are not going to put them into the library. You can guide the scholar, you can guide the faculty that sci-fi can be used, which has 85.6 million articles. Imagine 85.6 million articles are not simple. Similarly, National Digital Library of India has 74.4 million documents. Of course, they didn't buy any book or article. They only compiled and gave links to the institutional repositories, most of the institutional repositories available in the country. So these things, you cannot expect a teacher, you cannot expect a guide to know all these things because they are busy and they learn only their own subject. But as a librarian, can we guide them? Especially when we talk about the courseware, which is just like, I would like to say, it's like a notes. MIT courseware gives you 2,500 subjects at free of cost. Similarly, we have seen EPG Pathshala, which gives you about 70 subjects. And these 70 subjects, if you can guide the scholar or if you can guide the student, he need not make a note sitting in the classroom. He can learn the latest thing. Similarly, when we look into the journals or the books also, we can take a simple example of a PDF drive. PDF drive has 76 million books. You can download any book without any problem. As I said, let us not worry about the pirated, because once we download in the library, it becomes difficult, but we can guide the scholar. So that when we look into these things, there are n number of websites. Especially we are talking about open educational resources. When the open education resources, we have a consortia all over the world. And when we look into the consortia, they will be able to help us in getting the access to the educational resources. So these things are known to the librarian. Librarian can guide the students, can guide the faculty, and can guide the supervisors, right? So you may say, I'm not saying the teachers, a librarian is teaching the teacher, but he's only guiding. The reason is, as I said, the library is only known for doing all these works, but it's not the teacher. Teacher does research in his own field. So therefore, one area is, can we recruit the library staff and make them to do all these services? This is one most important. Now, most of the librarians feel that they are not considered as a faculty, and they are not considered as a teaching faculty, and they are not giving an opportunity to guide the people. That is where they are not taking a lead in providing such information. And therefore, every academic institution must make the librarian or library staff to start guiding. At least, I'm not talking about the PhD supervision, I'm talking about the guiding the students and the teachers regarding the developments that are taking place all over the world. And these resources are n number of resources. I'm talking about millions. I just searched in PDF drive, on Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, there are 8,200 plus documents are there. Which library in the country or in the world has 8,200 documents on William Shakespeare? But you find in one website, you find all these things. And similarly, we have also directory of open access books, which are previewed by the academicians, and about 44,000 books are there. Today we are talking about open textbooks, whatnot. If we start talking about this, the number of resources, types of resources are plenty. Now, only thing is, how far the academicians and the academic administrators make use of the library services to improve the quality. The reason is no teacher can teach everything in a classroom. It's only the teacher gives guidance or gives the basic information, and the student has to learn much more, because in a limited time, no teacher can give every piece of information. So therefore, the second step, informal teaching or support to the teaching and research, is done by the library. How far we'll be able to do take the support is one area. And if we take the support, definitely the contour of research in every field can be changed. And this is what is happening in the West, as Professor Sitaram Rao has said. There is a dynamism in the libraries in the West. But when we come to India, the dynamism has come down. Today, NITs, they have reduced the status of the librarian. And why? The reason is simple. I would like to also blame my own colleagues, my own professionals, because we are not taking the initiation. We are not, because we are not getting motivated. We are not in a position to move forward with what we know and how we will be able to provide the service. So looking into these things, at the same time, I would like to also comment on research, which is in library science research, where we have to do a lot of research areas are there, targeting use of electronic resources where there are no electronic resources. We have publication trends, what is happening, and how NDLI is able to mop up 74.4 million documents. What is the concept? How many of us know? We only talk about NDLI, but how it has come? How it is related with the Digital Public Library of America, how it is related with Europeana, the concept and background. We are not aware. Nobody does the research in that. Similarly, we are talking about the changes that are taking place for article processing environment. Pay, don't pay, partly paid, partly it is a part of the subscription, And now without paying APC also, what are the documents where we can publish? And at the same time, we also need a lot of changes that are taking place in information storage and retrieval, which is a basic thing for every researcher and every student. And most of the things that we are able to see is the technology, like for example, cloud computing. Now people call automation as a digitization. We are not clear. We must tell the difference between virtual library, digital library, automated library, and we have to do all these things, because you cannot expect a teacher or a student to know all these things because it doesn't come under their purview. So this is where we are talking about something like a research, like how far the classification and the cataloging is relevant today in the context of the technology. We hardly find anybody doing research in that particular area. And also, we also need to look into, for example, how the cataloging is modified into copy cataloging, and what are the implications. Nobody does it, because the copy cataloging is hardly taught by any university and hardly practiced by majority of the universities. So therefore, a lot of changes that are taking place. And in looking into this, I would like to say that this seminar will bring out, I hopefully discuss and deliberate on issues which are related not only just to the LIS research, but also how far the libraries can support the students and the teachers in pursuing their research and also improving the quality of education and research. I am sure, I think I should stick on to the time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I wish the program a grand success. Thank you.
Very elaborate and covering the gamut of areas, starting from the need of the schools in the need of the libraries in the schools to the libraries as centers of skill development and the knowledge hubs, and also about the talking about potential areas, identifying and discussing about potential areas of research in LIS, which is very helpful for our research scholars who are participating today. And I could see that it is as a classroom for them to, in the process of research also, you have very extensively dealt with the process of research and how it starts, and libraries research, how research starts in libraries. I just would like to add one sentence, like in JNU, even the libraries used to be open throughout the nights during the exams also. We got immensely benefited by the library of Jawaharlal Nehru University, and PC Joshi Archives Library, NMML and library, and library. So the lot of research starting from that to the district libraries also in Telangana, which I got immense help from the sources which helped me for the thesis writing. So the reading habits per se is reducing these days among the children. Rightly identified that it has to be inculcated from the beginning itself. So thank you, sir, for your kind address. And now I call upon Professor Uma Kanjilalji, PVC IGNO, to give the keynote address. And she's kind enough to be with us on this day. And thank you for your presence, Umaji. And over to you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Professor K. Sitarama Rao, Dr. D. Saroja, Seminar Director, other esteemed dignitaries, and all participants of the seminar. Good afternoon to all. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University for inviting me for this keynote speaker for this seminar, two-day seminar. In my address, I will be actually deliberating on the recent trends in LIS research But before delving into trends and LIS research, it is important to first construe the relevance of libraries in the new millennium. I think, Professor Lakshman Rao has introduced some of the changes that are happening in the profession. I will go a bit further and more emphasis on the ICT that is taking over and the new developments that are happening in the profession. We all are living in exponential times where technology has pervaded to our day-to-day activities, and we have been using actually for all our activities, whether we talk about mobile phones or computer, extensively being used. And in fact, the COVID-19 disruptions has completely changed our outlook on library services. Libraries across the globe came up with innovative services to reach out their user community during these difficult times. In the present scenario, wherein we talk about, actually, we have been delving on and talking about Industry 4.0 or Society 4.0, or even we talk about Industry 5.0, that's the latest that is going on, or Society 5.0 parallel to that. There is a lot of emphasis on artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, augmented reality, robotics, blockchain technology, and customization or personalization of services. And libraries need to relook and adapt to the present requirements. AI and big data can now be used by libraries to capture core user intelligence for better reach to user, create a better connection with the community, and become more relevant and stay more flexible and adaptable to library user requirements. Libraries can use big data to create personalized user experience by offering content and resources based on each individual wish, in fact. So earlier, the trend was, the concept we used was just in case kind of a thing. Now we talk about just in time. So as per the user's individual requirement, services need to be customized and provided. I think that's an area of research that needs to be looked into. There are many possibilities when we talk about Internet of Things. In fact, it could be used for the purpose of tracking reading room usage, to monitor humidity levels for special collections, and many other such uses can be put in. And therefore, the libraries can offer better user experience by enriching its services and collections using such technology. Another technology that we quite often talk about, and everyone is talking in the education terms, in fact, that's the blockchain technology. And we need to understand that this can be also used for the purpose of providing library services. It could be used to build an enhanced metadata system for libraries and better networking with libraries for resource sharing. That's an area that is unexplored, and I think we need to work towards that. We now have examples of even drones actually being used for book document delivery. And there are many examples which is being extensively used. So if we see that the services are also changing, and in fact, we get robotics and other things taking over many of the services that are mundane in the libraries. We have examples like Libri-ARI is a very good example where image-based augmented reality has been applied. In fact, one of my students is working, he is in IIT Kharagpur, PhD scholar. He is working on creating augmented reality-based library services. So that's something which are in unexplored areas, and we need to work on that, in fact. Then there are many other such examples that are there, which can be extensively used, in fact. So if we see that there are massive technology developments that are ongoing and underway, and which will require revisiting the LIS research activities, in fact. And when we talk about research activities, it could be not just the PhD work that the student does, it could be beyond that, also research projects one takes up. So these are some of the important areas one needs to look into. Well, research in LIS have changed over the years. If we see that the trend that has been happening, and it's based on trend of technology adoptions by the libraries, introduction of innovative services that are happening in the libraries and information centers. Libraries have always been early adopters of any new technology that has been introduced. There is gradual emphasis on reuse and repurposing of information, especially open license content such as OERs, which are extensively being used. And we talk about Creative Commons licenses, GNU, GPL licenses. I think these are another explode areas where we need to put attention, in fact. University libraries are also getting to a great extent involved in digital publishing activities along with faculty by providing platforms such as Open Journal System for publishing in-house journals. Then digital preservation is another important area which is gradually becoming fundamental responsibility of academic libraries, and they have been providing support for developing in-house institutional repositories, digital libraries, etc. The libraries, in fact, of the new millennium need to provide a welcoming common space. And in fact, what we visualize as a library, perhaps even library, the space that is being used need to be also relooked. So it should be like kind of a welcoming common space that encourages exploration, creation, and collaboration between student, teacher, and broader community. In fact, one of my PhD student is working towards this. It's known as information commons. It's a new term that's being extensively used. And that's, I mean, exploring the possibility, even converting the library space as such. So, I mean, which means that I think what we need to do is bring together the best of physical and digital worlds to create learning hubs, in fact. So as such, if we see the power of technology makes libraries more able to deliver improved services, digitization, and remote access. As a result, there is a concern that this may make them irrelevant as place, perhaps. So this, whether we move towards completely virtual library, and almost it became such a situation when we had the COVID-19 lockdown, in fact, I think the librarians also had to rethink, repurpose the kind of services that they are providing. So actually, libraries will need to reconsider how they provide facilities that become essential to the lives of new millennium learners also. If you look into, IFLA has given, I mean, their 10 report delineated 5 top level trends which will be playing key role in shaping our future information ecosystem. Trend 1 talk about new technologies will both expand and limit who has access to information. So I think that's where we are seeing that a lot of emphasis on open access and less on the licensed products. That's we are moving towards. Then the online education actually is becoming a big disruptor. And I think providing services for the online learners is going to be something important role that the libraries will be playing in future. Then the boundaries of privacy and data protection will be redefined. And in fact, we have been earlier talking about IPR issues and all. I think it's high time now we talk about open licenses, Creative Commons licenses, GNU, GPL licenses, all those things that need to be thought of, in fact. Trend 4 talks about hyper-connected societies, which will listen to the empower new voices and groups. I think as I mentioned earlier, also like empowering people, providing access, that's going to be the key thing that the libraries will be doing in future. So, and in fact, the 5th trend talks about, and that's the common factor, in fact, and that's been happening all over since the very beginning, is that the global information environment will be transformed by new technologies. So we won't be having any boundaries in future, in fact. So, I mean, libraries as individual set of entity may not exist. Perhaps it will be more networked environment that we will be looking into. So keeping all these things in mind, I think LIS research needs to keep pace with these developments. It needs to be relevant to the present day requirements, in fact. The major factors that prompt the need for research in LIS that we all know is the socioeconomic factors influencing the information environment. recognition of information or knowledge as an important national resource or asset. Research and development activities can help to sharpen the existing tools and techniques and design new ones. And in fact, finding solutions to problems faced in running the libraries, this is another area that we need to, that's where actually most of the research have evolved, in fact. Research in LIS has an important role to play in the educational process, creation of new knowledge, solution of problems faced by librarians and information scientists and documentationists. In fact, research will also enable library profession to achieve academic and professional respectability, which is lacking to a certain extent at present. I think a lot of technology is coming in. What we are lacking behind is we are actually still following the traditional processes. It's high time we also adopt the technology, and we see that the other professions don't take over our activities. That's very important area that we need to work on, in fact. Like Professor Lakshman Rao was mentioning a number of times the NDL project. So how many of library professionals are involved in that? They are not. I think the main research is happening where the computer science faculty have been working. I think it's high time that such activities are taken over by the LIS professionals, in fact. So another area that actually library information science research has been criticized is that it is fragmentary, narrowly focused and oriented to practical problems and not bound by strong theoretical framework. The treatment of theory in LIS research covers a spectrum of intensity from marginal mentions to theory revising, expanding, or building. I think it is said that the field has not been very successful in contributing to existing theory of producing new theory in recent years. Though whatever the basis that was provided, even Professor Rao mentioned about Ranganathan, a lot of contributions made by him in India, in fact, and which still we are, and which are relevant today. I think that kind of research is not happening where we have actually expand the theory base that is there. So this is perhaps, this calls for a specific attention towards noble theory development work to help in identifying research practice gaps that are there, in fact. If you look into the National Knowledge Commission recommendations, it actually talks about India has a long tradition of libraries and has contributed to the development of basic concepts in the disciplines such as fundamental principles of library services, such as Ranganathan's 5 laws, canons, and principles that are there, and the knowledge organization tools that evolved over the years. The R&D activities analyzed today are extremely limited. That's coming from the NKC, in fact, and they have actually shown utmost concern for the growth of LIS professionals in India, in fact. And the recommendation suggests that we need to have identify areas where there is high potential of doing research in LIS. And they have suggested certain areas like user studies, organization of community information, and development of appropriate standards, standardization of indic names, vocabulary control, development of open source software, development of digital libraries, both in English and Indian languages, cross-language retrieval and subjects. So many things, recommendation have been provided, and some developments have happened. No doubt some of the research is happening in these areas, but they're very limited, in fact. And we need to also see that the research methods in LIS should not be just limited to survey methods or just going for some questionnaire and basic study that's happening. I think if you look into the research that's happening world over, there is a major trend also in the change in the research methods that are being adopted. Some of them are just like talking about assessment. That is on process of information to increase service, program effectiveness, principles of applying outcome-based assessment, in fact, which should be centered around users access changes and services, resources use, relate to inputs, identify best practices. Ethnographic research is another area I think it's taking over, and also we LIS professionals in India also need to work towards that. And it's a way actually of seeing how individuals interact and behave in a situation by using different qualitative data collection and analysis methods. Some of the research has happened, in fact, in this area. I think we need to intensify that. Then behavioral analysis is another area that we need to work on. It could be based on spatial and temporal information that can identify interest in different types of resources and tools. And in fact, in this case, a lot of AI and big data can be used for the purpose to identify or customize or personalize the services that we provide. Then another area I think we have been also using it, but it needs to be further extended, is the log analysis, which can be extensively used. It can be integrated with other methods, and it should be, I mean, a way actually unobtrusively one can identify user patterns and systems, go for macro analysis like analysis of aggregate use of data and patterns, micro analysis like analysis of individual search patterns. So one need to focus on another important thing is, if you're handling data, one has to be very careful about the data that you are using. Should focus on clean data and be careful about data susceptible to research bias. That's another important thing that attention is required. Another important area is the text mining. When we talk about text mining, it is basically a digital means of reading across a large quantity of text in a very short time. This works best for finding factual content, can be used for contextualized information. And many of the tools like Python and Perl are extensively used for actually for text mining languages. Perhaps research in these areas, how best we can use it for library services, need to be worked on. Over the years, if we see the kind of research that has happened, or the PhD degree or for the research projects, mainly focusing towards academic libraries, services, and all those such things, some kind of, work that have been happening, bibliometrics, scientometrics studies, citation analysis, ICT applications in libraries, cost-benefit analysis. Then once people started talking about digital libraries, a lot of PhD research happened on that area. Information handling, management, information source and services, then intellectual property right issues and other things, internet applications in libraries. So as and when actually the new technology has come over, we find that there is a tendency towards actually research in those areas, in fact. So as today we are talking about Society 4.0 or 5.0, the LIS research contours also will need to change drastically. In fact, we need to explore the potential of ICTs, whether we talk about open educational resources or massive open online courses for research in LIS. It is time to re-engineer the system and leapfrog to the next generation services in line with what we have been talking about, Society 4.0 or 5.0. So the LIS research basically needs to focus attention on optimization of use of ICT, gradually move towards virtual libraries, e-publishing areas, application of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and IoT in libraries for improving services and customized services, use of robots in libraries to take over the mundane jobs, how best it can be utilized and optimizing it, that needs to be looked into. Open educational resources, open licenses and IPR issues one need to work on, use of augmented reality, virtual reality or mixed reality. And a lot of research can be done in this area, how actually, the kind of service that we provide, there will be a huge change. This is happening in the education front, and why not in the libraries as well. Then use of image processing technology for libraries, text mining and data mining. Machine translation, already Professor Rao mentioned about it. I think libraries need to adopt that, and a lot of research is also required in that area, and the best way how we can provide the translation services in libraries that can be worked out. And of course, with the changes that are happening, we need to redefine the role of library professionals, what roles they will be playing, and in fact, research in these areas will be required. So like this, many more, I mean, such developments that are happening, and we need to, and these are happening at a fast pace, and we have to keep pace with this kind of developments that are happening. And I think in conclusion, I would like to say that as robots and AI tools take over mundane jobs of library in Society 5.0, we need to redefine the contours of LIS research. It's high time we also in the library schools think that the kind of research projects or the PhD work that the students are taking over, and it should be relevant to the present day requirement. Thank you.
In this session, and technological forces are always been a driving force in the library sciences, and surveys and studies highlighted need for librarians to enhance or embrace the culture of continuous learning, including information technology skills. So there are several ethical guidelines also specified in research in LIS, and I'm not going to much details of it, but opening the channels of communication, planning, conducting the reporting studies, and protect human subjects, and respect the privacy. And so all these issues have been there. Guidelines are clear-cut guidelines are being specified. Academic publication is also one of the various, the important issue is a cornerstone of the scientific progress. However, powerful intellectual, financial, and potential interests may be involved in academic publication, with potential can distort scientific literature also sometimes. The plagiarism, data fabrication, and falsification, redundant publication, and these are the things which are to be taken care. And we see these days several plagiarisms of ideas and text, and mosaic and self-plagiarisms are taking place. And one of the very important aspect which I just want to stress upon is the digital divide, the rapid pace of technological changes. How much we talk about, we need to keep in mind about the reality, social reality of the Indian situation, society, and coupled with several socio-economic barriers, information to access the information, and which created a growing digital divide. In spite of the several efforts, we are unable to bridge this gap, and this issue has to be examined in depth when we talk about the technological innovations and adopting the new methods of research and as well as the practice also. So certain things which come up to my mind, no doubt this area of research is very much useful in all these aspects. And these 2 days deliberations, I'm sure the library science research scholars and the academics and who are the participants of this seminar will immensely benefit with the deliberations of the learned scholars' inputs. And in the conclusion, I place it on record the services of the faculty of the library sciences, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, who he was a single man army and at the time, and when the library department has been started. And again, the library science has its credit of Ekopadhyaya Pathshala for such a long time. Now Saroja is taking care, and with the help of our academic associate Kiran Kumar. But however, like taking care of several projects, programs at degree, graduate, postgraduate, and research is a very much Herculean task, and coupled with the latest responsibility also. I'm sure the department will excel in all the matters and in the future years to come, and take up many more symposia, seminars like this, and reach the students to the maximum extent. I wish you all the participants, very good success, and thank our Vice Chancellor also for supporting this seminar. May I now call upon Mr. Kiran Kumar, Academic Associate, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Morning. I deem it a privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks to the inaugural function of the seminar. Firstly, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor A. Sitaram Rao sir, Vice Chancellor Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, for accepting our invitation to the chief guest of this function and giving valuable message for the seminar. Secondly, I profusely thanks to Professor N. Lakshman Rao sir, President TSLA, joining this seminar as guest of honor. He is thought-provoking, further has given insight for further seminar discussion in this seminar. Thank you, sir. Thirdly, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Uma Kanjilal, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, keynote speaker of the day. I place on record our sincere thanks to President of this function, Professor E. Sudharani Madam, Director Academic, for extending the needed support in the conduct of the seminar, presiding over the function. Professor Ganta Chakrapani sir, Dean Faculty of Social Science, has given guidance in every step of planning of the seminar. I sincerely thank sir for his guidance. My thanks are due to Dr. Lakshma Reddy sir, Registrar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, for extending financial support and administrative support, without which the seminar would not have seen the light of the day. On behalf of the Department of Library and Information Science, I extend my sincere thanks to all the university functionaries, in charge Director, ABRC, Director of various branches, Deans of Faculty, PRO sir, and artists, for the support and cooperation. Last but not least, Computer Center staff. I place on record my sincere thanks to the research scholars who worked hard to this function, reality work. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, we had a very interesting and enlightening talk by Professor Uma Kanjilal and also Professor Lakshman Rao Garu in the inaugural session. And as Madam Sudha has said, rightly said, that it is almost like a session wherein a lot of inputs have come. And Professor Uma Kanjilal ma'am has also given us a spectrum of the topics on which the researcher should actually work. And I thank all the guests of this inaugural session also for giving very important insights on the topic. And now we will start this session, technical session 1 will start now. Now I invite Professor Parvathamma Garu to chair the session, and also I invite Dr. Bharati to act as a moderator for this session. And one important for the participants, instruction to the participant is, I request all the participants to open up their presentations and be ready with their presentations, so that if there is any power failure, or if there is any internet interruption in the internet connectivity of one presenter, we can take the other presenter, and as soon as the connectivity is restored, then they can join the discussion. So with these remarks, I invite Professor Parvathamma Garu and also Dr. Bharati to take over this session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Parvathamma, madam. I am Dr. Bharati, head of the department from Osmania University here. So,
good afternoon.
It was a good introductory session we had, and it was a curtain raiser to the topic that has been chosen by the Ambedkar Open University to conduct this 2-day national seminar on changing quarters of research in the LIS in the information age. So I request to guide me, Dr. Saroja, whether shall I continue or you want to check with the participants or how we should proceed?
No, actually, Bharati, as we have planned, you can introduce the guest to the participants, and also you can call upon the chairperson to conduct the session.
Okay, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's my pride to introduce Professor Parvathamma, madam. Hope madam recognizes me. We met in Osmania University sometime back, madam. So
yes.
I am. Yes. So I want to take the opportunity of introducing you. I have seen your CV and I was so thrilled, madam, because I also being a woman faculty in the department, I know how it will be, but after seeing your CV, I felt that we have to learn more from you. So I take the privilege of introducing Professor Parvathamma, madam, who is a professor and Dean of Social Sciences in the Department of Library and Information Science in Gulbarga University. At the same time, Professor Parvathamma, madam, is a member of Academic Council there, and she is having to her credit 3 decades of teaching experience. And she is a very good researcher. I have seen her completing many projects in her tenure, and she is also organizing so many seminars, and also she has taken up the responsibility of conducting soft skills training programs in their universities. And at the same time, madam is also having membership in many academic societies and associations, like our professional bodies, like ILA, IASLIC, and also Society for Information Sciences, Bangalore, Karnataka State Library Association. And all these have driven her to achieve few awards also. So, as we all have to know that everything will be recorded and every work, what we are doing will be recognized in due course of our time. So, Madam Parvathamma has received Shiksha Ratnan Award from International Friendship Association of New Delhi in 2012. And at the same time, Madam has taken computer programming course at New Mexico Institute of Technology in USA. I think it was before to her professorship during 1981 and 83. And she is also a resource person in various universities wherever the UGC refresher courses in the subject of library and information sciences are conducted. I feel my privilege, madam, to introduce you and at the same time to know you, and I will try to follow your footsteps, at least 5% to contribute something to our profession and to be as your disciple. So, madam, I would like to know whether you want to take up your invited talk in the beginning, or you please chair this session, the first technical session of this 2-day national seminar, and you please help me or you please guide me about your invited talk, madam. I'm handing over to Parvathamma, madam, to take up her chair position in this first technical session.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bharti, for your glowing compliments and introducing me to the audience. I don't know whether I deserve it or not. Anyway, thank you very much. And as far as my sharing my views,
program sheet ikkada పెట్టానమ్మా అది నాకు
I would like to share my views. Shall I continue? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please.
As far as making my remarks, I wish to share my views in the beginning of the session, and if it is followed by presentation by the presenters, and finally I wish to conclude the session by summing up the presentations made by the students.
Sure, madam. Sure, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Respected senior professors and LIS professionals, invitees and delegates of the today and tomorrow's conference, good afternoon to you all. After the inaugural session, Professor Uma Kanjilan from IGNO has set the tone for the conference through her excellent and powerful presentation. She has traced the trends in LIS research, and also she has shown the ideas for research in future in LIS. And she has suggested that we need to orient towards new areas of research like augmented reality. And then what else? She spoke so much about blockchain technology, virtual reality, etc. I wish the budding or the younger LIS researchers will take up the research in these areas and take LIS profession to greater heights. But before I start this session, I would like to share some of my thoughts with the audience. See, research is an integral part of any education system, especially it is so in case of higher education system. In this regard, I was going through the literature and I found one article published in 2021 about the global trends in LIS research. And the authors have identified that library and information research in LIS, research in library and information services has declined, whereas there are certain areas where research has increased. And first among them is scientific and professional communication. And most of the researchers are found to have used indexing or indexing and abstracting services or citation databases as their data extraction tool. Second area which has been very popular in recent years is information seeking behavior, followed by bibliometrics. And they have also identified certain other research areas like social network analysis, webometrics, digital libraries, etc. They have also identified that the strategy most of the researchers have adopted is survey. And most of them are empirical studies, and the conceptual and mathematical studies are very less, even in the global, at the global level. And most of the researchers have adopted the strategy of survey or bibliometrics. The data collection tools they have used are either it will be questionnaire, it was questionnaire or interview, or citation analysis. These were the trends identified by the authors at the international level. If we come to Indian scenario, the entire credit of initiating research in India goes to Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, father of library science in India. The first doctoral degree was awarded to Sri D.V. Krishna Rao under supervision of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan in 1957. Second degree in LIS was awarded in 1975, I think, about almost 18 years after the award of first degree. But that's not the case now. We can't even keep track of the number of PhD degrees that are being awarded. But there are so many controversies, or whatever I'm going to express here afterwards will be my personal opinion. So, but it is difficult to identify the quality or whether the quantity is proportional to quality. That is what is the need of is the concern that needs to be discussed at length. And in tracing the Indian scenario also, I got one article by Archana. She has published in 2020, and she has traced the LIS research trends from 1980 to 2019. And she has used Insights, a web-based analytical tool published by Clarivate Analytics. And that lady has found that major areas of research in recent years, again, is application of bibliometrics or scientometrics to understand scientific and professional communication. And the second area is found to be information seeking behavior. That means user studies. And other areas that are gaining importance in the recent years is digital libraries and application of ICT to LIS services. Again, falling in line with the global scenario, majority of the studies they are adopting survey research, and they're using questionnaire or citation analysis as the data extraction or data collection tool. It's fine. It's in alignment with the international research. But there are certain factors that needs to be considered or that are responsible for achieving expected level of influence of Indian public. If Indian publications have to have their impact at the international level, I think we need to improve consider these factors. One of the factors is, as I mentioned, bibliometrics is the major area of research. And the tool, data extraction tool used is most of the times Web of Science or citation Scopus. We all know that they are selecting journals or publications only based on certain criteria. And the articles published in some of the Indian journals are not being covered in first of all, they are not covered in indexing and abstracting services like LIS or other databases. And ultimately, they are not covered in citation indexes like the Web of Science. So what should we do? This is leading to lack of visibility of the research. Even a researcher has done good research also is not able to gain visibility because the international research community do not know that such an article is being published. So that is one factor. So that if we improve the quality, ultimately, we can have a better future. Then the quantity of research published in form of articles, books, etc. is tremendous. But at the same time, the findings of these research outcome is not finding any applicability in majority of the cases to real life situation. Like, can we apply those findings in our library services, or can we implement these suggestions? That's a matter of concern. And also, one of the factors that is contributing to such a huge number of publications is the law made by our funding agencies and accreditation agencies. They are linking academic productivity in terms of research publications to career advancement. And this has led to increase in the number of predatory journals, if I'm correct. And then, even though there is increasing in team research in India, in LIS, it is not up to the level that is being expected. So there is need for some kind of interdisciplinary research. Like, for example, we're doing user studies, instead of collecting data through questionnaire or interview and finding out and then analyzing the data and presenting our findings, if we can collaborate with psychology department and we come out with these same findings through psychological tests, that would be definitely a better quality, lead to better quality of research. Another major problem that is we are facing is ghostwriting and plagiarism. These are the two major problems that are plaguing the research in India, including LIS. So no amount of law or checks and bounds can stop these things. It's only the high level of professional ethics and moral values among the researchers will help India to shine better in the area of LIS profession. So I wish that the 6 sessions are there. These points will be deliberated in detail in the coming sessions, and we'll come out with certain recommendations that can be implemented in future. Thank you for listening. And now I would like to start the session. The session is on status of LIS research in India. There are 5 paper presenters. I would like to know whether all the 5 are present today, so that we can divide the time among them. Or shall I straight away start?
Yeah, madam, I think all the 5 are available. Okay. So you can start according to the schedule given in the project.
Because we have to wind up session by 1:30. Exactly. I request all presenters to restrict their presentation time to 10 minutes. And if the time remains, we can have some kind of interaction.
Sure, madam.
Yeah. I invite first presenter, Dr. Vivek Vardhan, to make his presentation. Dr. Vivek, please continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, madam. Respected chairperson of the session and moderator and coordinator of this program. Today I'm going to present this library and information science research paradigm shift with particular reference to Osmania University. So this is the shift. So the title itself is Library and Information Science Research, a paradigm shift with particular reference to Osmania University. Myself is Dr. Vivek Vardhan, Chairman Board of Studies, Department of Library and Information Science. This study is focused on Osmania University. So there is an introduction, library science research, objectives of the study, significance of the study, methodology, limitations of the study, PhD degree awarded from Department of Library and Information Science, Osmania University, findings of the study, conclusion, suggestions for further research, and acknowledgements and references. This is the outline of the talk. So introduction, research has always been regarded as the most important intellectual activity in the higher education system. Research generates new knowledge, which ensures development of subject and helps to establish sound theories of the subject. Research is directly responsible for the social and economic development of country. So according to the Balasubramaniam, defines the research in his work, a systematic search for an answer to a question or a solution to a problem is called research. It is a purposive investigation. It is an organized inquiry It aims to get explanation to unexplained phenomena. So in particular, if you go see the library science research, library and information science deals with organization, access, collection, protection, regulation of information in physical or digital forms. The roots of research in library and information science profession appears to be not very deep. It is initially started in United States, made the premier attempt. The study entitled A Guide to Source of 17th Century English History in Selected Reports of the Royal Commission on Historical Manuscripts by Eleanor in 17th century in USA. Next, Southampton was awarded PhD by the Chicago University in 1930, considered as the first doctoral degree in library science. So library science research was started in UK during 1930s. So in India, if you see library science research, Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, the father of library and information science, laid the foundation of research in India with his pioneering efforts. The first PhD in India was awarded in 1957 to Mr. D.V. Krishna Rao under the supervision of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan. The second PhD after a long gap in 1971, but individual research is continuing, progressing, and gaining momentum. So as per according to the National Knowledge Commission report, March 2007, India has a long tradition of libraries and has contributed to the development of basic concepts in the disciplines such as fundamental principles of library services and knowledge organization tools. Research and development activities in LIS today are extremely limited. This is our utmost concern for the growth of LIS profession in India. So objectives of the study: to know about the areas of research in library and information science, to know the current trends in library and information science research in Osmania University, to know about the research supervisors who mostly supervise the PhD research in library and information science, in which area they are guided, supervised, to the scholars, to determine the diversity and trends of research in LIS in Osmania University. So the significance of the study, if you see, research is most important activity in higher education system. The paper reveals the potentials of the LIS research and makes prediction for future LIS research. This paper also helps the future research scholars to select the research topics in library and information science. So the methodology is taken is based on review of related literature available in print journals and other sources and experience, the present experience, what I'm teaching in past 8 to 9 years or 10 years in the department and to 5 to 6 years in the as a library. So limitations of the study: the present study is limited to only Osmania University Department of Library and Information Science Research doctoral thesis. So PhD submitted from the period from 1993 to 2021 as on today. So this is the status. So library and information science doctoral research in Osmania University. Current research trends of doctoral research in the Department of Library and Information Science, Osmania University, is shown in the following slides. So it finds out the growth, pattern, productivity, types of works, and research areas. So these are the PhD degrees which is awarded from the Department of Library and Information Science. The first one is Professor N. Lakshman Rao, and the topic is planning and implementation of automated circulation system for OU library system under the supervision of Professor A.V. Satyanarayana Rao. The year of degree award is in 1993. The second one is Sudarshan Rao, serial literature in sociology and its document delivery capacity in India, bibliographical study under the supervision of Professor A.N. Raju in the year award in 1995. The Professor V. Vishwamohan is studied on the topic community information and the library in the developing society, a state-of-the-art and prognostic study with particular reference to rural Andhra Pradesh under the supervision of Professor A.N. Raju, awarded in 1995. From J. Yadagiri Reddy, personal in public library system in Andhra Pradesh, study of career development under the supervision of Professor A.N. Raju, awarded in 1997. So on and so forth, 50 research scholars is awarded from the department. I have taken few here only due to the time factor. I'm not discussing all the awardees which are there. So if you see So my PhD is under Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, a study entitled on a study of web search engines with particular reference to Usmania University, and at the same time, E.L. Vanaja, usage and impact of e-resources, special libraries of Hyderabad, a study, Professor V. Vishwamohan Rao, sir, 2015. Then next, Dr. K. Bharati, web-based information resources in library and information science, a study under the supervision of Professor J. Yadagiri Reddy, pro-tem supervision Professor S. Sudarshan Rao, under the year 2011. So on and so forth. If you see, it's continuous due to the time factor. I am not discussing all the research scholars awarded PhD thesis in the areas. The latest one recently awarded is Sandhya Rani, Organization of University Libraries in India, a case study of Usman University Library, Hyderabad, under the supervision of Dr. S. Yadagiri, 2021. So on and so forth. 50 research degrees are awarded from the Department of Library and Information Science, Usman University. These are the products. So we can proudly say that 50 research supervisors has produced the Department of Library and Information Science to this world. So if you see the findings of the study, what we need to do and what type of curriculum and syllabus still need to improve in the areas. It is interesting to find that during the span of study from 1993 to 2021, the research interest among LIS professionals is mainly on current emerging areas. They are taken in the areas library automation, information seeking behavior, management of e-resources, user studies, bibliometric studies, ICT applications like web-based services, use of RFID technologies, web directories, search engines, metadata schemas, and less stress on traditional areas of research in library and information science, that is classification and cataloging. So these are the few areas I have taken from this study. So if you see the findings of the study, a total 50 PhDs has been awarded on different aspects. It is found that in 1996, highest number of PhDs, that is 6, has been awarded as compared to other years covered in the study. It is also found from the study that maximum number of PhDs produced by Professor V. Vishwamohan sir, 14 PhDs are produced under the guidance of Professor V. Vishwamohan Rao sir, and Professor S. Sudarshan Rao sir, 10 PhDs, Professor A. N. Raju, 6 PhDs, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir, 5 PhDs are produced. They may be here and then 1 or 2 if recently added, we'll see. And Professor V. Vishwamohan Rao sir, Professor Sudarshan Rao sir, Professor A. N. Raju, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir are the leading supervisors who have been supervised 14, 10, 6, and 5 research scholars as a single supervisors. You see, due to the time factor, just 5 or 10 minutes is given by the madam as a chairman of the session. So conclusion and suggestions, I'll complete within 1 or 2 minutes. So further research, what is required in this area. The present study on library and information science research as a paradigm shift with particular reference to Usman University during the period from 1993 to 2021 reveals that 50 PhDs. PhD is the highest and reputed qualification in the profession, and University Grants Commission also laid down the condition of PhD degree will be mandatory for direct recruitment to assistant professors in universities with effect from recently July 1st, 2021 onwards. So, and also if you see new education policy 2020 is also emphasized on outstanding research as a core requisite for outstanding education and development and continuous review of progress based on sustained research and regular assessment by educational experts. There is a need to standardization of higher education in library and information science, and particularly research degree programs in LIS departments of the universities in India, so that, as madam said, qualitative work would be come out rather than quantity of a research work. So we need to more focus, more emphasize on qualitative production in the areas of life in different areas in library science. It would also help the younger generations to attract higher education in the field of LIS and motivate them to do something new for the benefit of the profession and professionals. So government should make efforts in preparing policy guidelines and standards at national level on library and information science research and establish a national task force to monitor and encourage the research scholars work at state level and regional level, even university level. So what type of research it is going on, whether this research is useful for the society, whether this directions, whatever the research they are opted, that is useful for the society or not. Then time to time, they need to monitor. University Grants Commission should take initiative in directing the universities and higher educational institutions to integrate the PhD admission procedure across the country by designing a separate curriculum. So what type of curriculum and syllabus is required from the part one? Part one, some universities offering specialization, research methodology is offering, research methodology is stating that mandatory, but some universities are peripheral, they are giving the subject. So there is a need for the revamping and the curriculum and syllabi in the areas of research. Paper 1, standard statistical tools they need to learn. So what is required for the society? The scholars need to do the areas. At the same time, supervisor need to guide the scholars. What is the emerging trends in LIS? They need to foresee the future. So finally, I acknowledge and thank the myself and the other paper author, Mr. B. Sudhakar. We would like to thank Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, Professor Sudarshan Rao, Professor Lakshman Rao, Professor Vishwamohan for their able guidance, encouragement, constant support, and wholehearted cooperation. And also thank Dr. Bharati Madam, head of the department, Library and Information Science, for supporting and encouragement in this area. Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. Once again, thank everyone for patience listening. These are the references which I have consulted for writing this paper, and these are the websites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
For your timely completion of presentation. I request Vijay Chandra Reddy, Dr. Vijay Chandra Reddy, to please proceed with your presentation. Are you ready? Dr. Vijay Chandra Reddy?
Ready, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Please proceed. I think you can remove your mask because you are sitting alone. We can have a better view.
Actually, ma'am, will you able to see my screen, ma'am?
Yes. Yes, yes.
My screen. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Vijay Chandra Reddy, ma'am. I'm presently working as a librarian in BCL department, ma'am. It's an upgrade school, ma'am, junior college. So, under the theme status of LIS research in India, my topic is status of research on school libraries in India. This is a review of literature, actually. So, in the earlier session, Lakshman Rao sir was mentioned about school libraries. So I was very happy that my topic was being mentioned earlier. So everyone will be aware of the ongoing topic about my topic. So I was very happy. This topic actually was very neglected earlier, and in the present scenario, I'm actually about libraries in schools. So actually, I got an idea to whether to do research on these school libraries, to know the plight of these libraries, to know the conditions of the working professionals here, so that we can give some suggestions, or we can know the actual truth of the libraries present in the schools. So my topic is status of research on school libraries in India, ma'am.
Okay.
And going to the introduction, ma'am. Actually, the libraries, as we know, are the hottest spots of knowledge building. Students and other faculty, the other patrons, etc. Anybody. So, earlier age of his career, he could not get any other information other than their curriculum, but the library facilitates him. And this is an initial step for the individual, for assessing the learning and attaining good knowledge. So, in the beginning stage, a child in his earlier ages of 8 to 10 or 8 to 15 years, when he is well aware of the library services and facilities, he'll be definitely in his future in his future studies, he'll be very much improving his knowledge through the services provided by the library. So this will be the beginning of his introduction to his library. And another point here is it creates a good impact in overall development of the children. That means a library, when it through its services, when it provides the other knowledge other than his syllabus or what the knowledge he gains through his textbooks, more than the syllabus in the textbooks, he gets interest in the knowledge gaining through this library, and where we can provide different varieties of subjects or varieties of other aspects to him. So actually the objectives of this review paper. So the actual objectives were to know the physical facilities present in the school libraries. That means we'll be seeing now in the universities or in the higher education institutions, every physical aspect such as the library hall or the furniture, the internet facilities, everything, they'll be accommodating them. But whereas in schools, as they are mandated, we have discussed earlier, these things will not be available. So even the librarian also would be very much neglected in these schools. So I would like to know the facilities present in different schools in India as well as internationally. So I have done with this. And also the objective is to know the services offered in the school libraries. So what are the services offered in school library? Because we know the services that are offered in the university library or other higher educational institutions. So this will be actually the university students when before they entering the university library, what is the awareness having to them about the library through these services. So the other one is position of library staff. And school libraries, the libraries will be run through library in charges. Many of the schools does not have even a proper library in library science. So these will be run by a subject teacher will be given in charge, and the in charge himself runs the library, and he will not provide proper facilities to the students. So this is a major concern to know through this review. And another one, not only the physical facilities and services offered in the school library, the ICT, that means the provision of computer system and internet. These also the introduction of modern technology to the school library is very much we could not see in any school these days. That means they are not interested in providing these facilities actually. So this is also major concern to know through this study. The next one, actually the methodology of my review paper. I have reviewed some 30 research studies on these all 30 were based on the school libraries, and I have taken some of the papers international library reviews. I have taken international also, and also this study was divided into two themes. One is international level. That means I have got through the papers of the international authors who have mentioned the plight of their own school libraries in their country. And also the second one is in India. The Indian authors who have written about the conditions of their own libraries, their own school libraries present in these localities. And internationally, I have gone through the research papers of the countries like United Kingdom, Australia and New Zealand, Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Finland, Nigeria. And I'll also mention some of the authors which I have mentioned in the review paper. The paper, actually, I could not remember them. Christiana Clark, Judy O'Connell, Sarah Pella Laval. These were the school librarians working in those countries. So they themselves thought that school libraries were very much neglected in those countries. And they have done this research papers on these school libraries. So they also give me a lot of knowledge about those countries. Actually, in the earlier sessions, some of our professors were talking about the western side of library, the condition of libraries in the western side. So in the western side also, only the higher educational institutions having a proper library with all the facilities. Because by looking through these authors on school libraries, I have come to know that the same problems what we are facing here, not these many problems, but they are also having the same some kind of negligence or some kind of, they treat librarians as a secondary, secondary teachers in these libraries, in those schools. So there are problems even in the western side also, not only India. And in India, I have gone through the papers which the schools included through non-governmental organizations, and the schools, the papers done by Indian School Library Association, and some of the schools like in private schools like Zydus School of Excellence, Lalaji Memorial Omega International School, which is Vidyalaya, then Kendriya Vidyalayas, then our residential schools in Telangana, etc. So overall, when compared to the Western school libraries and our schools, our Indian schools, Indian, especially the private schools were somewhat better, ma'am. Like these international schools, those were the services offered by those schools were somewhat better. But when compared to the government and aided schools, the facilities were much lesser. And these, while going through the paper, I have gone through many problems, such as no proper library building, no facilities of internet, computer system, no proper seating facilities, etc. There were many problems. Those were the problems brought to this review. And actually, the findings of this review, actually, these were not the findings made by me, but through this, all the research papers founded, these were some of the suggestions made for the governments or for the school managements to rectify to maintain them properly, to provide the services to the students. So these were the involvement of librarian in teaching learning process was the first one. Because as I said earlier, librarian was considered a secondary teacher in every school. So he should not be neglected in the same way, and he should be included in the syllabus programming, and he should be included in the teaching learning process directly with the students, so that he could improve, or he could include some of the topics into the syllabus of these students. Another one is implementing policies and standards. Sorry. So these policies and standards, which were given by UNESCO or IFLA to the school libraries, when these standards were implemented properly and strictly, when the school managements adhered to them, the libraries could go well, and the librarian could offer many other services to the students. And here the other point was lack of professionally qualified librarian. So here a qualified librarian, which he does a proper librarian degree, he would be aware of all the facilities or services to be given to students. He will be generously possess those qualifications, and he will generously serve the students in the needy. And the other one is integration of technology. This technology, it should be included in the school library, so that the school, it will be easy for both the students. Students also will get aware of the technology in their school days only. And also it will be easy for the librarian to provide other services, he could provide other knowledge to the students. And here to improve digital literacy to students, I have mentioned in the earlier point. And the other last and important one, there should be a proper collaboration between librarian, faculty, and school management, so that the above point which I have mentioned, everything will be going in order and provide good services to the very young, and their minds will be very much learning, growing, and they'll be, this will be a great impact on school students. So the conclusion for the review, actually, when I'm going through these papers, ma'am, I have found many schools which have very small number of services, very less facilities, no physical facilities, no ICT, no proper qualified librarian, and this has to be improved, ma'am. The government or the school, for the private institutions, the school management have to adhere to the strict regulations provided, and they have to make sure the students, make sure the librarian should be a qualified one, the facilities should be improved, and also to make sure the students should be aware of the library and the library facilities which they can avail of and get benefited, so that in their higher studies, when they go to the college or university, they'll be well aware, and they go to a global scale through the knowledge or through their learnings from the library. Thank you, ma'am. This is a review of a topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vijay. Thanks for your presentation. Now we call upon Mr. Mohammad Abubkar to make his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Vijay.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we have the presentation of the next presenter, Mr. Dr. Mohammad Abubkar?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon to all.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Please continue with your presentation.
Vijay, please remove your sharing. Share of. Hello, Vijay. Hello, ma'am. It's a great pleasure. It's a great pleasure for giving the opportunity.
Mr. Mohammed, please, stick to 10 minutes time. Please make it crisp and short. Please
Myself,
continue.
Mohammad Abubakar Siddiq. I am the research scholar of Dr. Ambedkar Open University. I'm working in Acharya Nagarjuna University. My topic is student perceptions of library services of selected degree colleges of Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, continue.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, ma'am. 1 minute. My presentation consists of abstract and the introduction and scope of the study, objectives and review iteration methodology, and findings and recommendations, and conclusion and reference, ma'am. I choose the topic degree colleges of student perception because there is a lack of studies in this field of degree colleges. And perception is nothing but it's a psychological word. Perception is ones who interprets and see the world and experience. Perceptions comes from three words, three things: from belief, knowledge, and experience. Perceptions of every individual maybe look at same thing, but they perceive differently. Hello.
Oh, yes, please continue.
Yeah, ma'am.
I
can't share my PPTs, madam, because of some network issue.
No problem, no problem. You continue your presentation and highlight your findings, methodology and findings. Okay?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
The study is conducted of degree college library services. The aim is study to the perceptions of the students only for this paper. The study is focused on the student satisfaction of library services, both physically and resource satisfaction as suggested in the paper. Suggestions were given at the end of the paper. Introduction, madam. It is important to improve the service of the organization. To evaluate the service, the user satisfaction is more important, plays an important role. And students shape their career with the library. The object to the students. The primary goal of this of the student to promote the reading habit of the student, interest towards the library and facility to acquire their needs and information. The scope of the study is confined with two colleges, selected two colleges, ma'am. One is Government Women's Degree College, Guntur, and Hindu. One is government aided college, ma'am. The objectives of study is physical facilities and visiting of library by the students, perceptions of the students and use of using of the library for academic purposes, students' satisfaction of resources and library services, fourth one, and third one, and fourth one is the barrier and the use of the library services. Some of the review literatures are there, that is Firdaus in 2016, and this is written by Firdaus 2016, has written that there is a lack of physical facilities in undergraduation colleges, and another one is in 2017. In this also there is a lack of e-resources in undergraduation colleges. And third is 2018, Maheshwarappa has written that there is a lack of supporting staff and journals and magazines, newspaper, and libraries. The methodology is survey methodology I have used, madam. One is I have taken two methods in this. Due to the pandemic, I have taken one questionnaire and I have sent some Google Forms to the students of related colleges, and I got total 100 questionnaires. Total have distributed 100 questionnaires and received 70 among them. From Women's College, Arts and Commerce, 21 questionnaires, total 35 questions. Out of that one, Arts and Commerce students have replied 21, and Science 14 from Women's College, Government Women's College. And second one is a Hindu college, that is private aided college. 35 questionnaires were received, ma'am. Arts and Commerce, they are 11, and Science are 24. As per this, the private aided colleges are more focusing on the students are, the science students are more using library as compared to arts and commerce and science groups of the government women's college. My findings are that Hindu college students, that the private aided college students are borrowing more books as compared to the government women's college arts and science students. Second finding is that the women's college both arts and science students are dissatisfied with the e-resources and reprography services provided by their colleges. And third finding, I have found that now both colleges are not satisfied with the opening hours of the library. Both colleges are slightly satisfied with the reading space available in the library. The space would be the key factor for both colleges. Recommendations from my side is that, ma'am, government should assist more funding to the government women's college to increase the physical facilities, and government women's college to conduct another recommendation from my side is, ma'am, that is government women's college should conduct book fairs, exhibitions and workshops and seminar to encourage the students to use the library for their academic purpose. Third but not least, ma'am, both of the colleges both of colleges should be conducted oriented program regarding the retrieving the e-resources, technical or and professional staff should be appointed for our professional staff to how to retrieve the ID sources from databases which they are provided by the both colleges. Conclusion, madam. Government's conclusion is that government women college conclusion is same, madam, as recommended that one. Some of the references were there given as above, ma'am. This is the first seminar of and paper presentation of me, madam, in my.
Okay, good. It's a good beginning. It was a good presentation. Mr. Mohammed, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Mr. Purna Chandra Rao to proceed with your present. Please proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, madam, in the chair, and good afternoon, the moderator, madam moderator. Madam, am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Okay.
My research topic, is the research contributions of Manon Manyam Sundarnagar University, a case study. Objective is to delve into the research trends of the thesis submitted by research scholars in the DLIS, Department of Library Information Science of Manon Manyam Sundarnagar University. And the objective is to know the research trends in the LIS thesis submitted and areas of interest and methodologies employed in those research topics. The methodology is the Shodhganga is the main source of information, and Department of Library and Information Science of Manon Manyam Sundarnagar University is taken as the area, and Shodhganga retrieved 44 theses completed and submitted between 2019 and 2015. So during this span of 4 years are selected, and those are the 44 theses. Titles of the selected theses are analyzed to identify the areas of interest and methods and tools employed for data collection. During the 2019, there are 7 studies completed, and out of these, all are related to e-resources and ICT-based services. There is a clear shift from traditional resource services to electronic information resources and services, and it is very obvious. And all the 7 studies used survey method for data collection. During 2018, among the 16 studies, 5 are on e-resources, and 6 are on ITC aspects, and 5 are on traditional services. Out of these 16 studies, 15 used survey method for collection of data, and 1 study used Google Form for collecting data. And the 16th study used cytometric study, and they used the appropriate tool for collecting data. And during 2017, among 10 theses, 6 are based on e-resources and services, and 2 are about ICT environment, and the remaining 2 are on traditional services. Almost all studies have ICT aspects as covered as major or minor area of interest during 2017. And all the studies used, that is 10 studies used questionnaire as a tool to collect data during the year 2017. And in the year 2016, of the 7 studies, 6 studies employed questionnaire for collecting data, and 1 study used observation method along with the questionnaire. So there are 7 studies and 7 used 6 used questionnaire, and 7th study used bibliometric study as a bibliometric tool as the data for collecting data. And among these 7, 5 studies are directly related to e-resources and services, and remaining 2 studies have a component of e-resources and they are traditional in nature. During 2015, out of 4 studies, 2 are directly related to ICT, and the 2 other are traditional, but they have some component of ICT in that. And during 2015, 3 studies used questionnaire method for collecting data. The 4th study used a bibliometric tool. So findings related to research areas are, there are 23 studies on different aspects of e-resources out of 44. There are 23 studies which are dealing with e-resources and services. And there are 12 studies which are related to ICT environment. And there are 9 studies which are in traditional services like traditional research and services out of 44. Regarding to research methodology, out of 44 theses, 41 used survey method. They have used questionnaire for collecting data, and only 1 study used Google Form among these 41 studies. I feel these findings are in relation with the remarks by the chairperson in the beginning of the session, and eminent speakers in the morning inaugural session. And regarding the conclusions, there is a clear indication there is a shift of interest from traditional to ICT environment and then to e-resources and services by the research scholars. And it is an indicator of the grappling of ICT on information services and resources in the libraries. And there is a need to use e-tools for collecting data or a tracking mechanism or log analysis for collecting real-time data. Generally, as we have seen in the analysis, most of the tools they have used are manual. They have not used any software programs or packages. At least from now onwards, I think we need to use software programs or packages, and it need to be thought of now. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Madam Bharati.
Yeah, ma'am.
Presentation.
Yeah, madam.
Okay, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. All my respected teachers of LIS, starting from Lakshman Rao sir, Sudarshan Rao sir, Vishwamohan sir, Chandrasekhar Rao sir, and Divakar Rao sir, respected Madam Parvathamma, and all the esteemed teachers or colleagues who are online watching this two-day national seminar. I would like to present before you my presentation. As and when Dr. Saroja madam called me saying that there is a seminar on this changing quarters of LIS researcher in the information age, immediately something clicked in my mind. That was being head of the department in Osmania University. As we have seen the number of LIS PhD topics, and when we are reviewing the topics, it just came to my mind that I wanted to know that there are many changes in our society, and we have seen that every change in the society has impacted the libraries. So from various things, the generations have changed, and that has impacted the libraries. Starting from physical libraries to virtual libraries, we have traveled. So this is the path with which we have traveled. So what I was thinking was, that is from archiving to alerting service, that is just preservation part of the knowledge. From there, today we have transformed to personalized services to individuals by alerting the information which they wanted. So in this backdrop, I think I have to be fast in concluding. So I am sorry, I think there is some disturbance. I'm extremely sorry for that. Yeah. So as we all know, we have transformed from archival studies to library and information science because of the technologies and the services which we are extending. So that means what I felt is some research has been done by someone to transform these processes. So that research is responsible for our transformation to the present stage. So in this backdrop, I just wanted to know how many types of research we have in our society across us. So I could make that we have 3 types of research that are existing. That is, in everyday life, whatever we wanted to do, starting from sending our children to the schools, we'll do some research, or when we want to take a decision on anything, we will also do some research, which is also called as research that is needed for our daily lives. And at the same time, we also have market research by the commercials, because they wanted to sell their product or they want to have some marketing of their services. They will also do the survey of what has to be produced or how the services has to be changed. And finally, coming to our topic of LIS research, that is research that is done in any subject domain and for which a PhD degree has been awarded. So I was trying to know about all these, and in this context, when I was digging out, I also came to the notice that I think in 1920s, the beginning of or the foundation for a department or a systematic foundation for our subject has started. That means we are in the centenary year for our library profession or library studies, not library profession. In fact, it is the departments that were started in 1920s. I think it was because of the report given by Charles C. Williamson in 1922. He felt that not the clerks or any persons who are performing the library professional works, he felt that there should be a systematic scientific training to the people who wanted to enroll themselves into the library profession. So in this aspect, as I think my previous paper presenters have given the details, that it is in 1891 that Melville D.V. was the first PhD degree holder in the Department of Library Science. And as my colleague Dr. Vivek Vardhan was also referring, Mr. L.O.R.S. Epton in the year 1930 was the first PhD. That means 9 decades have passed in the journey of PhD programs in library science. So I wanted to know how much of contribution to the profession or the library services these PhD researchers have contributed. So that is my area of study. So in this backdrop, I tried to pick up when the first PhD doctorates in LIS across the globe has started. So in USA, it has started, the department was established in 1926, and the first PhD, as we discussed, in 1930. Again, in India, in 1946, the department was established, but in 1957, the first PhD program, first PhD degree was awarded to D.B. Krishna Rao, and at the same time, without having PhD, because we were not having the PhD programs in our universities, many scholars have pursued their PhDs from foreign universities also. In that way, 1954 itself, J.S. Sharma has received PhD degree from foreign university. At the same time, in United Kingdom, 1963 was the year when one first PhD was awarded, and in Pakistan, 1981, even though the PhD was introduced in 1981, in 1964 itself, Dr. Abdul Moeed, who is a Pakistani, has received PhD degree from foreign university. And in Bangladesh, 1985, the first PhD degree was awarded. And surprisingly, in China, the first PhD degree was awarded in 1994. So I will skip all this. So in this backdrop, along with the Indian scenario, I felt that there is a need to showcase my own university. So I tried to, even though Dr. Vivek Vardhan has shared this, I wanted to share with you all that our department was established in Osmania University in 1959, and the first PhD is awarded from allied subject in 1993 to Professor N. Lakshman Rao, who is a guest of honor of today's function and who is also a curtain raiser to our topic. And at the same time, in 1995, Osmania University for the first time has awarded PhD, and Professor Sudarshan Rao and Professor Vishwamohan sir, both of them in 1995, they are the pioneers of PhD awardees in our department. As on date, as Dr. Vivek Vardhan has specified, we have given 51 PhD degrees. So I have shown all this, and so what I felt is I wanted to look into the PhD topics, as I am feeling that this transition from archival to alerting service can never happen overnight. There may be some research or some work that is continuously going on. So I have done one exploratory study based on the doctoral degrees and doctoral research areas of many countries across the globe. That is, I have gone through the studies of 3,014 LIS doctoral degrees granted in US and Canada, and also 3,450 doctoral dissertations that were submitted during 1960s and 2013, and also the observations of 3,230 degrees that are awarded in North America, 1,058 doctoral theses submitted in Indian universities. In this way, I have explored all the areas where the LIS PhD degrees are awarded. And my objective was to know when this PhD degree awarding started in the universities. And I wanted to know in this span of time, how much of contribution to the development or for the transformation of services has taken place. And at the same time, I wanted to know whether the changes in the services and professionalism has any impact on LIS curriculum. So in this direction, I was trying to know, as I'm telling you, it is an exploratory study and I wanted to come out, and I feel that there is a need for in-depth study on this area. So my observations, as from the morning we are hearing from our speakers that all the LIS PhD doctoral degrees, which I have noticed in so many thousands of dissertations across the globe, the main trend is library science is not the major research focus in many of or 90% of the research topics. And library and information science as an interdisciplinary has increased since 1970s. And one more thing is library cataloging, library references, library collections is diminishing from 1980s. And also observed that information science is surpassing library science, and this has become a major research area. And also identified that library history, citation analysis, and information seeking behavior are the core areas in which the researchers are interested. So in this backdrop, when noticed since 1990s, I have given the topics on which the scholars are concentrating, and I'm also observed that in Pakistan and China, how the trend is going on. And as I noted, during 1947 to 2015, in Pakistan, entire Pakistan, that is in the span of 63 years, only 19 PhD degrees are awarded. Whereas Pakistani LIS professionals have acquired degrees from foreign universities, that is 28 number. 28 scholars have received their PhD degrees from foreign universities. So China, unfortunately, I don't know the reason. The reason has to be analyzed in detail. Even though the department has been established in 1920, the first PhD degree was awarded in 1994. It is lagging behind in India, even though it is a developed country in many respects. So in my observation, there is no, unfortunately, I have to say this, that there is no much concentration on the supplementation of the services, or any invention or any action reaction has been taken up by our research scholars. As I wanted to emphasize that it is not only in India, it's the same in the rest of the world. So again, in Indian scenario also, the same topics as discussed by my previous speakers, user studies and bibliometrics and library legislations associations or national libraries or school libraries are of interest. And when I observe, descriptive research methodology is widely used. Surveys and questionnaires are predominantly used. Historical concept research has been taken up. Discussions only were taken up. Review of literatures are also concentrated. And another interesting thing is 2/3 of the doctoral dissertations, which I have seen in ProQuest thesis and dissertations database, library services and library transformations have been taken up by non-LIS professionals. That means they are taking up our professional services, and unfortunately, we are not able to focus in that area. So in this backdrop, I try to make out whether LIS curriculum has been changed or redesigned every time when transformation is going on in the library services. So I have seen that by 1995-96 academic year, almost all parts of the country has introduced ICT components in their LIS education. Practical components are also included at postgraduate level, and internationalization of LIS education also has taken up with the recommendations of UGC curriculum development committees and all. And at the same time, in my personal observation, that many enthusiastic engineering backdrop students are taking up our admission in MLIS, that is computer science students and MTech students are joining our master's degree of library information science from 2010 onwards. That is also a 1 decade is over. And at the same time, I'm glad to express that most of our students, the percentage of those qualifying in UGC NET and those who are acquiring JRF fellowship are more in our subject. So this is what is my observation. So I felt that there is insufficient research in the library automation and service innovations in our subject. And this part is taken up.
Madam, can you please wind up in 2 minutes?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. So others are taking up our this thing. So at the same time, what I have done is I have explored that for this transformation, who are responsible? Who has taken up this? So when I have digged out the personalities who have developed this, these are the people, and I have identified their field, from which field they are coming and which country they are coming. And I noticed that the other non-LIS academicians and practicing librarians have contributed to our transformation. So I feel that in future, at least, as it is a brainstorming seminar for all of us to introspect ourselves, how we have to design, how we have to motivate our research scholars. I felt that there is a need for practical training to the practical exposure. We have to practical exposure to our research scholars before taking up any PhD research assignment. And they have to emphasize on action reaction that will lead to the solutions and to many problems still we have in our universities. So I conclude with my presentation with a note that these are the quotations given by our legendary people that we have to see everything in our library profession which nobody else has got, and then only it can become a research. And I feel that research is linked with problem solving, which is not happening in the present scenario. Let us all concentrate on this. Let us all introspect ourselves and do something to our subject and profession. That is my appeal, and I thank all my fellow colleagues, as well as I thank Professor Parvathamma Madam for giving me this opportunity. I thank Dr. Saroja for making me to do this exploratory study because of this seminar. I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Bharati. We have already taken 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. Extremely sorry.
No, it was a very... And many outcomes of presentation. Some of the sessions, I would say that I don't three surveys, one literature review, and one expert study was undertaken. Among them, one has attempted to trace the facilities in libraries, school libraries through a review, whereas Dr. Vivek has tried to attempt the diversity of research areas covered in PhD thesis. Mr. Muhammad Abub has tried the students' perception of libraries, whereas Purna Chandra Rao studied the contributions of Manoormanian University, and among all the 4 papers, 3 were surveys and 1 is literature review. The last paper and the best paper presented was by Dr. Bharati, which tried to explore the transformation of library services from archiving to alerting services using research topics of PhD thesis as the basis. Thank you very much. I thank Dr. Bharati for coordinating with me for successful completion of this session. And I would like to thank Dr. Saroja G, seminar coordinator, seminar director, and university authorities for giving me this opportunity.
Ma'am,
thank you so much.
Can I interrupt, ma'am? Before we close, there is a question in the chat box, ma'am, to Parvati, addressed to Parvati, ma'am. From Sriram from Sikkim University. So he says, my question to Dr. Parvatama, ma'am, don't you think poor review process is a big problem in publishing poor research papers in LIS? So that is his question. So we will take this question before we close, ma'am. Ma'am, you are on mute. Ma'am, please unmute, ma'am. Ma'am, you are on mute, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute. ఎట్లా అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలి?
దాన్ని క్లిక్ చేస్తే మౌస్ తోటి అయిపోతుంది.
ఎక్కడ
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అంటారు కదా.
Where they want to publish.
Yes.
Then quality journal or they want to have visibility means let them go for the reputed publishers. This problem will remain as long as there are these type of journals, poor quality journals. Please maintain your quality, submit only to reputed journals.
A simple solution to the problem, to the reply. Thank you so much, ma'am, for chairing this session. And I also extend my thanks to Bharati for moderating this session. And it is a wonderful session. All the presenters have presented their views. And if we can note down a few of the what needs to be done for outcome of this session, it would be.
You need a write-up or you want me to present now?
Just one or two points we can note down.
From the session?
Yes.
Yes. The main points are that the emphasis was on the study of research PhD thesis as the basis for the study. They used PhD thesis as source of data.
Okay, ma'am.
For identifying different areas of research.
Okay.
Areas of research. That is the first statement. And then in a review article by Vijay, Mr. Vijay, 30 research articles were reviewed.
Yes, ma'am.
Which were contributed by practicing librarians.
Yes, ma'am.
And their findings suggested that government school libraries have better infrastructure facilities in libraries.
Okay.
Than others. It's a point to be noted. And an exploratory study.
Yes,
of
ma'am.
transformation of library services highlighted.
Yes, ma'am.
They highlighted the change in the research scenario.
Yes, ma'am.
At the global level and national level.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I thank moderator. I thank everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you, madam.
successful.
Thank you.
And
Yes, yes.
Well done.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And we will take a short break of half an hour for lunch, and then we will assemble for the second session that is on interdisciplinarity, sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. I thank all the presenters. I thank the chairperson and also the moderator for the moderating this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, madam. Right.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Hello. Kiran. Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, Vishwamohan sir, and all the participants who are here. Hello. It's 2 o'clock. So, hello, Vishwamohan sir. Good afternoon.
Much here.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon.
It's 2 o'clock, sir. So I thought I'll just say hello to all of them who are here on time.
Very
hello,
good afternoon,
Saroja,
sir.
ma'am.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the seminar.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Achala, and welcome. You also welcome to the seminar. And
good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, let me see how many participants are there now. So yes, there are almost 14 participants are there. So let us check if the presenters are have come.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Ratna Kumari is there. Bhaskar
Rao.
Sir.
And Ravi Gear.
Yes, Ravi Gear is there. Yes, I think we have all the presenters here. Then I think,
presenters here.
Yes, as this.
Sir, very good afternoon, sir. And Achala madam. Sir,
Hi,
how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Ravi.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, as the morning session has extended slightly, we are constrained to restrict our lunch time and join for the second session. Since it is a virtual seminar, actually they can have their lunch also and also hear to the proceedings. So I think we should not delay the session. And yes, we will. I extend a warm welcome to the chairperson, Professor Vishwamohan Garu, and also moderator of this session, Dr. Achala. And I request Achala to introduce the chairperson of this session and also, yeah, make a
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all of you to the technical session 2 today with the theme Interdisciplinarity in LIS Research on the day 1 of the 2-day national seminar sponsored by ICSSR and organized by Department of Library and Information Science from the Faculty of Social Sciences of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Open University, Hyderabad, on changing contours of research in LIS in the information age. This session is for 1.5 hours from 2 to 3:30 p.m. And the session's chairperson is Professor V. Vishwamohan, and I, Dr. Achala Munigal, am the moderator of this session. In this session, our chairperson will address us and talk about the interdisciplinary research and library and information sciences for about 10 minutes. After that, we will be having 3 paper presenters. Each will be allocated around 15 minutes. First is Ms. Ratna Kumari, who will talk on the career aspirations and progression of women LIS professionals in Telangana, followed by Mr. R. Bhaskar Rao, who will speak about study of information capacity of aquatic and fisheries information system in Visakhapatnam region of Andhra Pradesh. And Mr. Ravi Gear, who will present an analysis of Indian social science publications cited in Scopus database. After all these 3 presenters have presented their papers, Professor Vishwamohan will deliver his invited talk for about half an hour. And if time permits us, we will have a couple of questions from the participants and discussions at the end of the session. Now let me introduce the chairperson and the invited presenter to all of you. It is indeed a great honor to introduce our beloved teacher and chairperson of technical session 2, who is also an invited presenter. Dr. Wangari Vishwamohan is a retired professor from Department of Library and Information Sciences, Osmania University, but has not retired from giving invited talks, teaching, writing, and mentoring. His teaching experience spans over 3 decades, and during this time, he has held innumerable administrative positions in different capacities for almost 20 years. He was awarded Sri K. Raghav Reddy Gold Medal for distinction in MLIC in 1982 and received the ICSSR Fellowship in 1992. He has published 8 books. His first book was Do You Want a Better Life? And his most current book is Individual Social Responsibility, vis-a-vis government social responsibility. Other books penned by him are Be Happy, What Should I Be, Need for Second, Freedom Struggle in India, Be Human, The Real Story of Crime, and When the Builders of the Nation Are Punished. He also edited 4 books and published 54 papers in national and international journals. 10 PhDs, 12 MPhils, and 10 MLIC dissertations were awarded under his supervision. He's an excellent resource person and regularly delivers lectures at different universities and institutions in India and abroad. He was an editor and member of editorial boards, as well as a reviewer of many national and international journals. He's a member of many LIS associations and also has held positions of council member in ILA and ISLIC, as well as General Secretary and Vice President of IAT-LIS too. He visited USA, Sweden, Italy, Vatican City, Thailand, etc. Not only is Sir a great teacher, an excellent supervisor, as I myself also have done PhD under his able guidance, but he's also a very good singer who participated in radio and Doordarshan programs, and a humanist at heart. Handing over to you, sir. You have 10 minutes to address as a chair. Thank you, sir. Vishwamohan, sir?
Yeah.
I'm handing it over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. And Dr. Achila Munigal,
good afternoon, sir.
And dear participants, and the other audience. I'm really glad to be here today as chairman of this session. As a matter of fact, this particular area is an interesting area. I do not know how many of you agree to this, but still I feel that, this is an interesting area, that is, interdisciplinarity of LIS. Now, before going to really deal with this particular area or rather theme of this session, we should also see whether, this particular theme, topic has any scope, and where does it stand, and to which extent, it is really rather, say that significant. Okay. In the light of the theme of the seminar itself. Now, first of all, we have to deal with the theme of the seminar. That is, it is changing contours of LIS research in information age. Now, when we talk about the changing contours of LIS research in information age, we should see whether we have any defined contours of LIS field. If we do not have clear idea of the contours of LIS area, then how do we really talk about the changing contours? So when it comes to really understanding how the contours of library and information science field are changing, we have to first of all go back to the basics of the discipline itself, and then find out how the contours are changing. Now, when we go back to the history, and then look back, then we will find out that there are a lot of changes actually. There is sea change. Now, what kind of change is there? Now we still talk about library and information science. Library science and information science both are clubbed, and then we say that our field is library and information science. But as a matter of fact, library science is last in information science, and information science is last in information technology. Now, when the basic disciplines, like they may not be called as basic disciplines, but then basic areas like library science and information science themselves are lost in the floods of the technology, right? And naturally, where do we stand? What kind of research will take place? And then what is really happening to the field? This is what we need to rather look at or look into. If we do not really look into this, we will not understand what type of research we have to conduct, and then where should we go? What is what direction we have to proceed. So this is why, what is that we need to do is that, we have to have an understanding of if we have clear idea of what are the changes that are taking place in a field, then only we will be in a position to understand whether there is any scope for interdisciplinary research. Then only we will understand what type of interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinary areas are that are really significant and that we need to be rather, dealt with. So therefore, I say that this is most important, what do you call, say issue or aspect we have to look into. Otherwise, we will not understand whether there will be any scope for interdisciplinary research. And in the morning, we have seen a wonderful speech by Professor Uma Kanchilal, and she has started saying that so many areas we need to cover. And as a matter of fact, what is happening is that library and information science professionals are encroaching into, or rather trying to embrace each and every field. So is it possible? And why should we get into other field? And then why should we rather embrace various fields? Is there any need? Now, all these things are to be discussed. Then only we'll be in a position to understand whether there is any need for interdisciplinary research. And if there is interdisciplinary research, and what will happen to the original subject or the basic subject of library science? Library science, will it have its own identity? Will it have its own, what do you call, say individual status? So this is what needs to be, what do you call, thought about. So now what I feel is that let us see how best our participants, the paper presenters, will try to really, address this particular issue and see that, what kind of interdisciplinary research we can carry out and what type of research methods and methodologies we need to rather apply. All these things, we will discuss. And now, I think it is better if we invite the paper presenters to present their papers and see that there will be some kind of orientation towards the theme of this particular, say, session, that is interdisciplinarity in LIS research. And may I call upon Ms. Ratna Kumari, the first presenter, to present her paper on career aspirations and progression of women LIS professionals in Telangana. So I think, this will be an interesting paper. I think she is ready. Ms. Kumari, I think you are ready.
Yeah.
And, I invite you to make a presentation of your paper, and you may be aware that, you will have a time limit, because we should not really exceed time limits. And then, we'll be encroaching into other sessions, time of other sessions. So therefore, your time limit is about 10 minutes, right?
Okay, sir.
And if you have, what do you call, a lengthy paper to present, make it brief, okay?
Okay,
and
sir.
Try to be brief by presenting the methodology or the scope of your study and the findings, okay? So something like that, right? So now it is Ms. Ratna Kumari, please.
Sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
And Madam Achila, Madam, also good afternoon, and all other participants, good afternoon. This is the first time I'm presenting on webinar and online. If I have done any mistakes, please forgive me, sir. And my topic is a study on career aspirations and career progression of women LIS professionals in Telangana, sir. India's ranking in gender diversity has improved with the representation of women in top leaders positions, rising to 20% in 2018, even as the country ranks 50 lowest in having women in such roles, says report, sir. The findings in this report are drawn from 4,995 interviews conducted between July and December 2017 with chief executive officers, managing directors, chairs, and other senior decision makers from all industry sectors in mine market business in 35 countries. According to Grant Thornton's Women in Business Beyond Policy to Progress report, though the percentage of leadership roles held by women in India has increased, still 30% of the respondents that said they have no women in the leadership roles. All India Survey on Higher Education also 2018-19 report says only women 30% are there. Women in different professions, women's choice in education and enrollment in different courses, women representation in leadership positions, influence on career choice of women. Reason for me for women opting library science as a profession is Mrs. Kalpana Dasgupta. And women enrollment in different courses are like this. Women opted to take up librarianship as a career often due to the following reasons. Women who want to teach employment but were not particularly prepared to teach consider librarianship as a good alternative because the environment will be academic, whereas the work will not have the requirement of teaching on a regular basis. And security of women is a major factor in an Indian family. And the qualities expected in Indian women is suited to the activities in the library. Jobs in a library can allow women to remain unattached to colleagues and the public, especially males. And definitions of career aspirations. Career aspirations are the goals set up by a person to achieve in their current position of the desired positions. And the Cambridge Dictionary defines an aspiration as something you want to do or achieve. It is more formal than a dream or hope. Career aspirations are representations and individuals' orientation towards a desired career goal under ideal conditions. And career aspirations are the goals set out by a person to achieve in their current position or the desired position, sir. Okay. And review of literature, the study explored how women academic librarians in management described their career progression up compared to those who are not in management positions. Women librarians working full-time in academic libraries were surveyed about their career experiences to explore what barriers they faced in pursuing or persisting in management positions, as well as their perceptions of the factors necessary for success in such positions. After collecting 224 online surveys, 37 semi-structured interviews were conducted with a purposive sample of these librarians to provide context for their survey answers. Understanding women academic librarians' perception of their careers, especially with regard to the barriers, it may help them succeed, can provide insight into how to better support in management in academic libraries. And Hartman RL, the purpose of this study to examine potential differences of occupational self-efficacy, career aspirations, and work engagement between women and men. Findings indicate that occupational self-efficacy has positive effect on career aspirations of women in workplace. Further, there was no statistically significant difference between occupational self-efficacy and work engagement between men and women. Women may believe that they can accomplish challenging tasks in the workplace. It does not mean this belief is acted upon. And research tools are this questionnaire, background information, age, qualification, social category, economic background, career aspirations, and career progression and barriers to career progressions. Methodology, sir, universe and sample. Presently in Telangana, there are 14 states of universities. Total only 40 women library professionals are working. And 3 central universities, only 10 women library professionals are working. 220 government and private engineering colleges are there. 75 women library professionals are working. In 1,159 government and private degree colleges are there, whereas only 25 women library professionals working. Like corporate schools and special institutional libraries, altogether the women library professionals are very less. Other technical institutions also, only few women libraries are working. The first data analysis and presentation, age-wise distribution, like this. Major findings. Among 59 respondents, majority of them, 44.07% of them are aged between 20 to 30 years. It is found from the study, the majority of 54.24% of the respondents are married, and 20.34% of them are singles, and 18.64% of them are widowed, and only 6.78% of them are diverse women library staff. And the majority of 45.76% of the respondents are OC category, followed by 27.12% of them are OBC, and 12.25% of them are SC, and only 11.86% of them are ST category. And most of them, 44.07 are getting 2 lakhs, and 2 to 6 lakhs. 32.20% of them are getting 7.11 lakh, 7 to 11 lakhs, and 13.56 them are getting less than 2 lakhs. And finally, only 10 to 17% of the respondents getting about 11 lakhs rupees as annual income. In majority of them are got graduation degree among these. 34.15% of them got before marriage, and 18.8% of them are got after marriage. And most of them are influenced by parents, and some influenced by friends, and influenced by husbands. Sir, these are the findings I got it, sir. Respondents are expressed their opinion that they disagree with the pay benefits, salary. Only very few are strongly agree with the statement. In case salary, majority of them are respondents strongly agree, and 13.56% of them are very strongly agree, sir. Yeah. These are the references I got through this study, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ratnakumari. And I think, after all the other paper presenters make their presentations, then, we can have some discussion, or the other participants may raise their questions. What I feel is, this study might, give some, throw some light on career aspirations and progression of women LIS professionals in Telangana. And I hope that they will also aspire for interdisciplinary research in library and information science. And they should really think that, unless and until they carry out research in the field, the field will not really develop. And I think, women power will definitely prove its power, and then they will contribute commendably to the field. Then now I invite Mr. R. Bhaskar Rao. Bhaskar Rao is there, no? Is he present? Mr. Bhaskar Rao. Where is Bhaskar Rao? Now he is going to present his paper entitled A Study of Information Capacity of Aquatic and Fisheries Information System in Visakhapatnam region, Andhra. If he is present, I invite him to present his paper. Otherwise, we will proceed to Mr. Ravi Gear. G. Ravi.
Hello.
I think Bhaskar Rao is not there.
I don't find his name in the participants, sir.
Yeah, that's right. Then Ravi Kumar is there, and he is going to present his paper entitled An Analysis of Indian Social Science Publications Cited in Scopus Database. Yes, Mr. Ravi.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the session chair, Professor Vishmohan sir, and the moderator, Mrs. Achala Munigal madam. And good afternoon to my research guide, Dr. G. Saroja madam, and other participants. So my seminar topic is an analysis of Indian social science publications cited in Scopus database. This paper falls under like seminar sub-themes like 4A, that is areas and methodologies for LIS research, and citation, indexing, and bibliography. So my scheme of action is first introduction and review of literature, objectives, then methodology, analysis and interpretation, findings, and conclusion. So my topic is more related to like bibliometrics and citation analysis. And before talking about citation analysis, and I would like to talk about bibliometrics. So bibliometrics is a mix of together of two words like biblio and metrics. And biblio is the grit of Latin and Greek word that is biblion, which means book or a paper. So the word metrics implies that the study of the meter, that is estimation, and induction of Greek word metrikon. Thus the bibliometrics has something to do with the measure of books, not exactly books like research papers and other publications. So I'll, the abstract of my topic is, and in this study, and endeavor has been made to analyze the different quantitative aspects of the Scopus database, particularly journals of social sciences, and which includes year-wise growth of articles and authorship patterns of articles and collaboration index and degree of collaboration. A citation analysis of Scopus database of social science publications in India was conducted based on the article published in the journals during 2015 to 2018. It covers 58,714 articles contributed, and I have used quite a lot of scientific tools to see the dissimilar aspects of the database. And we acknowledge the year-wise distribution of article, authorship patterns, and geographical distributions. In addition, we have recognized output of authors, most productive organization. The study has the following findings. The study exposed that highest number of publications is on 2018, and highest number of documents are published as a research articles, and majority of publications were published by a single author. So to do my research topic, and I have gone through some of the literature, and with this, and I understood that, and researchers are taking their desired research publication like journal for stipulated years like 2000. When we talk about this, Ravichandran and Vivekanandan scrutinize the scientometric analysis of wastewater management research publication. They have taken particular journal like wastewater management research publication for the year 10 years from Scopus database. They have collected all the references of the journals, and they have analyzed all the citations. And Maharana and Misra articulated the open access social science journals indexed in a directory of open access journals. So here a researcher has taken open access social science journals from DOAJ, that is directory of open access journals. So this is a kind of different flavor, like some researcher has taken a like a paid journal, and they have done their research. This is open access journal. They have taken from DOAJ for 10 years, and they analyzed all citations. And Alagu and Tanishkoti examined the digital literacy publications or indexed in Web of Science database between 1990 to 2011. This is another flavor, like taking a particular journal from Web of Science for 20 years of span, and collecting all the references from end of the each and every article. And they have done their citation analysis, and they reported in their research. And Kavita and others analyzed the research output on solar cell research publication from Scopus database during 1978 and 2017. Again, this is from Scopus database, especially for covers life sciences and humanities and science and other domains also. And they have taken particular journal from Scopus database for 20 years and they analyzed all citations. So with the citation analysis, this is my review of literature and objectives to locate out the year-wise growth of the publications in that social science discipline of in Scopus database, and to discover out the types of documents cited in Scopus database in India, and to find out the authorship patterns of the publications, and to study out the type of documents involved in the research, and to find out the authorship patterns and degree of collaboration, and to find out the co-authorship index. And methodology, this study analyzes the social science research publications from the Scopus database, and during the period 2015 to 18, that is 4 years, the following search strings are used to retrieve the data from Scopus database. The search key is like title, that is social science, or India social science, or and publication year greater than 2015 and publication year less than 2019. The data has been collected on 12th of August 2021 and it has been analyzed using Microsoft Excel. And this is a search strategy to retrieve the data from Scopus database from 2015 to 2018. So after collecting the data, and I used MS Excel to analyze the data. So analysis and interpretation, year-wise distribution of publications. So here we could see the graph, like into the highest number of publications were published in the year of 2018 with 18,377. So in terms of percentage, it is 31.3%. This is the highest published journals in the 2018. And least journals, least number of, that is 11,176. That is 19.03% article published in the year 2015. It means that in 2018, there are more number of articles published, and in 2015, the less number of article published. The type of documents cited in Scopus database. So most of the 31,825 documents were published as articles. It means that there are more number of articles. There are different kinds of publication types are there. Article is one of the form. So 31,825 articles are published in this span of 2015 to 2018. That is 54.65%. And least published as a short survey, that is only 288, that is 0.48%. Authorship patterns of the publications. So this indicates a trend forward collaborative research in the field of social science. Here we could see there are more two-authored. It means that collaborative research has been increased here, like 20,248 articles are published collaboratively, like two authors, they contributed their research. Single author, it is 14,557. So here graph shows one author, single author, two author, three authors, four authors, something like that. Authorship patterns of the single and joint contribution. Here we can see in 2015, 3,292 single authors, that is 22.61%. And joint authors, it is 7,884, that is 17.8%. Total is 11,176. So degree of collaboration is 19.03. And 2016, single author 3,625, the percentage is 24.90, and joint authors are 10,078, the percentage is 22.82, and total is 13,703, the degree of collaboration is 23.34. In 2017, the single authors are 3,893, the percentage is 26.74, and joint authors are 11,565 and percentage is 26.19. The total 15,458. The degree of collaboration is 26.33. Last 2018 in single author 3,747. The percentage is 25.74. The joint authors 14,630. percentage is 33.13, the total 18,377, the degree of collaboration is 31.30. The total altogether single authors are 14,557 and joint authors 44,157 and total 58,714. And here this table indicates that the overall collaboration index was highest in the year 2018, that is 31.30, and during the period 2015 to 18. So degree of collaboration of research papers, and here graph shows that the degree of collaboration in social science has decreased from the year 2015 to 2018. The table clearly shows the changing research trends. Conclusion, in 4 years, the total 58,714 articles were published in the social sciences databases, social sciences journals in the Scopus databases by various researchers and scientists, and maximum number of articles, that is 18,377 published in the year 2018, and lowest number of articles 11,176 published in the year 2015. And it is also seen that authorship patterns were towards 2-authored articles, and it is observed that the trends of research was moving towards social sciences, and it is said that this analysis can be used for any kind of journals. And journal articles are key resources of publications. It is obligatory to undertake scientific studies on the regular foundation in order to understand the current state of the university in terms of research output, and as well as to discover any gaps in improvement and to aid the institution in achieving its aim of producing rich quality research. By analyzing the contents of social science journals in Scopus database, we could infer the future research areas in social science, the emerging technologies and their significance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravi Kumar.
Thank you, sir.
I think you have worked hard to gather all the data and prepare a paper. Now, I don't know whether, moderator would directly ask me to rather represent my
yes,
talk.
Sir.
Or
I would like to request you to proceed with your talk, because I think
sir, sorry
the presenter has not turned up.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. The other presenter is ready with his presentation,
okay,
and Bhaskar Rao,
Fair
he
enough.
joined the...
Very nice. Actually, this is the advantage of online seminars. So we will not miss anyone, even if they are at distant places. So I now invite Mr. R. Bhaskar Rao to make a presentation on his paper entitled A Study of Information Capacity of Aquatic and Fisheries Information System in Visakhapatnam region, Andhra Pradesh, right? So over to Mr. Bhaskar Rao.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. So, respected chairman, sir, and moderator and seminar director, I thank you for this opportunity. So now, sir, sorry for the inconvenience, because due to power problem, I'm not able to connect.
Yeah.
So, am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are very much audible. Very much. Very nice. You have a very good voice. Yeah.
So, study of information capacity of aquatic and fisheries information system in Visakhapatnam city. Fisheries plays the vital and prominent role in Indian economy. Now it's contribute national income, neutral security. It's nearly employment generation also very good way in the fishery sector. So it provides livelihood nearly 2,008 crores of fishers and fisher farmers in primary level. And then another thing is most of the institutions, fisheries institutions and research and development centers that's related to aquatic and marine centers, nearly 10 institutions and marine centers I have taken the study, and nearly the geographical proximity is a nearly 6 kilometer radius in Visakhapatnam, mostly located in coastal place, nearly 6 kilometers. Every institution is located. So, and it is most of these institutions and aquatic and marine centers, they have a lot of information capacity building. Here we can see the digital information services and institutional repositories, print and non-print journals, document delivery service, online international fisheries and marine database also in this region fact. So the present study mostly gives the reason regarding that what are the activities and information resources and services and information infrastructure and dissemination mechanism we are going to take. So I'm here, you can see that fisheries sector. So there we can use different terms here. The fisheries science has two different meanings. It's a body of a scientific knowledge of pertaining to the fisheries and the environment. It's also called fisheries science or just fisheries. And second, it's the profession that expand and use the scientific knowledge. Activity is nothing but wide range of topics of including marine organism and ecosystem, dynamic ocean currents, waves and geographical fluid dynamics, and plate and tectonics, and the geology of seafloor and fluxes of the various chemical substances and physical properties within the ocean and across the boundaries. When you go to the information, the term it is referred to a number of different phenomena. These phenomena have been classified into three groups in my study. Anything perceived as a potentially signifying the something, example, printed books. And second on the process of informing, which is learned from some evidence of communication. Simply we can web definition. The information system denotes the combination of hardware, software, infrastructure, and trained personnel, and organized and professionals, and well-equipped technical knowledge professionals, and facilitate planning, control, coordination, decision-making in organizations. The term capacity itself denotes and indicates, depicts the ability of power of contain, absorb, or hold the maximum volume or amount. In this study, the term information system, computerized and computer system for the collecting, compiling, organizing, and managing database containing information related to aquatic sciences and fisheries institution. The main signification of the study, you can see the present study, the main objective to find out the information capacity, information resource. The wide coverage of the subject was aimed to avoid generalization of the problem prevailing in the field of conservation flux. There is a lot of changes in the technology and information storage and information explosion. The retrieval of the decimal also information system. Time to time it's changing. So another thing is the assess the availability of aquatic and fisheries information system in Visakhapatnam and Andhra Pradesh. My methodology and profile of the study, the essential here we can see that information sources, information dissemination, mostly the field which is also have done and the survey were conducted to reason, and the information based on the institution using questionnaire by online, and some supplementary observation has been made here. Online and websites also referred indirectly. So region of Visakhapatnam, this is the place we can see that the coastal area nearly 6 kilometers. The coastal area, the blue color indicates mostly fisheries institutions and marine fisheries institutions here located in Visakhapatnam coastal area. So mostly the depiction of the, I have taken 10 institutions, the Central Institute of Fisheries and Nautical Engineering Training. This is mainly focused on deep sea training. We have here the different two diploma and engineering, the BTech courses are also there. And mostly these institutes concentrate deep sea training and short-term courses and marine engineering and shipping and designing. So this library is having a semi-automated, mostly the information is live. And another is the Marine Product Export and Development Authority, MEPDA. It's an export and development authority. It has a very good internet-based library. But the thing is, mostly print media collection is available. Most of the information sources are print media. There was no librarian. They deployed the library professional here in this institution. And another thing is National Institute of Oceanography. This is another aquatic institution is offering a information capacity system. It has nearly a lot of databases, aqua science and fishery abstracts, ASCO, current content diskettes, and PATSCAN, NICOMAS. NICOMAS is a wonderful database for the what it's called all the fisheries and oceanography institutions. Ocean Line is online database catalog, and NeoPub. It's a publication of all the scientists in NIO. It's located in the NeoPub. It's a e-database. And Indo-Ocean. Indo-Ocean is the Indian Ocean literature, scientific literature compilation database. This is Indo-Ocean. This institute has a digital repository. They are using digital library, and they have branches. They have 4 branches. Every branch have a resource sharing, but outside of the fisheries institution, they don't have, and marine and aquatic. So, and another important thing is Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute. This is also top ranks when I studied in my study. It's a top rank in institutions. All the print and non-print, most of the materials are available in this library information center. And this library information center basically, digital library, the library is called this library publication and online databases. It has ASFA, Aquatic Science and Fisheries Abstracts, and MERTILIT. It's a database, and India AgriSat, one another database also it has. It is they are procuring and subscribing from FAO, to the Food Agriculture Organization, and it's freely managed through the information sharing program. And CMFRI, it has institutional repository with e-prints CMFRI. They are using nearly 1300 publication, and online library information services is there. And it has, document delivery, scanning and digitization, plagiarism, checking, Indian Journal of Fishing, exchange of publication, everything it's this library information center is having. And another is SIFT. SIFT is nothing but... Please mute your voice. I'm not able to hear.
Mr. Bhaskar Rao.
Yes.
Excuse me. Mr. Bhaskar Rao.
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am.
There is some the admin has to mute all other speakers, excepting Bhaskar Rao's mic.
Sir, can I proceed, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go.
So, among these all research and aquatic institutions, CMFRA is the first information capacity. So, according, I just want to show these are the assessment and survey has been conducted. Information resources, information dissemination, information services, information infrastructure, information domain. So we can see that the e-print and digital and non-print and database, intranet, repository environment, and online and e-journals, training and information domain and economic finance and services, extension, resource sharing, internet and document delivery, and fish and operation and training, and social and cultural. Here we can see the most of the institutions in this 10 institutions, CMFRI is the top rank here. That's I just want to explain here. So 20, most of the 20 information resources, all the 20 information resources and digital resources, all are available in this institutions. So findings of the study, the information capacity of this season, there are 10 institutions, small and large, devoted to aquatic and fishery science. The CMFRI ranks top, the infrastructure and the domain fields of fisheries, particularly marine fisheries. On this basis, CMFRI library and information system can function as the apex and top center of the regional and aquatic fisheries industry system network in the Visakhapatnam. Total 3 institutions, NIO and SIFT, Central Institute of Fishing Technology, are considered as a prestigious sector in the terms of the information capacity, infrastructure, and the information services, electronic and service and digital information services, and digital library, institutions, international series, and marine database. This institute have evolved as a resourceful information system in the region by shared strength of the knowledge resource with a tremendous holding. However, the institutional network based on the cooperative. My conclusion, this institution holds a good collection, print and non-print electronic media. So the study found that the central institution in the region capable of supporting local and national fisheries management, planning with their information capacity, the domains of fisheries, operation and training, biology and environment, and economic and financial and social cultural area and training and research. So neighboring institutions are not linked. Remaining these 3 institutions, so remaining aquatic, marine related some fisheries, they are not having resource sharing among the libraries. If the regional network is formed and the fisheries related institution are linked to the network, it shall be mutually beneficial for the partners and research and institution for the development in fisheries and research development of all the marine and aquatic sectors. The central institution is the region or members of many institutions, ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and CSR, and NICNET, and international systems such as Aquatic Sciences and Fisheries Information Database also there. So with this, I conclude this, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar Rao, for the presentation. I would also like to thank Ms. Ratnakumari and Mr. Ravi Gier, who presented under the theme Interdisciplinarity in LIS Research. Now that all the 3 papers have been presented, I now request Professor Vishwamohan Sir as chairperson to give his comments, if any, and also request Sir to proceed and give his invited talk. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Achala. As a matter of fact, comments and questions, I don't know whether we will have time or not, because, as it is 2:51 and we are left with hardly 39 minutes. Anyhow, what I would like to state is I will also try to be very, very brief, because it is very crucial and important area, but still what we have to do is, we have to confine ourselves to the time limits, right? Now, when we talk about interdisciplinary research in library and information science, during information age or information era, what is that I feel is, we have only one scope. We have, rather, there is no other scope other than carrying out interdisciplinary research only. Because, as we all know that we can't help it, because the technological revolution and then changing, social order, communication order, whatever it is, all these things have a lot of implications on the field itself. And naturally, the research in the field of library and information science will be influenced by all these changes. And in the morning, Professor Uma Kanjilal was saying that, even today also, we are talking about relevance of libraries. Are libraries relevant? If libraries are not relevant, where is library science? So this is an important aspect that we need to discuss, because it is not only today we are talking about this, way back in 1980s itself. And that is, almost 30, 40 years back. Thompson has written a book entitled End of Libraries. So they have, they have, say, forecasted, or they have, visualized that, libraries will not be there. And we all know that, Lancaster's, what you call sensational work entitled that, toward a paperless information system. So naturally, when we have, say, predicted that there will be no libraries, then where will be library science? This is the basic question. And when there is no library science, then, what kind of research we will carry out in library and information? As I said in the beginning of this particular session, that library science is lost in information science. And information science has gained popularity, and it has gained prominence. And then what happened? Slowly, information science is also, sidetracked, and then, we have concentrated more on applications of technology itself. So applied research and technology-related, technology-based research, that has gained a lot of popularity. And when we have, such developments, then how do you really think that, library science and library and information science will sustain or survive without carrying out interdisciplinary research? As a matter of fact, we all know that library science itself was not there. And then in the beginning itself, the subject was called library economy itself, because there was no science at all. So we had to actually, if you go back to the history, you find that, even Dr. Ranganathan, who wanted to really give a theoretical framework to library and information science, he worked hard, and then, he wanted to propound the fundamental laws of library science, because there was no library science. So he wanted to build a theoretical base for library science, and therefore, he postulated various, principles, and also he propounded fundamental laws. And if you read Bush and Harter, they raise basic questions such as, there is no theoretical framework for library and information science. When there is no theoretical framework for library and information science, what kind of, basic research, or rather, significant research, or that what you call, commendable research activity you carry out in the field? Because without sound theoretical framework, it becomes very difficult to carry out research activities. So under these circumstances, and we have seen that, technology has come like a cyclone, or rather, say, tsunami, and then, it has washed off all these. And then, we find that, there are so many changes. And what we have done, naturally, we had to adapt ourselves, and then we have branched out, and we started, encroaching into, or rather, embracing other areas. And of course, it may sound a little harsh, but then, it is a fact. And this is the fact, stated by many of our professionals, that, the subject is, our library and information science is hijacked by the what do you call professionals from the field of information technology, information science, and all that. And then rather hijacked or encroached. And sometimes it appears as if, they are ruling the roost now. They are ruling the field. So whatever it is, now we can't help it. Now, what is that we have to do? It is not only library science. We have to rather, if we look into other disciplines also, technology is all pervading now. In every field now, in the morning, Professor Uma Kanjilal was saying, business 5.0 or business 4.0, and then medicine 4.0, and all that, almost all fields, maybe, law 4.0, right? And library 2.0 is an old story now. Now it must be library 4.0 or library 5.0. So what does it exactly mean? It means that, technology is rather encroaching into all fields, and all fields depend on technology now. So naturally what happens, unless and until you carry out an interdisciplinary research, rather embracing various technologies, you will not be in a position to survive. And of course, we all know that today's world is not a real world. It is in a virtual world. We are living in virtual world. And as she said that artificial intelligence is going to dominate, almost all the fields. Then naturally, we may have to work with artificial intelligence, and also augmented reality, virtual reality. And if these are the developments that are taking place, then what we can't keep quiet. But at the same time, the one what you call important aspect we have to think about, or we have to be concerned about. Now that is what will happen to our field then. The field will be totally lost. When we are talking about the contours of say library and information science, and she also said, of course, she made wonderful remarks. She said that in future there may not be any clear boundaries. When there are no clear boundaries, what do? Now you have to establish your own boundaries, and you have to redefine the contours of library and information science, or the boundaries of our own field. So therefore, what happens here is we have no other way out. We have to rather say embrace all other fields. And that it is not only today. Now today in the morning, Professor Parvatama was saying that there are studies. Those studies have revealed that there is a lot of research on scientific and professional communication, and also bibliometrics. And we know for the past almost 3-4 decades that not only now, even in the past, we had to, for instance, if you take Ranganathan's theories also, Ranganathan's canons for interpretation, he clearly states that, we have to, say, adopt, or rather, use the canons for interpretation that are, stipulated in the field of law, legal interpretations, how they do it. And that in the same fashion, we have to apply those principles. And also, we know that, Ranganathan has adopted the principles from other disciplines, such as, canon of osmosis, law of parsimony. Now, these are all, actually borrowed ones. And today we talk about bibliometrics. Bibliometrics is also, it is related to mathematical models and then statistical models. So naturally, application of statistics, application of managerial techniques, application of technology. Now, when you talk about almost all the branches of library science today, they are all interdisciplinary based. But then again, where is library science? This is very important. Do we have substantial theoretical base? In the absence of substantial solid theoretical base, we lose our entity. And tomorrow we will lose our own, what do you call, say, status. Now, why librarianship doesn't have recognition as other fields have? Because it did not, even the subject, the science that is developed by library science, Ranganathan, or rather, say, propounding fundamental laws. The fundamental laws of Ranganathan were appreciated worldwide. Throughout the world, eminents in the field have appreciated, but they did not really accept them as the fundamental laws. Because these fundamental laws do not stand test of any time. When our fundamental laws do not stand test of any time, then, where is the validity and the substantiality of our fundamental laws? When our laws are weak, fundamental laws themselves are weak. So where is the strength of the subject? The subject has weak foundation. Subject has weak theoretical base. Now, under such circumstances, what is that we need to do? Unless and until you develop a substantial or solid theoretical base, a very strong and robust theoretical base, it will never survive and it will never sustain, and then it will never have its own identity. So therefore, what I feel is that, it is not that, we do not have our own, what you call, concepts. There are, basic concepts in library and information science. The basic concepts also form the theory of the subject. But at the same time, besides that, some of the concepts, if they are not really, what you call, clear. Now, if you read Alan Bunch's work, community information on community information services, he clearly says that, information is an ill-defined concept. Information itself doesn't have clarity. There is no clear definition for information. When there is no clear definition and the concept of information is not clearly defined, of course, it is not me, I am saying it. Don't try to rather, find fault with me, because it is Alan Bunch who says, and then who has carried out research, and it is a wonderful work. And he attempted to define information in his work, because he says that without defining information, I cannot proceed with my work. So community information services, he said, we have to define the concept first, and then conceptual clarity is very important. And this is the case. And if you read Ranganathan's Philos of Library Science, Ranganathan himself accepts. Ranganathan himself says that these are not, what you call, consistent and eternal laws. The fundamental laws are not consistent and eternal laws. Why they are not consistent and eternal laws? Because he himself says that, books are for use. Books are for use is the first law of library science. But was it eternal law? And he says that, books were not for use, actually. Books were meant for preservation. In the past, when, there was no printing mechanism, rather printing technology, what was the fate of books? Were they put to use? As a matter of fact, you all know that, scriptoriums were there. And they were, writing books, and then the manuscripts were there. And producing manuscripts and copying a book was a laborious task. And therefore, what they did, they didn't want to lose the precious treasure of knowledge. So therefore, what they wanted to do, they wanted to preserve books, and only the books were accessible to only, what do you call, the privileged ones, privileged people, right? Because if they are accessible to everyone, they may be lost, they may be ruined. So therefore, there was fear of loss of documents. Therefore, as a matter of fact, the basic rule was, books were for preservation, not for use. So Ranganathan, he has scrapped that particular rule, and he said that books are for use. So when you have now, in the past, there was some rule. Present, there is some other rule. And in the future, there may be some other rule. And then we say that, now books are not there. What are there? All digital resources are there. When book is not there, now do you call digital resources also a book? You don't call, because practically, if you are really what you call in its true sense, book is a printed material, printed record of knowledge, right? Now, if it is not printed one, and at the same time, digital ones are rather volatile records. They are also records, but we don't call them as books. We call them as digital resources, e-book, isn't it? So therefore, now you have to change the definition again. You have to change the fundamental law. Now, if you keep on changing fundamental laws, what kind of theoretical basis and what kind of fundamental laws they are? They are not standing test of time. Now, for instance, library is a growing organism, we say. Is library a growing organism? No, library is a shrinking organism. No libraries. And all libraries are becoming very small. Now you have millions of books in one what do you call drive or one chip. So library is not growing organism, and then staff, there are recruitment of staff is gone. And if I think Uma is retired. Uma is retired, library will be closed. You understand? So this is the problem today. So actually, the staff wise, and then maybe the users are growing, and then resources are growing, but then the building is not growing, and then the staff is not growing, and then the collection is not growing, and there are so many what do you call anti-fundamental laws. The scene is anti-fundamental. If that is the case, where is rather substantial theoretical base for library science? Now, what is that I would like to tell the what do you call future research scholars and researchers is that because of course we can still carry out research, but then we are almost retired, and it is an opportunity to what you call budding researchers that they have a lot of scope, and they have to carry out fundamental research. Fundamental research is very essential these days, and that fundamental research also with the what do you call collaboration and it's interdisciplinary nature, because we have to find the roots of library science. Again, we have to, this is more or less like reinventing the wheel or whatever it is. And then the fundamental what do you call, see, Ranganathan always says that there is always a P of any subject. I think almost all of you know what is P of first round, first level P. First round, first level P is the core element of study, is the core base of the study. If the core of the study itself is not stable, not substantial, not robust, then what will happen? What will happen to the subject? The subject will crumble, and then it will fumble, right? So therefore, what is more important is, let us talk about the P of every subject. And the P of every subject, the core of every subject is nothing but the core theoretical base. And that we need to develop only when because library science has its roots in information, knowledge, and that is the reason for your kind information, you also take the history of our own subject, and you might go back what they have done. Almost, say Melville Dewey, take Melville Dewey, and take Berwick Sayers, take Ranganathan, take anybody, what they have done. They have not developed anything on their own. They had to develop, they had to go back into philosophy, and they have studied epistemology, metaphysics, and then, taxonomies to develop classification schemes. It is not that easy, actually, how knowledge grows, how knowledge branches out. All these things they have to study. And what they have done, the interdisciplinary research is the basic research activity being carried out right from the beginning of the field. That is what I would like to stress and emphasize. So don't think that interdisciplinary research is today's approach. No, it is the approach right from the beginning, right? So and at the same time, now what is happening? Every subject, in my abstract, and I have written that nothing exists in isolation. Nothing exists in isolation in this universe, in this creation. Everything, all entities are interrelated and interdependent. And all subjects are related to these entities, right? So naturally, what happens? Every subject has its own interdependence, its own interrelation with other subjects. Now take our own library science. We talk about library legislation. Where from legislation comes into picture? It comes from the field of law. Library automation. Where from automation comes into field? Computer science. bibliometrics, librometry, scientometrics, webometry. What are all these? They are not library science, please. They're all interdisciplinary fields only. Library management. You are borrowing techniques from management. And what are the information? Management information systems. What is it you are doing? And today you are talking about networks, online libraries. All these are network technologies. We are depending on networks and network technologies. And without that, reprography, we have taken everything on earth, please. And if you see, of course, I proudly say, and then of course I should also really, what do you call, say, refer to Professor Lakshman Rao's contribution. We have a library science syllabus in which there is everything on earth in our syllabus. But the problem here is, are we competent to carry out research? And are we competent to deal with all these fields? And are we really doing justice to our own, what do you call, say, academics and academic work? That is very important. And therefore, what is more important here is, people with research aptitude, people with rather, solid fundamental, they must be very, what you call, strong at fundamentals of each and every subject. For instance, if I am dealing with library automation, I must have solid foundation, and rather, I must be strong at fundamentals of automation. Without knowing that, without having that knowledge, if I try to deal with that, I will be really failing in my duty. So this is what is very important. And then I have raised some of the issues like, there are some issues. Interdisciplinary research is the only option. We have no other go. We have to do it. But at the same time, to carry out research, what do we need? We need funding. Who will fund? When we were we were approaching funding bodies, no funding body was coming forward because they say that your discipline is not included in our area, so it is out of area. Who will finance? Who will really fund you? It was only finally we used to bank on ICSSR. That was, Indian Council for Social Science Research, and they used to fund. That is not sufficient. As a matter of fact, when you are talking about interdisciplinary research, and people should also understand, the society should also understand, the learned society, we call it as learned society, should understand that it is libraries, they are important, please, actually. It is because of library and information services only the society has developed. Research and development and education has developed because of library and information services only, because of storage and dissemination of knowledge, preservation of what you call invaluable knowledge, and because we supported library and information centers have supported research and academic activities with the records of knowledge, the whole what you call R&D and educational fields have developed, and they should really realize the importance of libraries, significance of libraries, and they should see that it is the development of library and information centers or knowledge bases. You can call it with any word, information base or knowledge base, database, big data, that data, I don't. That is the reason I say that, now let us try to work at the fundamentals. What is library? What is libraries? What is information? What is knowledge? And then how they are integrated, and what is the basic element? That basic element is very important element. And we have to deal with that basic element, and we have to really rather, try to promote that particular basic element. So therefore, if the society, learned society, understands the value of libraries, okay, then they will definitely fund. And then they think that the information services and then what do you call knowledge centers are very essential. Then it may be CSIR, ICMR or ICSSR, whatever it is, government, DST or DEO, whatever, all these bodies should come forward to fund interdisciplinary research in the field of library and information science. And the next thing is, we are ready to, what do you call, say, subscribe to the idea of interdisciplinary research. But do we have experienced researchers? This is very important piece. And what is the quality of research activity that is taking place? If we do not have that, you see people with fantastic research aptitude, then what kind of research will be carried out? It is not a joke, please. Now, when I'm talking about, rebuilding the, what you call, say, robust theoretical base for library science, what kind of, say, level of research aptitude you should have. So you should be almost, nearer or above, like, what do you call, Ranganathan's aptitude, because, he has already done, and you have to do much more than what they have done. So for this, you need to have, experienced, and then, people with research aptitude, and then we have to, there is no other way out. If you do not really develop sound theoretical base, you will never have your identity. You will lose it because you are lost. As I said, you are lost in information science, you are lost in information technology, you are lost in, the virtual world itself. So this is virtual world. We are in virtual world. So where, you have to have, all virtual technologies and virtual techniques. So, and then, we may have to again, redefine our own boundaries. Okay. So unless and until we do all this, it will be very difficult. And what I would suggest is that, there is, I recommend through my paper that, all funding bodies should come forward and then realize that, this is an important field, because in the virtual world, nothing exists other than the knowledge basis. And we all proudly say that, we are the members of knowledge society. Knowledge societies and knowledge workers are ignored. Knowledge workers are ignored. And what kind of knowledge society it is? You understand? And that is what even that person who was he, forgetting his name, who is a scientist in NIRD, he was saying that, if you say that you are a knowledgeable person, or if you say that you are a knowledgeable person, your boss will see that tomorrow onwards you will not be seen anywhere in the organization. So therefore, in knowledge societies, knowledgeable people will not be there. That is unfortunate. And with these few, what do you call, remarks and say observations, I say finally that, interdisciplinary research is the only alternative. And right from the beginning, we have been carrying out interdisciplinary research only. And now there are many more, what do you call, areas. So naturally, we have to branch out. So with this, thank you very much for your patient listening.
Can I ask you something?
Thank you, sir.
I want to tell
Here.
Uma wants to ask you. Yeah.
I just want to tell you that, see, you said book for use. We can make it information for use. Information is a growing organization. We'll make it like that. We'll change it to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That, now you are changing. See, that is where, see, the thing is, the modification of fundamental laws should not be there. But what is that we are doing? We are, adapting ourselves, and then we are changing. So that kind of change in the theoretical base looks to be really, what do you call, that indicates weak theoretical framework. So that is what it is. And at the same time, now what do you say? Information is a growing organism or something like that? No, that is mean.
Like that.
Information is a growing organism. Library as an entity, he said that library as an entity, okay, it is a growing, the information is growing. And of course, that is what it is. As a matter of fact,
information providers.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the classification theory itself based on epistemology and metaphysics, I told then, they have taken into consideration the nature of knowledge. See, based on nature of knowledge, they have developed principles. They have developed classification, say schemes. You understand? So this is what it is. So And what I would like to tell you is right. You are right that you are changing the terminology. That terminology, change of terminology or concepts, anything would indicate that you don't have consistent eternal concepts. That is what it is.
Yeah,
right?
Another thing is funding organization, sir, from our library field, some national body or something should recommend to the funding agency to give funds.
That is what I think Dr. Saroja will recommend now, because we are discussing. No, this is, as a matter of fact, of course, nothing might come out. That is known fact.
No national body. There should be some organization. See, like ILO or the Teachers Association, they can recommend, are they doing and is it implemented? Nothing. When it goes to the, who has to do that? Who
has to do it? What Knowledge Commission has done? Knowledge Commission has
given in writing, but nothing has been implemented so far.
That is what I would like to say. Knowledge Commission, what you call recommendations are not implemented. Knowledge Commission did not really, I feel that, it did not do anything commendable to knowledge resources or knowledge bases or knowledge centers. So they have taken a wider, what you call, base or area. And then they talked about educational institutions, this, that, library is missing there actually. Library has only this much role, right? The Knowledge Commission dealt with knowledge only, but they have forgotten that library is the knowledge bit.
And that's why so many vacant positions, because there's no fund, nothing. So no appointments, no this thing. So funding, there is no one to recommend unnecessary funds for the library.
Yeah. Now I think other participants may raise questions on what do you call presentation of the papers by the paper presenter. Of course, is there any time now? I think I will switch over to Achala. Okay, Dr.
Yes,
Achala will take care of
I
the
think
session.
there are still 8 more minutes, sir. We can make ample use of this by taking probably one last question. I think there were a couple of questions left by participants in the chat box. So the one of them is, I'll just read it out, sir. Yeah. Okay, this is from Dr. Sri Ram from Shimla, I think. Opinion of experts: if a relevant literature is not quoted on specific topic of the bibliometric study, don't you think the paper loses its objective, leaving the important citations already published on the same area? For example, this social science research, there are about 56 articles, especially focused on social science research, bibliometric analysis. I request Professor Vishwamohan sir to comment on this as an important aspect.
Now, I think, Ravi Kumar should answer this question, or rather, of course, to a certain extent, say academic criticism is welcome, right? So if there is what do you call, slack in the paper or paper presentation, then the participants have every right to make corrections or raise issues and then raise questions. So what I feel is if now the thing is you have to, again, everything is debatable, that is it relevant paper, the relevance. Now you've been 5 minutes of presentation and then just looking at the reference, we may not be in a position to really find out the relevance of that paper or relevance of the whole review, whatever it is. But maybe Mr. Sriram might have got command over this, and he might have rather seen the literature pertaining to this particular area. Therefore, he might have really commented on this. So therefore, what I say is that the paper writers, they have to be a little more careful while writing the paper, and they have to see that is very important. As a matter of fact, relevance that is the basic factor, please, basic issue. Now, if libraries are not relevant, then we all are irrelevant, isn't it? Similarly, if something is irrelevant in a paper, the paper loses its value. So that is what it is. If there is no relevance, there is no focus, then it is irrelevant and invalid, right?
But he has
So that is
answered.
what
But he has answered. He has answered in the chat box. He has written that confined my analysis to 4 parameters or something. He has written.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that is it. Of course, it is. There will be no time in what do you call sessions like this on what do you call seminar days. So they can discuss personally, one-to-one
Sir,
discussion
sorry
can
for
be there.
interrupting, sir. Myself, Ravi here.
Yeah.
Sir, what I understood from his question is it is the study already done on Scopus and Web of Science database, and what is the need to take again Scopus and Web of Science database for the seminar topic. So Scopus and Web of Science it is a big citation and abstracting database, and we can choose any kind of domain, and we can choose any kind of journals for our analysis.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
That is what my perception is, sir. So he may be right at his end, but my perception is to take a few social science journals and for the stipulated years like 2015 to 18,
right.
To do my analysis.
Okay.
So this is my clarification from my side, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now let us
question. Since there's some more time, I think I'll also ask one question posted by Dr. Madhav to Ravi again. It says, in Indian social science area, how many journals are indexed in Scopus, and what is the highest indexed journal and highest cited author? Please elaborate H index and I index of the highest indexed journal.
Yes, madam. I already personally replied to Mr. Madhav and even to everyone also. So I confined my study for 4 parameters. We can do H index and I10 index. There are so many indexes. So we can do lot of analysis and citations. So I confined to 4 parameters. That is what I replied in the chat box.
He replied.
Yeah. Thank you.
I asked this question so those who didn't read the chat can get to know.
No.
And since we also have time.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. So
yeah. Now one half a minute for me, and of course I should have done it in the beginning, but then usually we should do it at the end. I thank the organizers of this particular seminar, the administration of Dr. Ambedkar Open University, and in particular Dr. Saroja, for having invited me to participate in this particular seminar. And I thank my student, Dr. Achala Munigal, for her nice introduction of mine. And I also thank the paper presenters for their nice presentation. But I only suggest that, of course, it is, I cannot really refrain myself from making it up. Almost all the, writers, they have to see the basic theme of, rather the main theme of the seminar, and they have to address that particular theme, and whatever papers they prepare, those papers should be well focused, and they should center around that particular theme. So this is my advice, and then of course I can't stop giving advices. Okay, so thank you very much, and I thank all the participants for their patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and for a very interesting talk, and actually giving very appropriate suggestions for to redefine the concepts and bring in more clarity, and also the funding bodies should come forward to promote this interdisciplinary research and so on. And really thankful to you for making such a wonderful views you put forth, putting forth such good insights on this topic of interdisciplinarity. And I am also very happy that our participants are interacting very well. And as one of the Sriram has pointed out, the literature review, not only for bibliometrics, for any study, it is very important, for any research study, because we should, in the discussion itself, we should project what others have said and what you have found out. And then it is very important, right from the beginning of the research, right from selection of the topic till the submission of the dissertation, review of literature is very important for any topic, not only bibliometrics. So, and however, as you have rightly pointed out, this due to this time constraint or maybe whatever, I still request the authors to take this suggestion and incorporate even after the seminar to see that they reflect the earlier research also. And I also congratulate Sriram for referencing, for giving some references also. He has also mentioned some references for library 4.0, which is a good read for all the library professionals. Thank you, Sriram. And I personally, on behalf of the Department of Library and Information Science, I thank Professor Vishmohan sir for accepting our invitation to chair the session and giving very good insights. And also I thank Dr. Achala for moderating this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. And I'm really happy to see Madhusudan, my student. Professor Madhusudan is looking like professor now. And I could not recognize him. Who is this old man?
So, Professor, our chairperson for the next session has already joined. And now we have, and one more thing, I should thank you for completing the session within this specific time, specified time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
And I welcome now Professor Madhusudan to chair the next session. And I welcome J. Vivek Varthan to moderate this session, which is on the topic Impact of Technology on LIS Research.
Thank you very much, madam. Voice is audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So Dr. Vivek also is present?
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Vivek.
Good
You
afternoon,
may start the session by introducing the chairperson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I welcome you all for this afternoon session, technical session 3. Theme of the session is the impact of technology on LIS research. For this session, the invited talk, we are also invited Professor Madhusudan sir. Madhusudan sir is a professor working in Delhi University, senior LIS professor. Is also, we're proud of him because he is belongs to Telangana state. And Professor Madhusudan sir is going to talk on impact of emerging technologies on library and information science research. So that is an invited talk. Before that, we see that paper presenters A. Purnima. If it is there, then we will invite her after this invited talk. Next, A. Sridhar. Be ready with your PPT presentations if anything is there. Next, B. A. Sridhar is going to present on development and implementation of institutional repository. Next, K. Kiran Kumar. Mr. B. Prasad Rao. These are the paper presenters for this technical session 3 on the theme impact of technology on LIS research. So now I request Professor Madhusudan sir to give a lecture on impact of emerging technology on library and information science research. He is having vast experience in the field of IT. And we hope that this session will be fruitful. It is over to Professor Madhusudan sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vivek Varthan.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
For a nice introduction. And I'm thankful to Dr. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad, for inviting me to chair this session, particularly Professor Saroja for giving this opportunity. And And welcome to all the participants, online, offline, and blended mode. The technical session 3, the theme of this second and third session is impact of technology on library and information science research. With Dr. J. Vivek Vardhan, we welcome all the participants for this technical section 3. As you know very well, the emerging technologies in libraries have witnessed a drastic change in the last 2 decades. It has enhanced the operational abilities and improved the services to a great extent. Emerging technology-driven innovations have posed a challenge to library and information science education and also directed towards an employable and sustainable knowledge-driven economy. It has created new challenges to promote upskilling of library and information science professionals and also the library and information science students for digital environment with a blend of traditional principles and skills of ICT and converting them into information professionals and also nurture with both active professionals and technology skills. The impact of emerging technologies on library and information science education includes establishing new curricula, new design of courses, new forms of organization of library and information science education, the different competencies and skills of LIS professionals, teachers, and expansion of job markets and career opportunities. In addition, the impact of ICT on LIS training will bring challenges such as changing education, teaching environments, competition between LIS training and training from other related fields, ICT-based teaching techniques, comprehensive LIS course evaluations as compared to other courses of study, expanded opportunities for collaboration between library and information science departments across India. Interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach-based research is a need of the hour, and undertaking such an extensive research areas on emerging technologies is the need of the hour for all the libraries, whether it is academic, public, or special libraries. As Dr. Vivek Vardhan already informed, there are 4 eminent authors to present their research papers. Now I invite one by one. So after the 4 presentations, I will give you the left out time for my invited lectures. The first and foremost, I welcome a Purnima. She will present on smart digital tools for library and information science professionals. Dr. Purnima.
Sir, good evening, Madhusudan sir.
Okay.
Myself, Madhav. On behalf of her, I am presenting the paper.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Sure. Can I?
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhav Rao.
Sir, thank you.
Madhav, yeah, no, you can present. Okay.
Sir, is my slide
viewable?
Yeah, visible.
Yes, sir. Sir, greetings to the session chair and also the moderator, and good evening to everyone. First of all, I thank to the seminar organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge with such a august audience. And in this 40th anniversary celebration, I proudly say I am one of the LIS scholar of B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad. My name is Madhav, and I work for ARA in Pune. And Miss Purnima, she is a librarian for Women Residential Degree College, Kamareddy, and she is the co-author of this paper. Actually, we both studied and noticed that the majority of the librarians in India were utilizing some digital tools in their libraries for providing their services. then we compile a list of the tools and organize them into a category wise according to the library laws. And to share with you in the form of a paper publication, we have titled Smart Digital Tools for Library Information Professionals. Yes, we are all familiar with the 5 laws of library science. 5 laws of library science. And you know, the 5th law says the library is a growing organism, sorry. Growing organism in both physically and technically. As we are adopting information technology in libraries, and which are having a significant impact on libraries and librarianship. And adaptation of these IT in libraries show a greater improvement of library services, and also the library operations were better improvement. And importantly, librarians are knowing and understanding the ICT, and also gaining the knowledge of web, and also using the digital tools for creating the library in a new environment, technical environment. Moreover, the information communication technology and the internet has changed the scenario and the working style of library professionals a lot. Yeah. Digital tools are created for librarians to make their work very easier and easier in the library. And they gives the librarians can also produce more productive work in an efficient and organized manner. And to enjoy their work, these digital tools also very useful. And there are various resemblances between the working styles of library professionals, as we have already learned from all the professors in the last session, and ranging from the traditional to the technical. There are so many differences between the working styles of the traditional librarians and also now the librarians who are using the technical, these digital tools, how they are enjoying. Today, more and more, the digital tools for libraries are being developed by open source initiatives, and as well as the commercial vendors also. We have read various papers in which library professionals use social media tools such as WhatsApp, Facebook, and other tools to provide library services to their users. These digital tools have been created in response to library services such as classification, cataloging, reference, and digitization, etc. The library professionals have been given the opportunity to use them at various levels. We will know the meaning of the digital tools. The digital tools are made up of programs and also the web. Some are in websites and some are in online resources that can make our work easier to complete. Many of these digital tools can be accessed through computers, mobile devices, and web browsers. Some tools that they need to be downloaded to install, and some that can be used without installation. Then the objectives of my study is to represent in this paper is that which tools are useful for what purpose, and to find out what are the prominent digital library tools used in Indian libraries, and to categorize the digital library tools according to the library services, and to know the digital library tools for which they are used in libraries, and determine how effectively the digital library tools can be used by librarians in the libraries. Sorry, something went wrong. To accomplish the aforementioned of above objectives, we used two websites. One is Force4Lib, and another is the institutional repository of InflibNet. Okay, I want to tell you about the 2 lines introduction on both of these tools. One is Force4Lib. It is a free open source software for libraries developed by LIS, and which is dedicated to providing guidance about open source software in the library community. And everyone is aware of InfluBNet institutional repository, which provides a platform for LIS researchers to deposit, reuse, and share the research publications. We used both of these tools to search the digital library tools and noticed 46 tools that are used by libraries all over India at various levels to provide library related services. Yeah, I have shown in the screen. I have also sorted out how many tools are there in each category. The majority of the digital tools mentioned in this paper were free, have the free tutorials on their respective websites with very clear the information regarding the download and installation instructions. There are so many softwares available on the above mentioned websites, but our paper is limited to the tools that are most commonly used in Indian libraries. These digital tools includes some commercials, some free access, some freeware and open access, and also open source tools. The paper includes a category-wise analysis of digital library tools from which we derived a total of 14 categories. You can see the 14 categories available in the screen. One is cataloging and metadata tools. Second one is content management tools. Third one is digital content management, electronic resource management, integrated library system tools, open access publishing tool, reference management tools, course management system tools, digital repository, institutional repository tools, and metadata manipulation, PDF manager tool, and search engine tools. Then I will go through one by one what is cataloging and what is the tools regarding. Coming to the first category, the cataloging and metadata tools, you can see the Cat Express, which is used for copy the catalog. It is developed by the OCLC. I think it is a commercial software. You should sign in and require the registration. And this tool is used for library professionals for easily and quickly add book details to your catalog from WorldCat MARC records at the cost-effective price. And second one is classification web, which is used for, we can get for the LC Library of Congress subject headings. It is developed by the Library of Congress. It is a commercial software. It is sign-in is required for registration. And this tool can be used to get the full Library of Congress subject headings and can also map to LC classification numbers. The second one, the Classify, it is used for classifying the documents. It is open access tool. There is no registration required. The library professor can use this tool to classify documents according to the latest edition of Dewey Decimal Classification Scheme. And the colon classification is a tool which is classify the documents. This is developed by the International Society for Knowledge Organization. It is an open access tool, which is no registration is required. But the library professionals can use this tool to classify documents using the Ranganathan's colon classification scheme. It is a web version. You can see it is a LC catalog. It is also used for cataloging the records. The library professional can use this tool to retrieve MARC bibliography records from LC catalog, one at a time or many from at a list. They can also download authority records to enter in their records, existing records. And another tool is MARC Edit. MARC Edit is used for to create and manipulate the MARC records, especially the librarians who are using the Kohai. This MARC Edit is very useful. Basically, a tool is editing records where you are already having the data. This is developed by Terry Rees, and it is a freeware software which you should have and you should to install on your system. The library professionals use this tool to edit bibliography records in large batches. It can also be used to delete and add MARC fields. This tool is mainly used for the bulk import of records. The second tool is UDC Online. It is used for classifying the documents. It is a type of catalog metadata tools. It is a commercial tool where the library professionals can classify the documents using the Universal Decimal Classification Scheme. It is a web version. There is no installation at all. And you can see the web Devi. It is a cataloging records. It's used for cataloging records. The professionals can use this tool to arrange materials using the Dewey Decimal Classification System and to improve the accessibility of materials quickly and efficiently. And everybody knows this is a cloud storage, Google Cloud, Google Drive. This is used for creating presentations, spreadsheets, Word file, forms, online sharing, etc. And most of the library professionals are using this tool to store their files on Google Drive servers and have a Google account. It should have a Google account and that can synchronize data across your devices and share files. This type of documents include such as Google Documents, Google Sheets, etc. And next, coming to the content management system, everybody knows that it is a Drupal. Drupal is used for blogging, creating the web pages, and also used for learning management system. The library professor can use this tool to create websites and manage content for knowledge management. And next one is Joomla. It is also used for blogging, creation of web pages, and also used for learning management system. It is developed by the Joomla community. The librarians can use this tool to make a content management system and make the websites easier. And next, coming to the digital Omeka. Omeka is used for content management system and online digital collections. It is developed by the George Mason University. So it is an open source software. The librarians can use this tool for content management tool as a web application to publish and display cultural heritage objects. And it is also used to teach curation in museums. And next, the digital tool is Subject Plus. It is used for create online research guides, and it is developed by Ithaca College Library, and it is an open source tool. The library professional can use this tool to create and manage online research guides and can also help library users to find the resources they are looking for. And the next tool is the WordPress. It is used for blogging, creating of web pages, and also used for learning management system. And it is an open source tool. This software is used by library professionals to create web pages and also publish online. The next one is Moodle. Moodle is a learning management system tool, which is a open source, and the library professors are using this tool as a blended learning, distance education, e-learning also, and also a digital library projects. Coming to the digital content management, the Content DM is used to digitize and the long-term preservation of the institutional documents for retrieval system for museums and digital archive. And it is developed by OCLC, and it is a commercial software. And library professionals using to store, manage, and deliver digital collections across the web. They can keep the pictures, newspapers, books, maps, slides, audio, video, etc. in this tool, in this digital content management tool. Coming to the Fedora Commons, it is used for digitize and also long-term preservation of institutional documents for retrieval system. And this is developed by DuraSpace, and it is an open source software. The library professors are using the tool to create a digital repository, and it is a complete management, indexing, discovery, and the delivery application. And next, coming to the digital repository, the tool Archivematica is used to automate the process of preparing digital objects for processing into a repository. I mean to say, this tool automates the processing of the preparing the digital object into the repository, and it is developed by Artifactual, and the library professionals are using digital preservation system tool which automates the process of preparing digital objects. The next tool is Gobi. It is used for digitization, workflow management in libraries and museums and archives. It is a digital repository tool which is developed by Indrana, and it is an open source software where the library professionals are using this tool for mass digitization of images, documents for cultural heritage institutions, and the software is implementing international standards for digitizing these images. And coming to the electronic resource management, the tool is Coral. Coral is used for managing print and electronic journals and databases. And the developer is Coral Steering Committee, where the status of the tool is open source. And the library professionals are using this tool for serial collections, online databases, and journal maintenance. And next is eMatrix. eMatrix is a tool which is used for managing print and electronic journals and databases. This tool is developed by North Carolina State University, and it is an open source software where the library professionals can use this tool also for serial collection and online databases and journal maintenance. Coming to the next tool, it is Calibri. Calibri is used for organizing ebooks in the library, sharing the ebooks and retrieval. And it is developed by COVID Goyal, and it is a freeware software. I can say it is an open source, but you can install and in your desktop to use this tool. And next, coming to ERMS, it is an MS Access based tool where this tool is used for monitor the subscribed electronic resources in your library, where any libraries maintaining the journals, whatever the journals are subscribed in their library, they can maintain this library, this tool for monitoring the issues, where the issues are coming or missing or anything else. And it is developed by the University of Wisconsin. It is an open source software. And the another tool is library inventory database. The name itself is a library inventory database, but this tool is developed by University of Wisconsin. And the most of this tool is used for monitoring the procured items in library and the movement of the items where from one place to another. And also you can also monitor the documents in shelving, where the documents are shelved and etc. And coming to the institutional repository software, the digital tools, one is Blacklight. It is used for digitize and long-term preservation of institutional documents and for the retrieval system. It is developed by the Stanford University, and this is an open source software. And next software is DSpace. I think every librarian is familiar with this. It is used for digitize and long-term preservation in the institutional documents and retrieval system. It is an open source software developed by DSpace and MIT HP Labs. And next coming is ePrints. It is used for digitize and long-term preservation of scientific journals, institutional documents for retrieval system. And the University of Southampton is the developer, and it is an open source software. And Greenstone, it is used for building and distributing the digital library collections onto the internet or the CD-ROM. And it is an open source software. Coming to the integrated library system tools, one is ABCD software. ABCD software is used for automating the library services. I mean to say the automating the library housekeeping activities. And it is developed by Bhermi, and it is an open source software. Many of the library professionals are using this tool to provide the automating of all their activities. And next one is Evergreen. This tool is used for automating the library softwares, and which is an open source software. It's developed by the Evergreen community. And coming to the tool Koha LMS, it is used for automating the library services. I think most in the world, 30% of the libraries are using this Koha. And next, the tool is NewGenLib. It is a software used for automating the libraries services, developed by Veru Solutions, Hyderabad. And it is an open source, and some part is a freeware software. And coming to the next one, it is the Web Librarian. Web Librarian is a commercial software which is developed by CR2 Technologies Limited, and it is the tool which is automating the library services. Many of the library professionals are using this tool for the web version of their library management and automation. And next, coming to the digital tool WinISIS. Previously, it is called as CDS ISIS, which is used for automating the library services, developed by the UNESCO. And coming to the metadata manipulation softwares, one is PDF Extract. It is developed by the Crossref Labs, and it is an open source software. And it is mostly the library professionals using this tool to identify and extract the individual references from a journal article. The PDF extracts tool, which not only work with the full text journal article, and the PDF not only physically scanned articles and made PDFs. Means, I mean to say, this tool can be used, make the PDF, and we can also extract the data from the PDF articles. And the next one is PDF Mark. PDF Mark is a tool which is a open source software developed by the Crossref Labs. This tool is used by the library professionals to add embedded bibliography metadata to the PDF files. They can introduce the tool to encourage their faculty or students to easily add references at the end of their project reports. Means already the PDF files you can also add.
Dr.
Yes,
Madhav, summarize the tools.
I am coming.
Other 3 papers are there.
Yes,
so
I am coming
to the tool
end.
and their importance.
I am coming. I am coming to the end part.
Right.
Thank you, Vivek. This is a tool which is PDF stamp, which called as a PDF stamp. The library professionals can use this tool to add an image to any location, at any locations in the PDF file, and provide a link to the image. When the users open the PDF and click on the linked image, the link page can be redirected to the open page. This is an open source software which is also developed by the Crossref Labs. Coming to the open office shoots, and this is a LibreOffice. I think many of the people are familiar with this word processing. Just I will skip it. And coming to the open access publishing, there is a tool, Open Journal System. The Open Journal System is an open source software which is developed by the Public Knowledge Project. Most of the library professionals are using this tool for managing the journal articles. Means they are using this tool to publish the journals at their institutions, and it can also manage the entire workflow, including article submission, multiple round of review and indexing, etc. And coming to the PDF manager, the tool is developed by Silico, and it is a freeware, and it can also host at their end, and you can also host at your end. And this is called as iLibrarian.net, where this tool is used for the library professionals to browse, catalog, annotate, and search the reference data in the PDF files. The program also includes an advanced literature mining tool from PubMed, Archive, IEEE Expose, Springer databases, etc., to retrieve the files.
Seminar report nene cheptanu.
And the last, the reference management software, it is a job.
నేనే చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నా ఎందుకంటే ఈ రోజు అప్పటికప్పుడు ఏదో అయిపోయింది.
Sorry.
అందుకని అందరినీ కవర్ చేయలేకపోయాను నేను.
Sorry, I'm getting some voice. Yeah.
This is madam.
Just 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, this is a tool with the JabRef. It is developed by the JabRef team. It is an open source software. Many of the library professionals use this tool to edit BibEx files, to import data from online scientific databases to the managing, and also it manages and searching BibEx files. And another tool is Mendeley. I think many of you are familiar with the Mendeley. This Mendeley software is developed by elsewhere and to manage and share research papers.
Conclude.
Yeah, I will conclude. Within a minute. I will conclude. The last tool is RefWorks. This tool is used for the quickly collection and organizing archive, and it also distribute all kinds of information as well as create citations and bibliographies. And Jotaro, you know the Jotaro. I will skipping. And the search engine, you can also see most of the people are searching, telling the Google only we can get the more information. No, Google is nothing will get. You can use the Crossref, this tool. You can get a number of articles on a specific topic. The librarians can use this tool for giving the references to your researchers. And also the Google Poly. Actually, when I written this paper, the Google Poly was one of the tool of in the Google, but later in the last week the Google Poly was removed, so I denied that one. And also you can also find the uFind. uFind also it searches the document internally within the library resources. I conclude with not only the digital tools that are available on the internet or the created by the open source initiatives or any other agency are useful in the library. You don't think all these tools are useful, but you can select and deploy tools according to your needs of your library services or the requirements of the user. Before using the digital tool, you should also know how to download, install, or deploy, or you should also well trained to use. And I conclude with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Madhavarao for smart presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You have elaborated so much and so forth. The 14 components of smart digital tools. Due to shortage of time, we are unable to give much more time to you. But definitely, I assure you, but your the paper and presentation definitely utilized by all our participants, authors, and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhav, and
Thank you,
congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you,
So
sir.
now I invite yes, Sridhar. Yes, Sridhar is there? Yes, Sridhar. Yes, Sridhar, to present entitled the paper is Development and Implementation of Institutional Repository, a case study of CSIR, National Geophysical Research Institute Library, Hyderabad, India. Over to yes, Sridhar.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
No.
Sir, is it audible, sir?
Dr. Sridhar.
Sir, is it audible?
Yeah. Please
Yes,
be brief. And
your presentation should be very brief. What is
Yes.
any objectives is there? Focus on your study. So
Yes, sir.
your time is limited to maximum of 10 minutes.
Okay, okay, sir. Good
Yeah, you can
afternoon.
come. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon to everybody, respected LIS professionals, and a warm welcome to the respected chairperson of the technical session, Professor Madhusudan sir, and the moderator, Dr. J. Vivekvardhan sir, for this session. So today my seminar topic is Development and Implementation of Institutional Repository, a case study of CSIR NGRA, Hyderabad. Sir, is it audible, sir?
Audible.
Yes, sir.
Do you have
Any
PowerPoint
PPT?
presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
now you
sharing
can share. You can share it.
You can share it.
I already shared, please.
Yeah, Madhav, you need to.
Now, Madhav, please,
your presentation should be minimized or Dr. Madhav. Dr. A. Madhav. Please close your presentation, Dr. A. Madhav. Your PPT need to be closed. Yeah, he is there, but.
Sir, I am unable to share it, sir.
So somebody it is shared. So.
Please ask that Vivek.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes.
Madam, to that the organizer.
Yes, sir, yes. Yeah, madam is online. Madam.
Calling, sir. Sir, I am calling Madhura.
Yeah, okay, madam. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll make a call.
All the authors, please note that after your presentation, please close your presentation to give to others.
Sir, I have paused the share, but Sridhar, you can just share your PPT.
Yeah.
PPT. Yeah.
Yes,
I have paused it.
You close it. You just close your PPT presentation, and other people can share it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think now
close,
it is. I have closed it.
Yes, sir.
Still, it is. You can share now.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
No. What you do, you go to that share.
Yes, sir.
And you can open your PPT, then it will come.
Yes,
now you can share it.
Now it is coming. You can open your PPT.
Yes, sir.
Open, double click on that, your PPT, double click on it. Next, share screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
No.
You are not clicked on share.
No, sir, I clicked it.
Now it is coming. Yeah, it is came.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. F5, you press F5.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir. Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, okay now.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Your time limit is 8 minutes now.
Sir, today my research seminar topic is Development and Implementation of Institutional Repositories, a case study of NGRA, sir. Sir, this is introduction. The institutional repository is defined as a digital archive where the academic or research work of an institution are preserved and made accessible for prosperity. Due to the digital era and technology transformation, users' expectations are increased to get the access of the desired. The research community in R&D organizations is more comfortable and networked communications and the great demand of scholarly information. Every researcher wants to preserve their scientific literature and have them available with personal or institutional website. The development of internet and the powerful search engines look towards the establishment of system which is having central facility of collecting, preserving, and archiving of their publications and its global dissemination. The development of institutional repository provides a new strategy that enable universities, organizations, institutions, particularly in R&D organizations, to accelerate the change in scholar communication, traditional publication to digital publications through institutional digital repositories. This is the simple definition of
keep it.
Yeah.
This is the institutional definition of IR, need and purpose.
Now you can skip this slide also. Yeah.
This is the just introduction of NGRA, sir, which is established in the 1961 with the mission of basic and applied research encompassing of basic disciplines of geology, geophysics, and geochemistry. The institute celebrating this year is in 60 years. The institute has involved in Center for Excellence with multidisciplinary earth science research programs that are in tune with the mission of CSIR and pioneer global challenges. These are the present data what we are NGRA having in collection.
Kiran, mute yourself.
Some of the data available softwares in NGRA, Web of Science, GeoRef database. This is particular for geoscience, Grammarly, Authenticate, and off-campus e-resources, remote access. Some of the important services offered by CSIR NGRA, sir, just I am skipping, sir. These are the major services offered. The objectives of developing institutional repository. IR preserve the own scientific research output available to all its research community in the organization. It covers scientific academic umbrella, which brings the scattered material on research work in one place. Provide access to global to get access to unpublished grade literature and other publications. Resource sharing of scholarly publication is more convenient with other related institutions. Centralized location and digital showcase entire institution knowledge bank. Help in avoiding duplication in research and encourage new ideas or area of work. It can be merged as a cost-effective solution for libraries toward building resources in a long time. Some of the CSR institutions have institutional repositories through CSR Central. This is the database is providing centralized institutional repositories all over the CSR labs by harvester service of CSR institutional repositories under the project. The lab which do not have their own institutional repositories, CSR Central were regularly harvesting by them. Some of the CSR labs having these institutional repositories over the country. Need and development of institutional repository for CSIR NGRA. The literature generated by CSIR NGRA scientific community is more important need to collect, manage, and preserve its research literature for a long time and offer to the future generation to carry out the research at the top end. NGRA is a center excellence for opportunity to learning where various geophysical research activities carried out by the scientists and research scholars. They are generating huge scientific information which need proper preservation and archival for research communities. For this, NGRA has initiated to preserve the productivity enormous research output in the form of journal articles, geophysical field investigations, seismological data, proceedings of seminars and conferences, research monographs, groundwater field data, so on. So for each scientific in the field of earth sciences under the ACS program and some of the dissertation PhD thesis also archival in the repository. Infrastructure requirements of developing IR. For building an institutional repository, it is mandatory to require the high-end technical infrastructure facility based on the requirements of the institutional needs. The data available formats and the strength of the data to be evaluated for further scope. For all this required high performance technology based systems. Without high technology infrastructure support, the IR cannot be done. The essential information infrastructural support and services in terms of hardware and suitable software, speed internet connection, various other supported tools are necessary for successful of implication of IR. The infrastructure structure of IR, CSR NGRI library for developing and managing institutional repository. These are the requirement of hardware server requirements, operating system Ubuntu or Windows server, quad-core server, yes, hard disk server, more than 1 TB, web server, FTP server, or desktop RAM more than 4 GB. Some of the software requirements, web-based software like Java, XML, RDMS, relational database supporting required, OCR, optical character recognizers. This is another important in IR. Scanning software, Abbey Fine Reader, Scan Speeder, Adobe Acrobat PDF Reader, CD Read and Write software. Selection for suitable software for IR. The most significant part of the implementing of institutional repository is selection of suitable software. The rapid change of technology brings enormous type of softwares are available such as open source and proprietary previous softwares for developing IR and maintenance with considerable variation in the development as in the level of their functionality. The institutional repository can be developed by using commercial or open source. Most of the commercial library softwares are available with high cost and maintenance. The major problem facing by libraries is financial crunch, so these cannot offer to buy the commercial software due to their budget constraints. On the other hand, the open source software is developed, provided, and distributed by a community of users, developers, and also the source code is freely available for anyone to use and manipulate. Some of the commonly used or available open source software which are very suitable for creating institutional repositories or digital libraries. These are some of the open source softwares I have gathered: ePrints, DSpace, Fedora, and Greenstone Vivo. These are developed. This is some. So NGRI library has chosen the DSpace open source software to create the institutional repository because as compared to the other softwares, DSpace considering as very powerful and user-friendly software for retrieving the information which can support long-term preservation of the digital material. The DSpace is a joint venture of MIT and HP Labs. DSpace is an online technology solution for collecting, preserving, and disseminating the information available in institutional or universities. These are some of the major advantage features of DSpace. DSpace is organized and accommodate and multidisciplinary and organizational need of large institutions with different community needs.
Summarize now.
Yes,
summarize.
Sir.
Yeah, what is any findings is there? Summarize.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Please explain for findings.
So this is the workflow, sir, how we can done in the digitization in our NGRI library. So document scanning by different formats and OCR by saving the files in PDF or documents. And next we are uploaded, we have created web server to as DSpace library software. And we have created NGRI institutional repository. This is the workflow we done in our library. So resources in institutional repository, these are the communities are available in DSpace. Institutional repository brings the various intellectual materials as well as research output in digital repository. So this is where we have kept in CSR NGRI web page, digitallibrary.ngri.trisdal. Under this available community and collections are where created. Measures taken by NGRS Institute Library towards effective functionality. We are given hands-on training for the library staff. This is uploading the documents, assigning metadata fields, content approvals, indexing and storage, information retrieval, how we can done in institutional repository by, again, we are taking the help of the experts, professional vendors, online demonstration and hands-on practice. Sir. The standard policy where procedures are followed by IR standard policies and procedures. These are some of the standard position creation of common communities and collection as per institutional requirements, intellectual property policy, no transfer of copyright and non-exclusive license, deposit of third-party copyrighted material, deposit of institutional copyrighted material, encourage the self-archiving by the scientific community, fair use and ethics and privacy, open standard policy. These are the statistical study as and date we have done in institutional repository of NGRA, various type of documents uploaded from 1961 to 2019 period, and subject-wise, geoscience subject-wise collection from 1961 to 2019. We have covered all the technical reports, major technical and grey literature of NGRA. The conclusion, the study is to analyze the current situations of institutional repository of NGRA when many institutions were challenging to develop the manage the institutional repositories. The advantage of institutional repositories is many as an asset for any organization, particularly in R&D organizations. The scientific literature set up with long-term preservations and low cost management with great accessibility of research output. Institutional repository of the R&D libraries encourage the exploration and adaptation of new forms and scholarly communication ways. Research libraries always set new trends and new collection development strategies for the digital world taking responsibility for the literature that will be the future. The library CSR NGRA has proved that it is not only serving but providing the scientific literature to current and future patrons to easier and comprehensive way to access the scholarly content. The R&D libraries are becoming the role model for the other libraries to set up a standard vision and dedication in serving the organization needs and the country nation building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sridhar and your co-author, Dr. Yadgiri, for a nice presentation. Please close your presentation.
Yes.
Now I invite Dr. Kiran Kumar to present his presentation on influence of ICT on LIS research, an overview. Welcome, Dr. Kiran Kumar. Please share your screen and present in 10 minutes.
I, Kiran Kumar Kulturi, research scholar in library science, Osmania University. I am working as academic associate in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. Today,
share your PPT.
Sir, I am sharing, sir.
Click on share, full screen, open your PPT.
Okay, sir. Now, okay, sir?
Not visible, not visible. You double click on the PPT, Kiran.
Okay,
double click on the PPT. Next, share screen.
Full screen. Okay.
Now, okay, sir.
Now double click. Now double click on PPT.
Where is the PPT? PPT is there. You just double click on it. Kiran, you have welcome ICT tools PPT. Now you just double click on that ICT tools PPT.
Okay.
Next,
sir.
share screen. Then the share will be screen.
Okay, sir.
Outside. Okay, double click on it.
Fast.
Make it fast. Otherwise, you take this help of somebody. If anybody is there, you just take the help of somebody and share it.
Sir.
Any problem? Kiran Kumar, any problem?
Sir, PPT is not sharing, sir.
Okay, we'll call. Okay, you can present later. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please check that one. So it's now time to call B. Prasad Rao. Prasad Rao.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Prasad Rao is there. Yeah, you close your PPT. Kiran,
Okay,
you
sir.
just stop your share screen. Stop.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm audible, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, Prasad Rao.
Sir,
So
my
please,
PPT is visible, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, visible,
Please
visible.
present a brief, and
Okay.
maximum time for you is 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Please
This
start
is
with the findings.
okay, sir. This is B. Prasad Rao, Library Assistant, Grade 1, Yogi Bhimana University, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. My research topic is e-resources in LIS. Coming to
next.
This is my abstract. This study explores the various types of e-resources aimed to provide fundamental information about specific types of services that can be used to study in the discipline of library and information science. Based on the study concluded on literature review analysis on e-resources, the authors tried to their level best to find out more about the reasons for not utilizing all electronic resources and simultaneously underutilization of e-resources. The authors also stressed the importance of plagiarism checking. This is the introduction. The emerging status of information technology would lead to significant improvements in the way information is exchanged. Advances in the field of ICT have provided new possibilities for the dissemination of electronic resources. Electronic resources are material that is transmitted physically, such as on CD-ROM, floppy disk, magnet tape, and an internet network such as e-journals, e-books, and e-TDs like on. In the 21st century, electronic resources are an important aspect of human life. Able to access scholarly publications via an electronic medium or the internet may be major impact of research information requirement. Coming to the various types of e-resources, these are the e-journals, e-books, and online databases, e-theses and dissertations, e-newspapers, nothing but e-magazines, e-standards, indexing and abstracting databases, online dictionaries, institutional repositories, OPACs, subject gates. Coming to the e-journals, electronic journal, which is published in electronic form. An electronic journal is also called e-journals, electronic serials, online journals, virtual journals are scholarly and intellectual publications available through electronic transformer. Coming to these are the examples of some, there are vast journals in library and information science discipline. These are the financial sources of library discipline: CLS Observer, IAS League Bulletin, Libra, Perl, Lucknow Librarian, Library Herald. All these are for example of LIS. And coming to the e-books, e-books are electronically shipped books. E-books is a portable hardware and software that can be read by machine or a special reader, and it is available in electronic form. Coming to the online databases, an online database is a compilation of data that has been integrated, presented, and structured for a single topic or multidisciplinary subject field. These are the examples of online databases for library and information science. Library, ProQuest, EBSCO, Bibliography in Context, Emerald, Google Scholar, Ulrich Web, CRL Catalog, and so on. Coming to the e-thesis and dissertations, ETD is known as electronic thesis and dissertation, which is displayed in an electronic medium and is called e-thesis. And ETD is an electronic text that describes an investigator's intellectual work or study. This may be used by research scholars for further study. Thesis and dissertations for MPhil, PhD, and other master degrees can be found in the thesis. These are the example of ETD, Sodaganga, WorldCat, ND, LTD, ProQuest, EBSCO, ELIS, CRL. And coming to the e-standards, e-standard is approved, written, and regulated specifications of the complaint of the official body, board of rulers. The standards include technical parameters or other precise requirements that are to be used as a regulation, guideline, or description consistently. These are the standards of BS standards and e-government standards are there. And coming to the indexing and abstracting database, library and information science abstract, LISA is the example of library discipline. Coming to the online dictionaries, and these are the example of online dictionaries in LIS environment, ODLS, online digital ODLS and IFLA. These are the example of online dictionaries. We coming to the IR, institutional repositories. An institutional repository is a directory of research content online. IR is a rich repository of digital content provided by Learners Society. One more example, Open DOIR is the open repository for LIS, and DO we know well known. DO is a directory of open access journal. And coming to the OPAC, OPAC is an just a manual catalog of electronic edition. Is an acronym of OPAC, which lists a library collection that users can view on the internet. These are the examples of the OPAC, WorldCat, and consortium of online public access catalog, library online pattern access, and so on. Coming to the subject gateways, a subject gateway is an institutional that provides quick access to networking asset within the certain content domain. These are the example of subject gateways in the LIS environment: DV blog, digital librarian, IFLA, info librarian, Infonet library or librarian, LIS learning, World Digital Library. Coming to the conclusion, nowadays e-resources are played a vital role in LIS research, as more resources are available freely. In some cases, university and college libraries are providing more e-resources, but the proper utilization of all e-resources has not been taking place. But in most of the universities and colleges, many of the users are facing networking issues also. The users as well as university libraries need to think about in the right way so that all resources should be properly utilized by the academic community. These are the I referred references. Thank you one and all for giving this opportunity to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasad Rao. Please close your PPT. Now I request again Dr. Kiran Kumar. Kiran Kumar is ready. Are you ready? Dr. Kiran Kumar.
Kiran Kumar, now you can share your screen. Kiran Kumar. Dr.
Kiran
Prasad
Kumar,
Rao, you close the screen. Close the screen. Prasad Rao's screen is still open.
Sir, is it closed? Hello?
Close.
Close it. Still it is there. Your screen is visible.
Okay, that is again, okay.
Now, yeah, okay.
Dr. Kiran, please.
Kiran, if you are unable to open that, you just say, otherwise, don't waste the time. If it is open, no problem. Otherwise, discuss your paper objectives and findings.
Sir, may I audible, sir?
Audible.
Sir.
Okay, now you can speak.
Sir, I, Kiran Kumar, academic associate, working as academic associate in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. Today, my...
Please speak loudly.
Sir. Sir, today my research article title, Influence of ICT on LIS Research and Overview. Introduction. In the present electronic age, new developments were emerging to solve many challenges in any field, particularly in the field of research. It is must for every professional has to upgrade themselves with new technologies for their research work. The information and communication tech tools are only the solution.
Okay, Kumar, please close your sharing. Sir. And your face may be visible. Close your screen sharing.
Sir, now okay, sir.
Yeah.
Definition of research: a systematic investigation into and study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. Research process and ICT tools. The development taking place in ICT tools have become a boon to the researchers. Research is a systematic endeavor of selection of problem, unfolding the problem in the light of the data or evidence by analyzing and presenting the data in convenient format for clear understanding. The researchers consult several documents, both print, online during the course of the research, and presents them as citations and bibliographies. The entire research work carried out is presented in the form of a thesis or dissertation or published as research paper in journal. Thus, researcher invests a lot of time and effort in doing research. ICT tools help research by saving the time and effort. Online tools such as SurveyMonkey, Google Forms, etc. help in data collection without having to visit the respondents personally. Some of the ICT tools, databases, software that help in the research process. Some e-journals and databases that are useful to the LIS researchers for literature survey. Some directories of periodicals that help in locating the print and electronic sources. Research data storage, ICT tools for designing and administration of questionnaire. Software helpful for analysis of data. Graphic presentation tools, resource management tools, plagiarism detection software, printing and DTP. Research tools, library and information science abstract is very popular abstracting and indexing tool for library science professionals and information science specialists. Web of Science is a website which provides access to different databases to provide complete citations data for several academic disciplines. Scopus is online platform website, provides citation database for peer-reviewed literature content, scientific journals, books, and other conference proceedings. JSTOR is a digital library, contains information of academic journals, books, and primary sources such as current issues of journals in the humanities and social science. OPAC, open public access catalog, treated as library catalog. Online public access catalog, treated as library catalog. The information is available through online. The print and electronic sources, Directory of Open Access Journals, stands for Directory of Open Access Journal, was established in 2003 with 300 open access journals, 16,500 peer-reviewed open access journals related to science, technology, medicine, and social science, and arts and humanities. Directory of Open Access Books, DOAB stands for Directory of Open Access Books, which contains peer-reviewed scientific monographs to be accessed by the academicians. It is also contains ebooks can be available free of cost. Ebooks by various publishers. The information is available in digital format, can be read on computer and other electronic devices. The main advantage of ebooks can be shared internet access to from any part of the world. Shodh Ganga, it is a reservoir of the thesis published by the Indian University researchers. It is covered all the subjects, thesis and dissertations. Research data storage. Pen drive is portable storage device used to store huge amount of data which can be directly connected to the computer through USB port.
And you can, whatever any findings are there, you just go to the findings. Conclude. Okay. Okay.
Graphic presentation tools, Harvard Graphics, reference management tools, impact of ICT tools on research. The research methodologies have become very easy after adapting ICT tools. Typical processes like data analysis, questionnaire analysis by using Google Docs, sending emails to different personnels to acquire their opinions, using analysis tools for acquiring error-free results, data processing and printing along with various formats, storing information in various formats with a great technological impact within minimum a time. Software helpful for analysis of data, MS Excel, SPSS. Advantages of using the ICT tool: researcher can complete the research work with speedy manner. These tools save the time and solve complex analytical problems. Disadvantages of using the tools: researchers should have awareness of these tools, possesses knowledge how to use the various tools. Some software are very expensive. Need training in the use of different ICT tools.
Okay, Kiran, conclude.
Sir.
Yeah.
The new technologies have emerged as ICT tools, which playing a vital role in disseminating information readily available to the users in competent manner within no time. Particularly in the field of research, utilizes software tools for analytics results to be produced for new evaluations. We cannot assume the field of library science without the latest ICT tools. The ICT tools will provide multi-dimensional results in researchers. Therefore, Indian libraries need to adapt ICT tools in the field of research to satisfy the changing information need in the LIS research community. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Kiran. Yeah, thank you for your presentation and congratulations. Now, close your PPT. Close your PPT, okay, Kiran. Okay, now,
thank you, sir.
The technical session, in this technical session 3, 4 paper presenters are presented all the papers. A. Madhav Rao is presented on the paper Smart Digital Tools for Library and Information Science Professionals, elaborated different digital tools from universal subject classification, cataloging, traditional subjects, whatever it is there, reference services. Now it is the print world. Web scenario, we entered into this. What are the different types of tools given? UDC, online, web resources, content management, institutional repository, integrated library system, Coral, library inventory databases, tools, Joomla, Drupal, Omeka, WordPress, Moodle, and OCLC, Fedora, Commons Live. Different tools are used at different purposes in digital environment. So whatever may be there, finally, we need to provide the information in a single click to the end user. That is the ultimate use of ICT tools in this web scenario. In the second paper is presented by A. Sridhar, development and implementation of institutional repository, a case study of CSIR, National Geophysical Research Institute Library. So is elaborated on what is happening in CSIR laboratory in the field of geophysical research. So next, Mr. B. Prasad Rao presented on e-resources in LIS research. He is elaborately presented on what are the different types of e-resources, databases, ETCs, subject gateways, different areas he covered upon that. And lastly, K. Kiran Kumar presented on influence of ICT on LIS research and overview. So whatever it may be, this session is fruitful. I hope that impact of technology on LIS research, the main focus is in traditional libraries, we used the classification and cataloging reference services. Now the scenario is web mining, data mining, federated searching, and different types of academic search engines. Beffield academic search engine, Microsoft academic search engines, various search engines and meta search engines, federated searching, data mining. We are in this era. So we need to utilize all the ICT tools for effective information retrieval for the end user, what exactly required. So I hope that all the library science professionals will be benefited from this session. So whatever may be the tool we are using in the libraries, ultimately it reaches to the end point. So now it is in a apps environment, drag and drop. So whatever the information is there, we need to just click on it and drop that information to the end user. So end user requirement need to be satisfied in this ICT era. So that is the main focus on this. So whatever the databases, e-resources, this is what we use in the libraries. We need to give nutshell, brief, required, relevant, trustworthy information to the end user, what exactly a user is required. So library science profession is still alive because Google search engine, many other search engines are there. Neil Megan has lightly quoted that. Google will give lakhs of results, but the librarian will give unique required result for the end user. So with this, so I close this. Then I invite Professor Madhusudan Rao's invited talk. Now we are all eager, the invited talk of Professor Madhusudan Rao. Madhusudan's impact of emerging technologies on library and information science research. What is happening across the globe? Now I hope that Professor Madhusudan Rao is going to share with us. Thank you. Over to Professor Madhusudan Rao for his invited talk.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Now over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vivek,
yes,
and all the participants, authors, and authorities. I'll speak on this impact of emerging technologies on library and information science research. To take further, as my other, the four eminent speakers already discussed the latest trends, so how this will impact on library and information science research. Dear friends, research is to investigate the subject in detail, to establish new information and new conclusions with the help of relevant materials and sources. Therefore, research plays important role in education and society for best result in every aspect, and the outcomes of research act as a vehicle for future researchers in the concerned field for further growth of the discipline and also have a reflective impact for imparting quality education. Research in library and information science has a special importance as library techniques, library services, and practices are constantly changing due to the import of emerging technologies to provide proper information support and services of the present day generation of users, XYZ. The evolution of library and information science as a subject into an interdisciplinary one that has been appealing to the LIS research community, and the amalgamation of technology with the subject of library and information science has changed the cognitive structure of the LIS discipline. There has also been clear trend where the traditional LIS topics disappear, the new ones appear. The most of these topics, emerging topics, are interlinked with the technology. Today, I will suggest some and new emerging technology research areas to help the library and information science research scholars and the LIS professionals to explore new methods for developing their emerging technology competencies, skills, and new ways to develop library services and enhance existing library services into state-of-the-art library services to satisfy the user demands in this information on the go or powered by the social networking media. I'll discuss this. There are 8 the technologies. Before that, there are 2 important questions. What does a librarian needs to know? And when does a librarian needs to know it? So these questions, so we will discuss after this presentation. So there are many emerging technologies which impact the library information services, as you know very well. But I will focus the very important emerging technologies such as big data, Internet of Things, drones, blockchain technology, augmented reality, robotics, artificial intelligence, and expert systems. These all 8 are very, very important as far as the current library and information science and library services are concerned. And we discussed the trends, as my earlier eminent speakers also spoke much on LIS education, research, and services. I will discuss in brief of each of these technology, what are the possible areas in each area. Let us discuss the first one, that is big data. Library work no longer focuses on books, journals, and catalog data, but rather all manner of unstructured and structured data and data forms, which includes text, metadata, images, audio files, video files, research data, 3-dimensional digital copies, and software, and so on and so forth. Therefore, the use of big data seems to be a relatively new field in libraries at the moment. With the help of big data technologies, new value-added services can be created and provided. And the big data affects libraries both directly and indirectly. Direct effect is in the use of big data tools to analyze big data sets of libraries, and also allows the automation of number of real-time library services, which help in improving library services. Indirect effect is through the library users who are increasingly using big data in their research. Big data is finding applications in data mining, data curation, and research data management. What you are seeing on the screen, these are the possible research areas using big data technologies are not limited to. First and foremost, this application of big data techniques for effective web-based library services. Because nowadays, almost all the library services, irrespective of libraries, they are converted the traditional library services into automated, into electronic. Now it's a web-based. Now current one is the mobile-based library services. The another possible area, this is which is powered by big data technologies, are metadata tagging and prediction modeling. So where the different kinds of the prediction models has been taken care to redesign, because the metadata, data about data, which is very prominent for searching in the whether it is opaque or whether it is the institutional repository or any other the means and ways. The other possibility, application of sentiment analysis. So this is in libraries basically to provide the temporal information services. Coming to make better relationship about this co-authors, citations, geolocation, dates, named entries, subject classification, institutions, affiliations, all this we can take of this is how these kind of the citations, co-authors, and the vice versa, we can make a better relationship with this one. The another area which is very prominent powered by these technologies, data visualization and data granularity in delivering research data. In particularly, this is university libraries or special libraries. So the another important area which may take, that is a real-time recommendation engine. So this is a very coming up area, where the users using data, using that the indigestion methods. The other possible areas, which includes research data management practice, library service patterns, trends, associations, with special reference to human behavior and interactions. The library data analysis, that is collecting, cleaning up, integrating, and processing. Data standardization, data modeling, library data visualization means presentation and communication and user behavior studies. So The other very important prominent, the present day users are so powered by the social networking sites and the mobile technologies. So in that context, there is a need for taking up a good research topic is a designing catalog as Google-like knowledge card, and also linked data for the library collections. Because the next door of library, suppose a user is not finding any relevant material information of his own or her. So next gate is Google. So that's why the kind of technology used by the Google search engine, so that is lacking in our OPACs and other systems which are used in library services. So the another possible area, big data analysis for improving user experience and user satisfaction of library services. Any kind of library, irrespective of its type, the library, whatever you are doing for only 2 words, user and satisfaction. So if user satisfaction is not there, so whatever kind of work, whatever services you provide, whatever collections you put forward for them, no use. So then the designing new methods of content delivery to substitute traditional face-to-face librarian. As we seen this, the COVID, the pandemic time, so the most of the kind of this one, these are all new methods. Whether it is like it, users, they may not like it, but they have to go like this. The next technology that is this Internet of Things. In short form, it is called IoT. IoT is an emerging area to combine data that might be produced, consumed, or generated from IoT devices to provide innovations in service understanding. So the data that are produced by inventory control over libraries might in fact help collection developers better understand how users interact with physical spaces and knowing what user engagement linked like in collections and in service point at a pervasive level. Behind assessment, a deeper insight into the actual use of library space will allow libraries to better tell the story of space usage and make decisions based on evidence. By incorporating IoT tools with radio frequency identification devices, then possible to introduce the concept of building automation with the help of wireless sensors, RFID tags, wireless sensor networks. Some ideas are floating around the library services, and some of areas for research in libraries are designing and development of virtual tour patterns orientation, development of alerting services and real-time messaging services in libraries. Third one is automated systems for locating books on bookshelves, managing lighting, air conditioning, air monitoring, security systems, firefighting systems, and other the library systems which are in use. The another possible area is automated book monitoring, registering, inventory control, self-check-in, self-checkout, and detecting. So the last one is the technology. It has so many flavors, and it has so many and so forth the areas to do good research, to improve library services, to better use IoT technologies in library and library services. At the first, not only this improving library services, but also this technology definitely it will improve the work quality and the efficiency of libraries. So, and coming to the third area, I wish to focus on drones. Library is one such platform wherein application of drones has a potential. There has been a significant paradigm shift in drone applications. Of course, it is not much extensively used in libraries, but in Western libraries, still they are using in many ways and means, and in the pilot projects, exclusively available only for these missions, military missions in the fast application drones. But now it is made various platforms, and the library is one such platform that is being examined. But there is a significant features of drone, that is, it's a delivery feature, can prove immense potential in bringing information to the users in the form of books or other library documents. What kind of the research areas with this technology helps the research scholars? Number one is implementation of library drone delivery services. So this will provide the doorstep delivery of library books and the user's current location or shared location. Visualization of document delivery using drones, creating virtual tours of the library using drones, and the more important, the security, that is the security of building, that is the external security is, of course, the libraries have internal security like CCTV, as well as the external also, it is helpful, but inside that is the RFID is there, but still this, the analyzing the security as it can be hacked or stolen. So that is the case. The next area that is the emerging one is blockchain technology. The blockchain technology is a structure that stores transactional records, also known as block, of the public in several databases, known as the chain, in a network connected through peer-to-peer nodes. Typically, this storage is referred to as a digital ledger. Blockchain will be used to provide unencumbered access to digital content and print collections to all potential users in participating library systems, while managing the risk to ensure that the privacy and personal identity of each user is secure. So some of the applications of blockchain technology research areas in the libraries are building an enhanced metadata system for libraries and protecting digital rights in digital data centers. The more important, this technology is a more concern for the digital preservation and tracking of items. And of course, it is very much useful for intellectual property for research and development, connected to a network of libraries or universities. And finally, it will give badges for skill training. Coming to the next very important technology, that is augmented reality, as you know very well. So this is powered by mobile smartphones. But earlier we know that is a virtual reality. So, but this present reality is augmented reality. So in short form, it is called AR. The AR is a direct or indirect live view of a physical real world environment whose elements are augmented by computer generated perceptual information, ideally across multiple sensory modalities, including visual, auditory, and haptic. It is an interactive technology that superimposes a computer generated image on a user's view of the real world, thus providing a composite view. So research will concentrate on opportunities and challenges when libraries use AR apps to support their users and types of applications and features that are relevant for users in academic, public, and special libraries. So these are the following AR applications to be useful for research in libraries include augmented books, guided tours, searching for media, additional information, gamification. So the gamification basically in libraries is the use of elements of games to engage people with libraries, it has to do with changing behavior and creating emotional links that involves them with services and spaces. So from a broader standpoint, it is to use games and gamification to get closer to the physical and digital. And the last one is the self-maintenance. So that is very much useful. Of course, the other areas, use of virtual three-dimensional objects using augmented reality technology, mobile augmented reality applications for library services, and present information to the user's current context, bi-directional flow of communication, integrating augmented reality in books in libraries, use of augmented reality tools as a learning tool with a particular reference to augmented books. Environment. So finally, the ethical and practical problems of technology implementations in libraries. So coming to the another one is area which is very, very prominent, that is the sophisticated robotics. Robotics are used in libraries for real-time browsing of printed material through a web interface. The user will engage the system, which in turn will initiate a robot that will retrieve the requested item. The robots will be used mainly to provide different kinds of services to humans in an autonomous manner. These services will provide either carried out by one robot, or they will result from the cooperation between several robots, allowing performing complex tasks. It is interesting to note that an experimental robot assists the library user in finding the location of the book or books he desires or she desires. The robot would understand the voice of the user, check the catalog to find the position of the book, look for RFID tag to take the user to the book. Some of the areas of robotic applications in research are virtual reference librarians, because the use of chatbots to answer reference queries and mobile communication among students, real-time browsing of printed material through a web interface, using robotics in libraries, book detention and grasping in library, use of automated storage and retrieval system to access desired library materials by the users, establishment of dynamic movement primitive libraries, DMPL for a mobile robot, impact of automation of human work, the application of intelligent agents in library services, and automated book manipulators, remote reference services and a metropolitan area network, rule-based metadata interpretation in heterogeneous digital libraries, and the design and implementation of library intelligent this IM reference robot. And there are so many other topics also. So it is powered by this the technology for research to improve the library services. Coming to the another area, the last area, I would combining both artificial intelligence and expert systems. Today, AI are commonly seen with finding information or answers either through search engines or through personal assistants like Siri, Google Personal Assistant, or Amazon Echo. So the AI is concerned with intelligent behavior in artifacts. Intelligent behavior involves perception, reasoning, learning, communicating, and acting in complex environments. So the AI is used to empower humans in accomplishing otherwise tedious or difficult tasks. Some of the research areas with the help of artificial intelligence and expert systems are on the left of your screen. This is powered by artificial intelligence, and at the right of your screen, the systems, expert systems powered by AI, knowledge-based indexing, natural language processing and abstracting, reference services, online information retrieval, and intelligent access to the libraries. So there are these days, even this is a search powered by artificial intelligence. Whether it is you know very well, and you are also using and federated search, whether it's a Nimbus or any other. So even if it is the Google basic search, also powered by AI. There are so many expert systems being used by the libraries since years. Using intelligent interfaces in online information storage and retrieval systems, the expert systems will work as a substitute for reference librarian, for example, RefSearch, Pointer, Reference, Online Reference Assistance, AnswerMan, Plexus. To convert ACR into highly structured rules and automated catalog through expert systems. Application of expert systems in classification like coal sort and the environmental pollution expert system, EPX, and BIOSYS uses a knowledge base. The application of expert systems in indexing, you know very well, that is a meta-index. And the application of expert systems in acquisition, that is a monograph selection advisor, a pioneering effort in building library collection. Of course, a study on next generation digital library using context awareness technology. So, dear friends, my conclusion is very simple. Today's libraries are undergoing a rapid transformation and they need to reinvent and reposition themselves to fulfill the needs of generation X, Y, and Z users who are technologically savvy. A new type of service development may require rethinking the library's overall mission with a focus on new information technology. So these the emerging smart systems improve traditional and non-traditional library services and the user's library experience, as well as enhance opportunities for the students' learning. So the emerging technology, as I discussed, definitely provide librarians with a unique opportunity to substantially enhance user-centered services and provide collaboration between libraries and their clients and leverage new technology to facilitate the creation of knowledge, significant transformation, or the silent sale into oblivion. So the library of the century is not only a place to watch, read, and listen passively, but a place where new social relationships are forged and knowledge are created, explored, and shared. So it is a better space for real-time knowledge creation, designed for experimentation and community-driven innovations. So finally, there is no doubt that the emerging technologies in library services play a pivotal role in information dissemination, management, and also survive in these libraries on-the-go environment. So these are the references for further you can go through. And thanks to all the authors, universities, website, libraries, whose original works are cited, created, used in the form of images, QR codes, or screenshots. This is basically meant for better understanding of the audience. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Professor Madhusudan sir, for your wonderful presentation on impact of ICT on LIS education. So, the presentation enlightens the LIS professionals in the emerging areas. Whatever the areas you have chosen, the chosen areas are emerging trends in the future LIS. Big data, this is a very important tool. Big data analytics, this is very, very important in the future libraries to read the user behavior. What type of users we are attracting? What is user behavior? What type of reading habits are there? So big data analytics plays very important role. Google is using PageRank algorithm, cluster analysis, regression analysis, IoT. This is very, very important visualization tool. Study over the behavior of the security systems. Drones also very important role, security for the building, library buildings. So this is a very important tool. You are discussed blockchain technology. So this is a very important tool for the libraries. Personal identity, security of the library material, information, real-time processing, securing the data. This is very, very important. Scientific data, literature data, what is there in the defense, scientific information, we need to secure it. So blockchain technology plays a very important role in future. So augmented reality, this is the very impressive and elaborative talk on users. What is that augmented reality? Interactive experience. What type of experience we need to get in the real world environment? Where the objects are there, we need to touch and feel that objects with the augmented reality. So virtual libraries are playing very important role. The robotics and finally real-time robotics are playing very important role here. Real-time browsing. What type of information are browsing by the users? What users are required? How we need to change the libraries services day to day in the future emerging areas, artificial intelligence and export systems. So as a matter of fact, whatever we discussed here, so user satisfaction is utmost important. So once user is satisfied, then only the users will visit our libraries and libraries will function. The librarian's role will in future also plays very important role. So playing an important role as a library science professionals, as a knowledge managers, documentation officers, information scientists, we need to acquire all the ICT skills which is required for the library science professionals. So again, I emphasize here, so we are moved from printed world to digital world. Already this transition is taken place in the libraries. So nobody is searching for the information, classification and cataloging, reference services. So everyone is searching the information what they require. So we need to acquire all the ICT skills in the library science profession. We need to establish new curricula in the LIS field, new design and new courses. This is also, your stock is also highlighted how we need to design our LIS courses in the future curriculum for the LIS professionals and LIS students. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation on behalf of Dr. Ambedkar Open University. Now it is over to Dr. Saroja Madam, Professor Saroja Madam.
Yeah,
so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity as a moderator for this session also. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek.
Yeah, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek, for analyzing and presenting a gist of the presentation of Professor Madhusudan. I would like to thank Professor Madhusudan for his very interesting presentation. And he has not only discussed the implications of the emerging technologies, but also has given indications of future research that needs to be taken up by the library science researchers. And Vivek has rightly said that we need to again revisit or re-examine our curriculum to incorporate these new concepts so that to enable our research in these areas. And I thank both the chairperson and also the moderator for giving very good inputs. And I think this is a very fruitful session. And I should acknowledge that our alumni, Mr. Dr. Madhav Rao has given an elaborate account of all the smart digital tools that are required in libraries and also for LIS research. And I thank all the participants for their patiently attending this session and participating in the discussions. Thank you one and all. And tomorrow again, we will meet, all of us will assemble for the second day of the seminar by 10:30, and we will begin the session 4 today morning. And Professor Jaydeep Sharma, he will be chairing tomorrow's session, in morning session. And I will give an account of tomorrow's session before we start the proceedings tomorrow. Okay? Thank you one and all.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Before closing, due to this the time constraints, we are unable to give opportunity for discussing your questions or queries related to the topics presented by the presenters or maybe on invited talk. But I wish you can send as an email or SMS or any other forms. We wish to answer or clear all your doubts and queries in efficient manner at the later stage. Thank you very much, Madam Professor Saroja.
Sir, our scholars are requesting your PPT, sir, because it is very well developed and we need to, and the content is also very good. So
due to that less time, I'm unable to create a very beautiful, but I tried my level best.
It's a very beautiful presentation, sir. Kindly share it with our scholars and participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Madhusudan sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you once again. Right.